Chapter 19 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lord Chiltern rides his horse Bonebreaker. It was known that whatever might be the details of Mr. Mildmay's bill, the ballot would not form a part of it. And as there was a strong party in the House of Commons, and a very numerous party out of it, who were desirous that voting by ballot should be made a part of the electoral law, it was decided that an independent motion should be brought on in anticipation of Mr. Mildmay's bill. The arrangement was probably one of Mr. Mildmay's own making, so that he might be hampered by no opposition on that subject by his own followers, if, as he did not doubt, the motion should be lost. It was expected that the debate would not last over one night, and Phineas resolved that he would make his maiden speech on this occasion. He had very strong opinions as to the inefficacy of the ballot for any good purposes, and thought that he might be able to strike out from his convictions some sparks of that fire which used to be so plentiful with him at the old debating clubs. But even at breakfast that morning his heart began to beat quickly at the idea of having to stand on his legs before so critical an audience. He knew that it would be well that he should, if possible, get the subject off his mind during the day, and therefore went out among the people who certainly would not talk to him about the ballot. He sat for nearly an hour in the morning with Mr. Lowe, and did not even tell Mr. Lowe that it was his intention to speak on that day. Then he made one or two other calls, and at about 3 went up to Portman Square to look for Lord Chiltern. It was now nearly the end of February, and Phineas had often seen Lady Lara. He had not seen her brother, but had learned from his sister that he had been driven up to London by the frost. He was told by the porter at Lord Brentford's that Lord Chiltern was in the house, and as he was passing through the hall, he met Lord Brentford himself. He was thus driven to speak, and felt himself called upon to explain why he was there. "I am come to see Lord Chiltern," he said. "Is Lord Chiltern in the house?" said the Earl, turning to the servant. "Yes, my lord. His lordship arrived last night." "You will find him upstairs, I suppose," said the Earl. "For myself, I know nothing of him." He spoke in an angry tone, as though he resented the fact that any one should come to his house to call upon his son, and turned his back quickly upon Phineas. But he thought better of it before he reached the front door, and turned again. "By the by," said he, "what majority shall we have to-night, Finn?" "Pretty nearly as many as you please to name, my lord," said Phineas. "Well, yes, I suppose we are tolerably safe. You ought to speak upon it." "Perhaps I may," said Phineas, feeling that he blushed as he spoke. "Do," said the Earl, "do. If you see Lord Chiltern, will you tell him from me that I should be glad to see him before he leaves London. I shall be at home till noon to-morrow." Phineas, much astonished at the commission given to him, of course said that he would do as he was desired, and then passed on to Lord Chiltern's apartments. He found his friend standing in the middle of the room, without coat and waistcoat, with a pair of dumbbells in his hands. "When there's no hunting, am driven to this kind of thing," said Lord Chiltern. "I suppose it's good exercise," said Phineas, "and it gives me something to do. When I'm in London I feel like a gypsy in church, till the time comes for prowling out at night. I've no occupation for my days whatever, and no place to which I can take myself. I can't stand in a club window as some men do, and I should disgrace any decent club if I did stand there. I belong to the Travellers, but I doubt whether the porter would let me go in." I think you pique yourself on being more of an outer Bohemian than you are, said Phineas. I pique myself on this, that whether Bohemian or not, I will go nowhere that I am not wanted. Though, for the matter of that, I suppose I'm not wanted here. Then Phineas gave him the message from his father. He wishes to see me tomorrow morning, continued Lord Chiltern. Let him send me word what it is he has to say to me. I do not choose to be insulted by him, though he is my father. I certainly would go, if I were you. I doubt it very much, if all the circumstances were the same. Let him tell me what he wants. Of course I cannot ask him, Chiltern. I know what he wants very well. Laura has been interfering and doing no good. You know Violet Effingham? Yes, I know her, said Phineas, much surprised. They want her to marry me. And you do not wish to marry her? I did not say that. But do you think that such a girl as Miss Effingham would marry such a man as I am? She would be much more likely to take you. By George, she would. Do you know that she has 3,000 a year of her own? I know that she has money. That's about the tune of it. I would take her without a shilling tomorrow if she would have me, because I like her. She's the only girl I ever did like. But what is the use of my liking her? They have painted me so black among them, especially my father, that no decent girl would think of marrying me. Your father can't be angry with you if you do your best to comply with his wishes. I don't care a straw whether he be angry or not. He allows me 800 a year, and he knows that if he stopped it, I should go to the Jews the next day. I could not help myself. He can't leave an acre away from me, and yet he won't join me in raising money for the sake of paying Laura her fortune. Lady Laura can hardly want money now. That detestable prig whom she has chosen to marry, and whom I hate with all my heart, is richer than ever Croesus was. But nevertheless, Laura ought to have her own money. She shall have it some day. I would see Lord Brentford if I were you. I will think about it. Now tell me about coming down to Willingford. Laura says you will come some day in March. I can mount you for a couple of days, and should be delighted to have you. My horses all pull like the mischief, and rush like devils, and want a deal of riding, but an Irishman likes that. I do not dislike it particularly. I like it. I prefer to have something to do on horseback. When a man tells me that a horse is an armchair, I always tell him to put the brute into his bedroom. Mind you come. The house I stay at is called the Willingford Bull, and it's just 4 miles from Peterborough. Phineas swore that he would go down and ride the pulling horses, and then took his leave, earnestly advising Lord Chiltern, as he went, to keep the appointment proposed by his father. When the morning came, at 11:30, the son, who had been standing for half an hour with his back to the fire in the large, gloomy dining-room, suddenly rang the bell. "Tell the Earl," he said to the servant, "that I am here, and will go to him if he wishes it." The servant came back and said that the Earl was waiting. Then Lord Chiltern strode after the man into his father's room. "Oswald," said the father, "I have sent for you because I think it may be as well to speak to you on some business. Will you sit down?" Lord Chiltern sat down, but did not answer a word. "I feel very unhappy about your sister's fortune," said the Earl. "So do I, very unhappy. We can raise the money between us, and pay her tomorrow, if you please it. It was in opposition to my advice that she paid your debts, and in opposition to mine too. I told her that I would not pay them, and were I to give her back tomorrow, as you say, the money that she has so used, I should be stultifying myself. But I will do so on one condition. I will join you in raising the money for your sister on one condition. What is that? Laura tells me, indeed she has told me often, that you are attached to Violet Effingham. But Violet Effingham, my lord, is unhappily not attached to me. I do not know how that may be. Of course I cannot say. I have never taken the liberty of interrogating her upon the subject. Even you, my lord, could hardly have done that. What do you mean by that? I say that I never have, said the Earl angrily. I simply mean that even you could hardly have asked Miss Effingham such a question. I have asked her, and she has refused me. But girls often do that, and yet accept afterwards the men whom they have refused. Laura tells me that she believes that Violet would consent if you pressed your suit. Laura knows nothing about it, my lord. There you are probably wrong. Laura and Violet are very close friends, and have no doubt discussed this matter between them. At any rate, it may be as well that you should hear what I have to say. Of course I shall not interfere myself. There is no ground on which I can do so with propriety. None whatever, said Lord Chiltern. The Earl became very angry, and nearly broke down in his anger. He paused for a moment, feeling disposed to tell his son to go and never to see him again. But he gulped down his wrath, and went on with his speech. My meaning, sir, is this, that I have so great faith in Violet Effingham, that I would receive her acceptance of your hand as the only proof which would be convincing to me of amendment in your mode of life. If she were to do so, I would join with you in raising money to pay your sister, would make some further sacrifice with reference to an income for you and your wife, and would make you both welcome to Salisbury if you choose to come. The Earl's voice hesitated much, and became almost tremulous as he made the last proposition, and his eyes had fallen away from his son's gaze, and he had bent a little over the table, and was moved. But he recovered himself at once, and added, with all proper dignity, "If you have anything to say, I shall be glad to hear it." "All your offers would be nothing, my lord, if I did not like the girl. I should not ask you to marry a girl if you did not like her, as you call it. But as to Miss Effingham, it happens that our wishes jump together. I have asked her, and she has refused me. I don't even know where to find her to ask her again. If I went to Lady Baldock's house, the servants would not let me in. And whose fault is that? Yours partly, my lord. You have told everybody that I am the devil, and now all the old women believe it. I never told anybody so. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will go down to Lady Baldock's to-day. I suppose she is at Baddingham. And if I can get speech of Miss Effingham— Miss Effingham is not at Baddingham. Miss Effingham is staying with your sister in Grosvenor Place. I saw her yesterday. She is in London? I tell you that I saw her yesterday. Very well, my lord. Then I will do the best I can. Lara will tell you of the result. The father would have given the son some advice as to the mode in which he should put forward his claim upon Violet's hand, but the son would not wait to hear it. Choosing to presume that the conference was over, he went back to the room in which he had kept his dumbbells, and for a minute or two went to work at his favourite exercise. But he soon put the dumbbells down, and began to prepare himself for his work. If this thing was to be done, it might as well be done at once. He looked out of his window, and saw that the streets were in a mess of slush. White snow was becoming black mud, as it will do in London, and the violence of frost was giving way to the horrors of thaw. All would be soft and comparatively pleasant in Northamptonshire on the following morning, and if everything went right, he would breakfast at the Willingford Bull. He would go down by the hunting train, and be in the inn by 10. The meet was only 6 miles distant, and all would be pleasant. He would do this whatever might be the result of his work today. But in the meantime he would go and do his work. He had a cab called, and within half an hour of the time at which he had left his father, he was at the door of his sister's house in Grosvenor Place. The servants told him that the ladies were at lunch. "I can't eat lunch," he said. "Tell them that I am in the drawing-room." "He has come to see you," said Lady Laura, as soon as the servant had left the room. "I hope not," said Violet. "Do not say that." "But I do say it. I hope that he has not come to see me. That is, not to see me specially. Of course I cannot pretend not to know what you mean." "He may think it civil to call if he has heard that you are in town," said Lady Laura, after a pause. "If it be only that, I will be civil in return, as sweet as May to him. If it be really only that, and if I were sure of it, I should really be glad to see him." Then they finished their lunch, and Lady Laura got up and led the way to the drawing-room. "I hope you remember," said she, gravely, "that you might be a saviour to him." "I do not believe in girls being saviours to men. It is the man who should be the saviour to the girl. If I marry at all, I have the right to expect that protection shall be given to me, not that I shall have to give it." "Violet, you are determined to misrepresent what I mean." Lord Chiltern was walking about the room, and did not sit down when they entered. The ordinary greetings took place, and Miss Effingham made some remark about the frost. "But it seems to be going," she said, "and I suppose that you will soon be at work again." "Yes, I shall hunt to-morrow," said Lord Chiltern. "And the next day, and the next, and the next," said Violet, "till about the middle of April, and then your period of misery will begin." "Exactly," said Lord Chiltern. "I have nothing but hunting that I can call an occupation." "Why don't you make one?" said his sister. "I mean to do so, if it be possible. Laura, would you mind leaving me and Miss Effingham alone for a few minutes?" Lady Laura got up, and so also did Miss Effingham. "For what purpose?" said the latter. "It cannot be for any good purpose." "At any rate I wish it, and I will not harm you." Lady Laura was now going, but paused before she reached the door. "Laura, will you do as I ask you?" said the brother. Then Lady Laura went. "It was not that I feared you would harm me, Lord Chiltern," said Violet. "No, I know it was not. But what I say is always said awkwardly. An hour ago I did not know that you were in town, but when I was told the news I came at once. My father told me." "I am so glad that you see your father." "I have not spoken to him for months before, and probably may not speak to him for months again. But there is one point, Violet, on which he and I agree. I hope there will soon be many. It is possible, but I fear not probable. Look here, Violet." And he looked at her with all his eyes, till it seemed to her that he was all eyes, so great was the intensity of his gaze. "I should scorn myself were I to permit myself to come before you with a plea for your favour founded on my father's whims. My father is unreasonable, and has been very unjust to me. He has ever believed evil of me, and has believed it often when all the world knew that he was wrong. I care little for being reconciled to a father who has been so cruel to me. He loves me dearly, and is my friend. I would rather that you should not speak against him to me. You will understand, at least, that I am asking nothing from you because he wishes it. Laura probably has told you that you may make things straight by becoming my wife." "She has, certainly, Lord Chiltern. It is an argument that she should never have used. It is an argument to which you should not listen for a moment. Make things straight, indeed. Who can tell? There would be very little made straight by such a marriage if it were not that I loved you. Violet, that is my plea, and my only one. I love you so well that I do believe that if you took me I should return to the old ways, and become as other men are, and be in time as respectable, as stupid, and perhaps as ill-natured as old Lady Baldock herself. My poor aunt! You know she says worse things of me than that. Now, dearest, you have heard all that I have to say to you." As he spoke, he came close to her and put out his hand, but she did not touch it. "I have no other argument to use, not a word more to say. As I came here in the cab, I was turning it over in my mind that I might find what best I should say, but after all, there is nothing more to be said than that." "The words make no difference," she replied. "Not unless they be so uttered as to force a belief. I do love you. I know no other reason but that why you should be my wife. I have no other excuse to offer for coming to see you again. You are the one thing in the world that to me has any charm. Can you be surprised that I should be persistent in asking for it?" He was looking at her still with the same gaze, and there seemed to be a power in his eye from which she could not escape. He was still standing with his right hand out, as though expecting, or at least hoping, that her hand might be put into his. "How am I to answer you?" she said. "With your love, if you can give it to me. Do you remember how you swore once that you would love me forever and always?" "You should not remind me of that. I was a child then, a naughty child," she added, smiling, "and was put to bed for what I did on that day." "Be a child still! Ah, if we but could! And have you no other answer to make me?" "Of course I must answer you. You are entitled to an answer, Lord Chiltern. I am sorry that I cannot give you the love for which you ask." "Never?" "Never." "Is it myself personally, or what you have heard of me, that is so hateful to you?" "Nothing is hateful to me. I have never spoken of hate. I shall always feel the strongest regard for my old friend and playfellow, but there are many things which a woman is bound to consider before she allows herself so to love a man that she can consent to become his wife." "Allow herself? Then it is a matter entirely of calculation. I suppose there should be some thought in it, Lord Chiltern." There was now a pause, and the man's hand was at last allowed to drop, as there came no response to the proffered grasp. He walked once or twice across the room before he spoke again, and then he stopped himself closely opposite to her. "I shall never try again," he said. "It will be better so," she replied. "There is something to me unmanly in a man's persecuting a girl. Just tell Lara, will you, that it is all over, and she may as well tell my father. Good-bye." She then tendered her hand to him, but he did not take it, probably did not see it, and at once left the room and the house. "And yet I believe you love him," Lady Lara said to her friend in her anger, when they discussed the matter immediately on Lord Chiltern's departure. "You have no right to say that, Lara." "I have a right to my belief, and I do believe it. I think you love him, and that you lack the courage to risk yourself in trying to save him." "Is a woman bound to marry a man if she love him?" "Yes, she is," replied Lady Lara impetuously, without thinking of what she was saying. "That is, if she be convinced that she also is loved." "Whatever be the man's character, whatever be the circumstances, must she do so, whatever friends may say to the contrary? Is there to be no prudence in marriage?" "There may be a great deal too much prudence," said Lady Lara. "That is true. There is certainly too much prudence if a woman marries prudently, but without love." Violet intended by this no attack upon her friend, had not had present in her mind at the moment any idea of Lady Laura's special prudence in marrying Mr. Kennedy. But Lady Laura felt it keenly, and knew at once that an arrow had been shot which had wounded her. "We shall get nothing," she said, "by descending to personalities with each other." "I meant none, Laura." "I suppose it is always hard," said Lady Laura, "for any one person to judge altogether of the mind of another. If I have said anything severe of your refusal of my brother, I retract it. I only wish that it could have been otherwise." Lord Chiltern, when he left his sister's house, walked through the slush and dirt to a haunt of his in the neighbourhood of Covent Garden, and there he remained through the whole afternoon and evening. A certain Captain Clutterbuck joined him, and dined with him. He told nothing to Captain Clutterbuck of his sorrow, but Captain Clutterbuck could see that he was unhappy. "Let's have another bottle of sham," said Captain Clutterbuck, when the dinner was nearly over. "Sham is the only thing to screw one up when one is down a peg." "You can have what you like," said Lord Chiltern, "but I shall have some brandy and water." "The worst of brandy and water is, that one gets tired of it before the night is over," said Captain Clutterbuck. Nevertheless, Lord Chiltern did go down to Peterborough the next day by the hunting train, and rode his horse Bonebreaker so well in that famous run from Sutton Springs to Gidding, that after the run young Piles, of the house of Piles, Sarsnet, and Gingham, offered him £300 for the animal. "He isn't worth above 50, said Lord Chiltern. "But I'll give you the 300, said Piles. "You couldn't ride him if you'd got him," said Lord Chiltern. "Oh, couldn't I?" said Piles. But Mr. Piles did not continue the conversation, contenting himself with telling his friend Grogram that the Red Devil Chiltern was as drunk as a lord. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The debate on the ballot. Phineas took his seat in the House with a consciousness of much inward trepidation of heart on that night of the ballot debate. After leaving Lord Chiltern, he went down to his club and dined alone. 3 or 4 men came and spoke to him, but he could not talk to them at his ease, nor did he quite know what they were saying to him. He was going to do something which he longed to achieve, but the very idea of which, now that it was so near to him, was a terror to him. To be in the House and not to speak would, to his thinking, be a disgraceful failure. Indeed, he could not continue to keep his seat unless he spoke. He had been put there that he might speak. He would speak. Of course he would speak. Had he not already been conspicuous almost as a boy orator? And yet at this moment he did not know whether he was eating mutton or beef, or who was standing opposite to him and talking to him. So much was he in dread of the ordeal which he had prepared for himself. As he went down to the House after dinner, he almost made up his mind that it would be a good thing to leave London by one of the night mail trains. He felt himself to be stiff and stilted as he walked, and that his clothes were uneasy to him. When he turned into Westminster Hall, he regretted more keenly than ever he had done that he had seceded from the keeping of Mr. Lowe. He could, he thought, have spoken very well in court, and would there have learned that self-confidence which now failed him so terribly. It was, however, too late to think of that. He could only go in and take his seat. He went in and took his seat, and the chamber seemed to him to be mysteriously large, as though benches were crowded over benches, and galleries over galleries. He had been long enough in the House to have lost the original awe inspired by the Speaker and the clerks of the House, by the row of ministers, and by the unequalled importance of the place. On ordinary occasions he could saunter in and out, and whisper at his ease to a neighbor. But on this occasion he went direct to the bench on which he ordinarily sat, and began at once to rehearse to himself his speech. He had in truth been doing this all day, in spite of the effort that he had made to rid himself of all memory of the occasion. He had been collecting the heads of his speech while Mr. Lowe had been talking to him, and refreshing his quotations in the presence of Lord Chiltern and the dumbbells. He had taxed his memory and his intellect with various tasks, which, as he feared, would not adjust themselves one with another. He had learned the headings of his speech, so that one heading might follow the other and nothing be forgotten, and he had learned verbatim the words which he had intended to utter under each heading, with a hope that if any one compact part should be destroyed or injured in its compactness by treachery of memory, or by the course of the debate, each other compact part might be there in its entirety, ready for use, or at least so many of the compact parts as treachery of memory and the accidents of the debate might leave to him, so that his speech might be like a vessel, watertight in its various compartments, that would float by the buoyancy of its stern and bow, even though the hold should be waterlogged. But this use of his composed words, even though he should be able to carry it through, would not complete his work, for it would be his duty to answer in some sort those who had gone before him, and in order to do this he must be able to insert, without any prearrangement of words or ideas, little intercalatory parts between those compact masses of argument with which he had been occupying himself for many laborious hours. As he looked round upon the house, and perceived that everything was dim before him, that all his original awe of the house had returned, and with it a present quaking fear that made him feel the pulsations of his own heart, he became painfully aware that the task he had prepared for himself was too great. He should, on this the occasion of his rising to his maiden legs, have either prepared for himself a short general speech, which could indeed have done little for his credit in the House, but which might have served to carry off the novelty of the thing, and have introduced him to the sound of his own voice within those walls, or he should have trusted to what his wit and spirit would produce for him on the spur of the moment, and not have burdened himself with a huge exercise of memory. During the presentation of a few petitions, he tried to repeat to himself the first part of his compact parts, a compact part on which, as it might certainly be brought into use, let the debate have gone as it might, he had expended great care. He had flattered himself that there was something of real strength in his words, as he repeated them to himself in the comfortable seclusion of his own room, and he had made them so ready to his tongue that he thought it to be impossible that he should forget even an intonation. Now he found that he could not remember the first phrases without unloosing and looking at a small roll of paper which he held furtively in his hand. What was the good of looking at it? He would forget it again in the next moment. He had intended to satisfy the most eager of his friends and to astound his opponents. As it was, no one would be satisfied, and none astounded but they who had trusted in him. The debate began, and if the leisure afforded by a long and tedious speech could have served him, he might have had leisure enough. He tried at first to follow all that this advocate for the ballot might say, hoping thence to acquire the impetus of strong interest, but he soon wearied of the work, and began to long that the speech might be ended, although the period of his own martyrdom would thereby be brought nearer to him. At 7:30 so many members had deserted their seats that Phineas began to think that he might be saved all further pains by a count-out. He reckoned the members present, and found that they were below the mystic 40, first by 2, then by 4, by 5, by 7, and at one time by 11. It was not for him to ask the Speaker to count the House, but he wondered that no one else should do so. And yet, as the idea of this termination to the night's work came upon him, and as he thought of his lost labour, he almost took courage again, almost dreaded rather than wished for the interference of some malicious member. But there was no malicious member then present, or else it was known that Lords of the Treasury and Lords of the Admiralty would flock in during the Speaker's ponderous counting, and thus the slow length of the ballot-lover's verbosity was permitted to evolve itself without interruption. At 8 o'clock he had completed his catalogue of illustrations, and immediately Mr. Monk rose from the Treasury bench to explain the grounds on which the government must decline to support the motion before the House. Phineas was aware that Mr. Monk intended to speak, and was aware also that his speech would be very short. "My idea is," he had said to Phineas, "that every man possessed of the franchise should dare to have and to express a political opinion of his own, that otherwise the franchise is not worth having, and that men will learn that when all so dare, no evil can come from such daring. As the ballot would make any courage of that kind unnecessary, I dislike the ballot. I shall confine myself to that, and leave the illustration to younger debaters." Phineas had also been informed that Mr. Turnbull would reply to Mr. Monk, with the purpose of crushing Mr. Monk into dust, and Phineas had prepared his speech with something of an intention of subsequently crushing Mr. Turnbull. He knew, however, that he could not command his opportunity. There was the chapter of accidents to which he must accommodate himself, but such had been his programme for the evening. Mr. Monk made his speech, and though he was short, he was very fiery and energetic. Quick as lightning words of wrath and scorn flew from him, in which he painted the cowardice, the meanness, the falsehood of the ballot. The ballot box, he said, was the grave of all true political opinion. Though he spoke hardly for 10 minutes, he seemed to say more than enough, 10 times enough, to slaughter the argument of the former speaker. At every hot word, as it fell, Phineas was driven to regret that a paragraph of his own was taken away from him, and that his choicest morsels of standing ground were being cut from under his feet. When Mr. Monk sat down, Phineas felt that Mr. Monk had said all that he, Phineas Finn, had intended to say. Then Mr. Turnbull rose slowly from the bench below the gangway. With a speaker so frequent and so famous as Mr. Turnbull, no hurry is necessary. He is sure to have his opportunity. The speaker's eye is ever travelling to the accustomed spots. Mr. Turnbull rose slowly and began his oration very mildly. There was nothing, he said, that he admired so much as the poetic imagery and the high-flown sentiment of his right honourable friend, the member for West Bromwich. Mr. Monk sat for West Bromwich, unless it were the stubborn facts and unanswered arguments of his honourable friend who had brought forward this motion. Then Mr. Turnbull proceeded after his fashion to crush Mr. Monk. He was very prosaic, very clear both in voice and language, very harsh, and very unscrupulous. He and Mr. Monk had been joined together in politics for over 20 years, but one would have thought from Mr. Turnbull's words that they had been the bitterest of enemies. Mr. Monk was taunted with his office, taunted with his desertion of the Liberal party, taunted with his ambition, and taunted with his lack of ambition. I once thought, said Mr. Turnbull, nay, not long ago I thought, that he and I would have fought this battle for the people, shoulder to shoulder, and knee to knee, but he has preferred that the knee next to his own shall wear a garter, and that the shoulder which supports him shall be decked with a blue ribbon, as shoulders, I presume, are decked in those closet conferences which are called cabinets. Just after this, while Mr. Turnbull was still going on with a variety of illustrations drawn from the United States, Barrington Erle stepped across the benches up to a place where Phineas was sitting, and whispered a few words into his ear. Bonteen is prepared to answer Turnbull, and wishes to do it. I told him I thought you should have the opportunity if you wish it. Phineas was not ready with a reply to Erle at the spur of the moment. Somebody told me, continued Erle, that you said that you would like to speak to-night. So I did, said Phineas. Shall I tell Bonteen that you will do it? The chamber seemed to swim round before our hero's eyes. Mr. Turnbull was still going on with his clear, loud, unpleasant voice, but there was no knowing how long he might go on. Upon Phineas, if he should now consent, might devolve the duty, within 10 minutes, within 3 minutes, of rising there before a full house to defend his great friend, Mr. Monk, from a gross personal attack. Was it fit that such a novice as he should undertake such a work as that? Were he to do so, all that speech which he had prepared, with its various self-floating parts, must go for nothing. The task was exactly that which, of all tasks, he would best like to have accomplished, and to have accomplished well. But if he should fail, and he felt that he would fail, for such work a man would have all his senses about him, his full courage, perfect confidence, something almost approaching to contempt for listening opponents, and nothing of fear in regard to listening friends. He should be as a cock in his own farmyard, master of all the circumstances around him. But Phineas Finn had not even as yet heard the sound of his own voice in that room. At that moment, so confused was he that he did not know where sat Mr. Mildmay and where Mr. Daubeny. All was confused, and there arose, as it were, a sound of waters in his ears, and a feeling as of a great hell around him. I had rather wait, he said at last. Bonteen had better reply. Barrington Erle looked into his face, and then, stepping back across the benches, told Mr. Bonteen that the opportunity was his. Mr. Turnbull continued speaking quite long enough to give poor Phineas time for repentance. But repentance was of no use. He had decided against himself, and his decision could not be reversed. He would have left the house, only it seemed to him that had he done so everyone would look at him. He drew his hat down over his eyes, and remained in his place, hating Mr. Bonteen, hating Barrington Erle, hating Mr. Turnbull, but hating no one so much as he hated himself. He had disgraced himself for ever, and could never recover the occasion which he had lost. Mr. Bonteen's speech was in no way remarkable. Mr. Monk, he said, had done the state good service by adding his wisdom and patriotism to the cabinet. The sort of argument which Mr. Bonteen used to prove that a man who has gained credit as a legislator should in process of time become a member of the executive is trite and common, and was not used by Mr. Bonteen with any special force. Mr. Bonteen was glib of tongue, and possessed that familiarity with the place which poor Phineas had lacked so sorely. There was one moment, however, which was terrible to Phineas. As soon as Mr. Bonteen had shown the purpose for which he was on his legs, Mr. Monk looked round at Phineas as though in reproach. He had expected that this work should fall into the hands of one who would perform it with more warmth of heart than could be expected from Mr. Bonteen. When Mr. Bonteen ceased, 2 or 3 other short speeches were made, and members fired off their little guns. Phineas, having lost so great an opportunity, would not now consent to accept one that should be comparatively valueless. Then there came a division. The motion was lost by a large majority, by any number you might choose to name, as Phineas had said to Lord Brentford. But in that there was no triumph to the poor wretch who had failed through fear, and who was now a coward in his own esteem. He left the house alone, carefully avoiding all speech with any one. As he came out he had seen Lawrence Fitzgibbon in the lobby, but he had gone on without pausing a moment, so that he might avoid his friend. And when he was out in Palace Yard, where was he to go next? He looked at his watch, and found that it was just 10. He did not dare to go to his club, and it was impossible for him to go home and to bed. He was very miserable, and nothing would comfort him but sympathy. Was there any one who would listen to his abuse of himself, and would then answer him with kindly apologies for his own weakness? Mrs. Bunch would do it if she knew how, but sympathy from Mrs. Bunch would hardly avail. There was but one person in the world to whom he could tell his own humiliation with any hope of comfort, and that person was Lady Laura Kennedy. Sympathy from any man would have been distasteful to him. He had thought for a moment of flinging himself at Mr. Monk's feet and telling all his weakness, but he could not have endured pity even from Mr. Monk. It was not to be endured from any man. He thought that Lady Laura Kennedy would be at home, and probably alone. He knew, at any rate, that he might be allowed to knock at her door even at that hour. He had left Mr. Kennedy in the house, and there he would probably remain for the next hour. There was no man more constant than Mr. Kennedy in seeing the work of the day or of the night to its end. So Phineas walked up Victoria Street, and from thence into Grosvenor Place, and knocked at Lady Laura's door. Yes, Lady Laura was at home, and alone. He was shown up into the drawing-room, and there he found Lady Laura waiting for her husband. "So the great debate is over," she said, with as much of irony as she knew how to throw into the epithet. "Yes, it is over. And what have they done, those leviathans of the people?" Then Phineas told her what was the majority. "Is there anything the matter with you, Mr. Finn?" she said, looking at him suddenly. "Are you not well?" "Yes, I am very well." "Will you not sit down? There is something wrong, I know. What is it?" "I have simply been the greatest idiot, the greatest coward, the most awkward ass that ever lived." "What do you mean?" "I do not know why I should come to tell you of it at this hour at night, but I have come that I might tell you. Probably because there is no one else in the whole world who would not laugh at me." "At any rate, I shall not laugh at you," said Lady Laura. "But you will despise me." "That I am sure I shall not do." "You cannot help it. I despise myself. For years I have placed before myself the ambition of speaking in the House of Commons. For years I have been thinking whether there would ever come to me an opportunity of making myself heard in that assembly, which I consider to be the first in the world. Today the opportunity has been offered to me, and though the motion was nothing, the opportunity was great. The subject was one on which I was thoroughly prepared. The manner in which I was summoned was most flattering to me. I was especially called on to perform a task which was most congenial to my feelings, and I declined because I was afraid. You had thought too much about it, my friend, said Lady Laura. Too much or too little, what does it matter? Replied Phineas, in despair. There is the fact. I could not do it. Do you remember the story of Conachar in the Fair Maid of Perth, how his heart refused to give him blood enough to fight? He had been suckled with the milk of a timid creature, and though he could die, there was none of the strength of manhood in him. It is about the same thing with me, I take it. I do not think you are at all like Conachar, said Lady Laura. I am equally disgraced, and I must perish after the same fashion. I shall apply for the Chiltern Hundreds in a day or two. You will do nothing of the kind, said Lady Laura, getting up from her chair and coming towards him. You shall not leave this room till you have promised me that you will do nothing of the kind. I do not know as yet what has occurred tonight, but I do know that modesty which has kept you silent is more often a grace than a disgrace. This was the kind of sympathy which he wanted. She drew her chair nearer to him, and then he explained to her as accurately as he could what had taken place in the house on this evening, how he had prepared his speech, how he had felt that his preparation was vain, how he perceived from the course of the debate that if he spoke at all, his speech must be very different from what he had first intended, how he had declined to take upon himself a task which seemed to require so close a knowledge of the ways of the house and of the temper of the men as the defence of such a man as Mr. Monk. In accusing himself, he unconsciously excused himself, and his excuse, in Lady Laura's ears, was more valid than his accusation. "And you would give it all up for that?" she said. "Yes, I think I ought. I have very little doubt but that you were right in allowing Mr. Bonteen to undertake such a task. I should simply explain to Mr. Monk that you felt too keen an interest in his welfare to stand up as an untried member in his defence. It is not, I think, the work for a man who is not at home in the house. I am sure Mr. Monk will feel this, and I am quite certain that Mr. Kennedy will think that you have been right. I do not care what Mr. Kennedy may think." "Why do you say that, Mr. Finn? That is not courteous." "Simply because I care so much what Mr. Kennedy's wife may think. Your opinion is all in all to me, only I know that you are too kind to me." "He would not be too kind to you. He is never too kind to any one. He is justice itself." Phineas, as he heard the tones of her voice, could not but feel that there was in Lady Laura's words something of an accusation against her husband. "I hate justice," said Phineas. "I know that justice would condemn me. But love and friendship know nothing of justice. The value of love is that it overlooks faults and forgives even crimes." "I, at any rate," said Lady Laura, "will forgive the crime of your silence in the house. My strong belief in your success will not be in the least affected by what you tell me of your failure tonight. You must await another opportunity, and if possible, you should be less anxious as to your own performance. There is Violet." As Lady Laura spoke the last words, there was a sound of a carriage stopping in the street, and the front door was immediately opened. "She is staying here, but has been dining with her uncle, Admiral Effingham." Then Violet Effingham entered the room, rolled up in pretty white furs and silk cloaks and lace shawls. Here is Mr. Finn, come to tell us of the debate about the ballot." "I don't care twopence about the ballot," said Violet, as she put out her hand to Phineas. "Are we going to have a new iron fleet built? That's the question." "Sir Simeon has come out strong to-night," said Lady Laura. "There is no political question of any importance except the question of the iron fleet," said Violet. "I am quite sure of that. And so if Mr. Finn can tell me nothing about the iron fleet, I'll go to bed." "Mr. Kennedy will tell you everything when he comes home," said Phineas. "Oh, Mr. Kennedy never tells one anything. I doubt whether Mr. Kennedy thinks that any woman knows the meaning of the British Constitution." "Do you know what it means, Violet?" asked Lady Laura. "To be sure I do. It is liberty to growl about the iron fleet, or the ballot, or the taxes, or the peers, or the bishops, or anything else, except the House of Commons. That's the British Constitution. Good night, Mr. Finn." "What a beautiful creature she is," said Phineas. "Yes, indeed," said Lady Laura, "and full of wit and grace and pleasantness. I do not wonder at your brother's choice." It will be remembered that this was said on the day before Lord Chiltern had made his offer for the third time. Poor Oswald! He does not know as yet that she is in town. After that Phineas went, not wishing to await the return of Mr. Kennedy. He had felt that Violet Effingham had come into the room just in time to remedy a great difficulty. He did not wish to speak of his love to a married woman, to the wife of the man who called him friend, to a woman who he felt sure would have rebuked him. But he could hardly have restrained himself had not Miss Effingham been there. But as he went home he thought more of Miss Effingham than he did of Lady Laura, and I think that the voice of Miss Effingham had done almost as much towards comforting him as had the kindness of the other. At any rate, he had been comforted. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Do be punctual. On the very morning after his failure in the House of Commons, when Phineas was reading in the Telegraph, he took the Telegraph not from choice, but for economy. The words of that debate which he had heard, and in which he should have taken a part, a most unwelcome visit was paid to him. It was near 11, and the breakfast things were still on the table. He was at this time on a committee of the House with reference to the use of potted peas in the Army and Navy, at which he had sat once at a preliminary meeting, and in reference to which he had already resolved that as he had failed so frightfully in debate, he would certainly do his duty to the utmost in the more easy but infinitely more tedious work of the committee room. The committee met at 12, and he intended to walk down to the Reform Club and then to the House. He had just completed his reading of the debate and of the leaders in the Telegraph on the subject. He had told himself how little the writer of the article knew about Mr. Turnbull, and how little about Mr. Monk, and how little about the people, such being his own ideas as to the qualifications of the writer of that leading article, and was about to start. But Mrs. Bunch arrested him by telling him that there was a man below who wanted to see him. "What sort of a man, Mrs. Bunch?" "He ain't a gentleman, sir." "Did he give his name?" "He did not, sir, but I know it's about money. I know the ways of them so well. I've seen this one's face before somewhere." "You had better show him up," said Phineas. He knew well the business on which the man was come. The man wanted money for the bill which Lawrence Fitzgibbon had sent afloat, and which Phineas had endorsed. Phineas had never as yet fallen so deeply into troubles of money as to make it necessary that he need refuse himself to any callers on that score, and he did not choose to do so now. Nevertheless, he most heartily wished that he had left his lodgings for the club before the man had come. This was not the first he had heard of the bill being overdue and unpaid. The bill had been brought to him noted a month since, and then he had simply told the youth who brought it that he would see Mr. Fitzgibbon and have the matter settled. He had spoken to his friend Lawrence, and Lawrence had simply assured him that all should be made right in 2 days, or at furthest by the end of a week. Since that time he had observed that his friend had been somewhat shy of speaking to him when no others were with them. Phineas would not have alluded to the bill had he and Lawrence been alone together, but he had been quick enough to guess from his friend's manner that the matter was not settled. Now, no doubt, serious trouble was about to commence. The visitor was a little man with grey hair and a white cravat, some 60 years of age, dressed in black, with a very decent hat, which on entering the room he at once put down on the nearest chair, with reference to whom any judge on the subject would have concurred at first sight in the decision pronounced by Mrs. Bunch, though none but a judge very well used to sift the causes of his own conclusions could have given the reasons for that early decision. "He ain't a gentleman," Mrs. Bunch had said, and the man certainly was not a gentleman. The old man in the white cravat was very neatly dressed, and carried himself without any of that humility which betrays one class of uncertified aspirants to gentility, or of that assumed arrogance which is at once fatal to another class. But nevertheless Mrs. Bunch had seen at a glance that he was not a gentleman, had seen, moreover, that such a man could have come only upon one mission. She was right there, too. This visitor had come about money. "About this bill, Mr. Finn," said the visitor, proceeding to take out of his breast coat pocket a rather large leathern case, as he advanced up towards the fire. "My name is Clarkson, Mr. Finn. If I may venture so far, I'll take a chair." "Certainly, Mr. Clarkson," said Phineas, getting up and pointing to a seat. "Thank ye, Mr. Finn, thank ye. We shall be more comfortable doing business sitting, shan't we?" Whereupon the horrid little man drew himself close in to the fire, and spreading out his leathern case upon his knees, began to turn over one suspicious bit of paper after another, as though he were uncertain in what part of his portfolio lay this identical bit which he was seeking. He seemed to be quite at home, and to feel that there was no ground whatever for hurry in such comfortable quarters. Phineas hated him at once, with a hatred altogether unconnected with the difficulty which his friend Fitzgibbon had brought upon him. "Here it is," said Mr. Clarkson at last. "Oh, dear me, dear me! The 3rd of November, and here we are in March. I didn't think it was so bad as this. I didn't, indeed. This is very bad, and for Parliament gents, too, who should be more punctual than anybody, because of the privilege. Shouldn't they now, Mr. Finn?" "All men should be punctual, I suppose," said Phineas. "Of course they should. Of course they should. I always say to my gents, be punctual, and I'll do anything for you. But perhaps, Mr. Finn, you can hand me a cheque for this amount, and then you and I will begin square." "Indeed I cannot, Mr. Clarkson." "Not hand me a cheque for it?" "Upon my word, no." "That's very bad indeed. Then I suppose I must take the half, and renew for the remainder, though I don't like it. I don't indeed. I can pay no part of that bill, Mr. Clarkson. Pay no part of it? And Mr. Clarkson, in order that he might the better express his surprise, arrested his hand in the very act of poking his host's fire. "If you'll allow me, I'll manage the fire," said Phineas, putting out his hand for the poker. But Mr. Clarkson was fond of poking fires, and would not surrender the poker. "Pay no part of it," he said again, holding the poker away from Phineas in his left hand. "Don't say that, Mr. Finn. Pray don't say that. Don't drive me to be severe. I don't like to be severe with my gents. I'll do anything, Mr. Finn, if you'll only be punctual. The fact is, Mr. Clarkson, I have never had 1 penny of consideration for that bill, and—" "Oh, Mr. Finn! Oh, Mr. Finn!" And then Mr. Clarkson had his will of the fire. "I never had 1 penny of consideration for that bill," continued Phineas. "Of course I don't deny my responsibility. No, Mr. Finn, you can't deny that. Here it is, Phineas Finn, and everybody knows you, because you're a Parliament gent. I don't deny it, but I had no reason to suppose that I should be called upon for the money when I accommodated my friend Mr. Fitzgibbon, and I have not got it. That is the long and the short of it. I must see him, and take care that arrangements are made." "Arrangements?" "Yes, arrangements for settling the bill. He hasn't got the money, Mr. Finn. You know that as well as I do." "I know nothing about it, Mr. Clarkson." "Oh yes, Mr. Finn, you know. You know." "I tell you I know nothing about it," said Phineas, waxing angry. "As to Mr. Fitzgibbon, he's the pleasantest gent that ever lived, isn't he now? I've knowed him these 10 years. I don't suppose that for 10 years I've been without his name in my pocket. But bless you, Mr. Finn, there's an end to everything. I shouldn't have looked at this bit of paper if it hadn't been for your signature. Of course not. You're just beginning, and it's natural you should want a little help. You'll find me always ready if you'll only be punctual. I tell you again, sir, that I never had a shilling out of that for myself, and do not want any such help." Here Mr. Clarkson smiled sweetly. "I gave my name to my friend simply to oblige him." "I like you Irish gents, because you do hang together so close," said Mr. Clarkson. "Simply to oblige him," continued Phineas. "As I said before, I know that I am responsible, but as I also said before, I have not the means of taking up that bill. I will see Mr. Fitzgibbon, and let you know what we propose to do." Then Phineas got up from his seat and took his hat. It was full time that he should go down to his committee. But Mr. Clarkson did not get up from his seat. "I'm afraid I must ask you to leave me now, Mr. Clarkson, as I have business down at the House." "Business at the House never presses, Mr. Finn," said Mr. Clarkson. "That's the best of Parliament. I've known Parliament gents this 30 years and more. Would you believe it? I've had a Prime Minister's name in that portfolio. That I have. And a Lord Chancellor's. That I have. And an Archbishop's too. I know what Parliament is, Mr. Finn. Come, come, don't put me off with Parliament." There he sat before the fire with his pouch open before him, and Phineas had no power of moving him. Could Phineas have paid him the money which was manifestly due to him on the bill, the man would of course have gone, but failing in that, Phineas could not turn him out. There was a black cloud on the young member's brow, and a great anger at his heart, against Fitzgibbon rather than against the man who was sitting there before him. "Sir," he said, "it is really imperative that I should go. I am pledged to an appointment at the House at 12, and it wants now only a quarter. I regret that your interview with me should be so unsatisfactory, but I can only promise you that I will see Mr. Fitzgibbon." "And when shall I call again, Mr. Finn?" "Perhaps I had better write to you," said Phineas. "Oh dear no," said Mr. Clarkson. "I should much prefer to look in. Looking in is always best. We can get to understand one another in that way. Let me see. I dare say you're not particular. Suppose I say Sunday morning." "Really, I could not see you on Sunday morning, Mr. Clarkson." "Parliament gents ain't generally particular, especially not among the Catholics," pleaded Mr. Clarkson. "I am always engaged on Sundays," said Phineas. "Suppose we say Monday or Tuesday morning at 11, and do be punctual, Mr. Finn. At Tuesday morning I'll come, and then no doubt I shall find you ready." Whereupon Mr. Clarkson slowly put up his bills within his portfolio, and then, before Phineas knew where he was, had warmly shaken that poor dismayed member of Parliament by the hand. "Only do be punctual, Mr. Finn," he said, as he made his way down the stairs. It was now 12, and Phineas rushed off to a cab. He was in such a fervour of rage and misery that he could hardly think of his position, or what he had better do, till he got into the committee room, and when there he could think of nothing else. He intended to go deeply into the question of potted peas, holding an equal balance between the assailed government offices on the one hand, and the advocates of the potted peas on the other. The potters of the peas, who wanted to sell their article to the Crown, declared that an extensive, perhaps we may say an unlimited, use of the article would save the whole army and navy from the scourges of scurvy, dyspepsia, and rheumatism, would be the best safeguard against typhus and other fevers, and would be an invaluable aid in all other maladies to which soldiers and sailors are peculiarly subject. The peas in question were grown on a large scale in Holstein, and their growth had been fostered with the special object of doing good to the British army and navy. The peas were so cheap that there would be a great saving in money, and it really had seemed to many that the officials of the Horse Guards and the Admiralty had been actuated by some fiendish desire to deprive their men of salutary fresh vegetables, simply because they were of foreign growth. But the officials of the War Office and the Admiralty declared that the potted peas in question were hardly fit for swine. The motion for the committee had been made by a gentleman of the opposition, and Phineas had been put upon it as an independent member. He had resolved to give it all his mind, and, as far as he was concerned, to reach a just decision, in which there should be no favour shown to the government side. New brooms are proverbial for thorough work, and in this committee work Phineas was as yet a new broom. But unfortunately on this day his mind was so harassed that he could hardly understand what was going on. It did not perhaps much signify, as the witnesses examined were altogether agricultural. They only proved the production of peas in Holstein, a fact as to which Phineas had no doubt. The proof was naturally slow, as the evidence was given in German, and had to be translated into English, and the work of the day was much impeded by a certain member who unfortunately spoke German, who seemed to be fond of speaking German before his brethren of the committee, and who was curious as to agriculture in Holstein generally. The chairman did not understand German, and there was a difficulty in checking this gentleman and in making him understand that his questions were not relevant to the issue. Phineas could not keep his mind during the whole afternoon from the subject of his misfortune. What should he do if this horrid man came to him once or twice a week? He certainly did owe the man the money. He must admit that to himself. The man no doubt was a dishonest knave who had discounted the bill probably at 50%. But nevertheless, Phineas had made himself legally responsible for the amount. The privilege of the house prohibited him from arrest. He thought of that very often, but the thought only made him the more unhappy. Would it not be said, and might it not be said truly, that he had incurred this responsibility, a responsibility which he was altogether unequal to answer, because he was so protected? He did feel that a certain consciousness of his privilege had been present to him when he had put his name across the paper, and there had been dishonesty in that very consciousness. And of what service would his privilege be to him if this man could harass every hour of his life? The man was to be with him again in a day or two, and when the appointment had been proposed, he, Phineas, had not dared to negative it. And how was he to escape? As for paying the bill, that with him was altogether impossible. The man had told him, and he believed the man, that payment by Fitzgibbon was out of the question. And yet Fitzgibbon was the son of a peer, whereas he was only the son of a country doctor. Of course Fitzgibbon must make some effort, some great effort, and have the thing settled. Alas, alas! He knew enough of the world already to feel that the hope was vain. He went down from the committee room into the house, and he dined at the house, and remained there until 8 or 9 at night. But Fitzgibbon did not come. He then went to the Reform Club, but he was not there. Both at the club and in the house, many men spoke to him about the debate of the previous night, expressing surprise that he had not spoken, making him more and more wretched. He saw Mr. Monk, but Mr. Monk was walking arm in arm with his colleague, Mr. Palliser, and Phineas could do no more than just speak to them. He thought that Mr. Monk's nod of recognition was very cold. That might be fancy, but it certainly was a fact that Mr. Monk only nodded to him. He would tell Mr. Monk the truth, and then, if Mr. Monk chose to quarrel with him, he, at any rate, would take no step to renew their friendship. From the Reform Club he went to the Shakespeare, a smaller club to which Fitzgibbon belonged, and of course Phineas much wished to become a member, and to which he knew that his friend resorted when he wished to enjoy himself thoroughly, and to be at ease in his inn. Men at the Shakespeare could do as they pleased. There were no politics there, no fashion, no stiffness, and no rules, so men said, but that was hardly true. Everybody called everybody by his Christian name, and members smoked all over the house. They who did not belong to the Shakespeare thought it an Elysium upon earth, and they who did believed it to be among pandemoniums the most pleasant. Phineas called at the Shakespeare, and was told by the porter that Mr. Fitzgibbon was upstairs. He was shown into the stranger's room, and in 5 minutes his friend came down to him. "I want you to come down to the Reform with me," said Phineas. "By jingo, my dear fellow, I'm in the middle of a rubber of whist. There has been a man with me about that bill." "What, Clarkson?" "Yes, Clarkson," said Phineas. "Don't mind him," said Fitzgibbon. "That's nonsense. How am I to help minding him? I must mind him. He is coming to me again on Tuesday morning." "Don't see him." "How can I help seeing him? Make them say you're not at home." "He has made an appointment. He has told me that he'll never leave me alone. He'll be the death of me if this is not settled." "It shall be settled, my dear fellow. I'll see about it. I'll see about it and write you a line. You must excuse me now, because those fellows are waiting. I'll have it all arranged." Again, as Phineas went home, He thoroughly wished that he had not seceded from Mr. Lowe. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Baldock at home. About the middle of March, Lady Baldock came up from Baddingham to London, coerced into doing so, as Violet Effingham declared, in thorough opposition to all her own tastes, by the known wishes of her friends and relatives. Her friends and relatives, so Miss Effingham insinuated, were unanimous in wishing that Lady Baldock should remain at Baddingham Park, and therefore, that wish having been indiscreetly expressed, she had put herself to great inconvenience, and had come to London in March. "Gustavus will go mad," said Violet to Lady Laura. The Gustavus in question was the Lord Baldock of the present generation, Miss Effingham's Lady Baldock being the peer's mother. "Why does not Lord Baldock take a house himself?" asked Lady Laura. "Don't you know, my dear," Violet answered, "how much we Baddingham people think of money? We don't like being vexed and driven mad, but even that is better than keeping up 2 households." As regarded Violet, the injury arising from Lady Baldock's early migration was very great, for she was thus compelled to move from Grosvenor Place to Lady Baldock's house in Berkeley Square. "As you are so fond of being in London, Augusta and I have made up our minds to come up before Easter," Lady Baldock had written to her. "I shall go to her now," Violet had said to her friend, "because I have not quite made up my mind as to what I will do for the future." "Marry Oswald, and be your own mistress." "I mean to be my own mistress without marrying Oswald, though I don't see my way quite clearly as yet. I think I shall set up a little house of my own, and let the world say what it pleases. I suppose they couldn't make me out to be a lunatic." "I shouldn't wonder if they were to try," said Lady Laura. "They could not prevent me in any other way, but I am in the dark as yet, and so I shall be obedient and go to my aunt." Miss Effingham went to Berkeley Square, and Phineas Finn was introduced to Lady Baldock. He had been often in Grosvenor Place, and had seen Violet frequently. Mr. Kennedy gave periodical dinners once a week, to which everybody went who could get an invitation, and Phineas had been a guest more than once. Indeed, in spite of his miseries, he had taken to dining out a good deal, and was popular as an eater of dinners. He could talk when wanted, and did not talk too much, was pleasant in manners and appearance, and had already achieved a certain recognized position in London life. Of those who knew him intimately, not 1 in 20 were aware from whence he came, what was his parentage, or what his means of living. He was a member of Parliament, a friend of Mr. Kennedy's, was intimate with Mr. Monk, though an Irishman did not, as a rule, herd with other Irishmen, and was the right sort of person to have at your house. Some people said he was a cousin of Lord Brentford's, and others declared that he was Lord Chiltern's earliest friend. There he was, however, with a position gained, and even Lady Baldock asked him to her house. Lady Baldock had evenings. People went to her house, and stood about the room and on the stairs, talked to each other for half an hour, and went away. In these March days there was no crowding, but still there were always enough of people there to show that Lady Baldock was successful. Why people should have gone to Lady Baldock's I cannot explain, but there are houses to which people go without any reason. Phineas received a little card asking him to go, and he always went. "I think you like my friend Mr. Finn," Lady Laura said to Miss Effingham after the first of these evenings. "Yes, I do. I like him decidedly." "So do I. I should hardly have thought that you would have taken a fancy to him." "I hardly know what you call taking a fancy," said Violet. "I am not quite sure I like to be told that I have taken a fancy for a young man." "I mean no offence, my dear." "Of course you don't. But to speak truth, I think I have rather taken a fancy to him. There is just enough of him, but not too much. I don't mean materially, in regard to his inches, but as to his mental belongings. I hate a stupid man who can't talk to me, and I hate a clever man who talks me down. I don't like a man who is too lazy to make any effort to shine, but I particularly dislike the man who is always striving for effect. I abominate a humble man, but yet I love to perceive that a man acknowledges the superiority of my sex and youth, and all that kind of thing." "You want to be flattered without plain flattery." "Of course I do. A man who would tell me that I am pretty, unless he is over 70, ought to be kicked out of the room, but a man who can't show me that he thinks me so without saying a word about it is allowed. Now in all those matters your friend Mr. Finn seems to know what he is about. In other words, he makes himself pleasant, and therefore one is glad to see him. I suppose you do not mean to fall in love with him?" "Not that I know of, my dear, but when I do I'll be sure to give you notice." I fear that there was more of earnestness in Lady Laura's last question than Miss Effingham had supposed. She had declared to herself over and over again that she had never been in love with Phineas Finn. She had acknowledged to herself, before Mr. Kennedy had asked her hand in marriage, that there had been danger, that she could have learned to love the man if such love would not have been ruinous to her, that the romance of such a passion would have been pleasant to her. She had gone farther than this, and had said to herself that she would have given way to that romance, and would have been ready to accept such love if offered to her, had she not put it out of her own power to marry a poor man by her generosity to her brother. Then she had thrust the thing aside, and had clearly understood, she thought that she had clearly understood, that life for her must be a matter of business. Was it not the case with 9 out of every 10 among mankind, with 999 out of every 1,000, that life must be a matter of business and not of romance? Of course she could not marry Mr. Finn, knowing, as she did, that neither of them had a shilling. Of all men in the world she esteemed Mr. Kennedy the most, and when these thoughts were passing through her mind, she was well aware that he would ask her to be his wife. Had she not resolved that she would accept the offer, she would not have gone to Loughlinter. Having put aside all romance as unfitted to her life, she could, she thought, do her duty as Mr. Kennedy's wife. She would teach herself to love him. Nay, she had taught herself to love him. She was at any rate so sure of her own heart that she would never give her husband cause to rue the confidence he placed in her. And yet there was something sore within her when she thought that Phineas Finn was fond of Violet Effingham. It was Lady Baldock's second evening, and Phineas came to the house at about 11 o'clock. At this time he had encountered a second and a third interview with Mr. Clarkson, and had already failed in obtaining any word of comfort from Lawrence Fitzgibbon about the bill. It was clear enough now that Lawrence felt that they were both made safe by their privilege, and that Mr. Clarkson should be treated as you treat the organ grinders. They are a nuisance and must be endured. But the nuisance is not so great but what you can live in comfort, if only you are not too sore as to the annoyance. My dear fellow, Lawrence had said to him, I have had Clarkson almost living in my rooms. He used to drink nearly a pint of sherry a day for me. All I looked to was that I didn't live there at the same time. If you wish it, I'll send in the sherry. This was very bad, and Phineas tried to quarrel with his friend, but he found that it was difficult to quarrel with Lawrence Fitzgibbon. But though on this side Phineas was very miserable, on another side he had obtained great comfort. Mr. Monk and he were better friends than ever. As to what Turnbull says about me in the house, Mr. Monk had said, laughing, he and I understand each other perfectly. I should like to see you on your legs, but it is just as well, perhaps, that you have deferred it. We shall have the real question on immediately after Easter, and then you'll have plenty of opportunities. Phineas had explained how he had attempted, how he had failed, and how he had suffered, and Mr. Monk had been generous in his sympathy. I know all about it, said he, and have gone through it all myself. The more respect you feel for the house, the more satisfaction you will have in addressing it when you have mastered this difficulty. The first person who spoke to Phineas at Lady Baldock's was Miss Fitzgibbon, Lawrence's sister. Aspasia Fitzgibbon was a warm woman as regarded money, and as she was moreover a most discreet spinster, she was made welcome by Lady Baldock, in spite of the well-known iniquities of her male relatives. Mr. Finn, said she, how do ye do? I want to say a word to ye. Just come here into the corner. Phineas, not knowing how to escape, did retreat into the corner with Miss Fitzgibbon. Tell me now, Mr. Finn, have ye been lending money to Lawrence? No, I have lent him no money, said Phineas, much astonished by the question. Don't. That's my advice to ye. Don't. On any other matter, Lawrence is the best creature in the world, but he's bad to lend money to. You ain't in any hobble with him, then? Well, nothing to speak of. What makes you ask? Then you are in a hobble. Dear, dear, I never saw such a man as Lawrence. Never. Good-bye. I wouldn't do it again if I were you. That's all. Then Miss Fitzgibbon came out of the corner and made her way downstairs. Phineas immediately afterwards came across Miss Effingham. I did not know, said she, that you and the divine Aspasia were such close allies. We are the dearest friends in the world, but she has taken my breath away now. May a body be told how she has done that? Violet asked. Well, no, I'm afraid not, even though the body be Miss Effingham. It was a profound secret, really a secret concerning a third person, and she began about it just as though she were speaking about the weather. How charming! I do so like her. You haven't heard, have you, that Mr. Rattler proposed to her the other day? No, but he did. At least, so she tells everybody. She said she'd take him if he would promise to get her brother's salary doubled. Did she tell you? No, not me, and of course I don't believe a word of it. I suppose Barrington Erle made up the story. Are you going out of town next week, Mr. Finn? The next week to this was Easter week. I heard you were going into Northamptonshire. From Lady Lara? Yes, from Lady Lara. I intend to spend 3 days with Lord Chiltern at Willingford. It is an old promise. I am going to ride his horses. That is, if I am able to ride them. Take care what you are about, Mr. Finn. They say his horses are so dangerous. I'm rather good at falling, I flatter myself. I know that Lord Chiltern rides anything he can sit, so long as it is some animal that nobody else will ride. It was always so with him. He is so odd, is he not? Phineas knew, of course, that Lord Chiltern had more than once asked Violet Effingham to be his wife, and he believed that she, from her intimacy with Lady Laura, must know that he knew it. He had also heard Lady Laura express a very strong wish that, in spite of these refusals, Violet might even yet become her brother's wife, and Phineas also knew that Violet Effingham was becoming, in his own estimation, the most charming woman of his acquaintance. How was he to talk to her about Lord Chiltern? "He is odd," said Phineas, "but he is an excellent fellow, whom his father altogether misunderstands." "Exactly, just so. I am so glad to hear you say that. You who have never had the misfortune to have anything to do with a bad set. Why don't you tell Lord Brentford? Lord Brentford would listen to you." "To me?" "Yes, of course he would, for you are just the link that is wanting. You are Chiltern's intimate friend, and you are also the friend of bigwigs and cabinet ministers. Lord Brentford would put me down at once if I spoke to him on such a subject." "I am sure he would not. You are too big to be put down, and no man can really dislike to hear his son well spoken of by those who are well spoken of themselves. Won't you try, Mr. Finn?" Phineas said that he would think of it, that he would try if any fit opportunity could be found. "Of course you know how intimate I have been with the Standishes," said Violet, "that Laura is to me a sister, and that Oswald used to be almost a brother." "Why do you not speak to Lord Brentford, you who are his favourite?" "There are reasons, Mr. Finn. Besides, how can any girl come forward and say that she knows the disposition of any man? You can live with Lord Chiltern, and see what he is made of, and know his thoughts, and learn what is good in him, and also what is bad. After all, how is any girl really to know anything of a man's life?" "If I can do anything, Miss Effingham, I will," said Phineas. "And then we shall all of us be so grateful to you," said Violet, with her sweetest smile. Phineas, retreating from this conversation, stood for a while alone, thinking of it. Had she thus spoken of Lord Chiltern because she did love him, or because she did not? And the sweet commendations which had fallen from her lips upon him, Phineas Finn, were they compatible with anything like a growing partiality for himself, or were they incompatible with any such feeling? Had he most reason to be comforted or to be discomfited by what had taken place? It seemed hardly possible to his imagination that Violet Effingham should love such a nobody as he, and yet he had had fair evidence that one standing as high in the world as Violet Effingham would fain have loved him, could she have followed the dictates of her heart. He had trembled when he had first resolved to declare his passion to Lady Laura, fearing that she would scorn him as being presumptuous. But there had been no cause for such fear as that. He had declared his love, and she had not thought him to be presumptuous. That now was ages ago, 8 months since, and Lady Laura had become a married woman. Since he had become so warmly alive to the charms of Violet Effingham, he had determined, with stern propriety, that a passion for such a married woman was disgraceful. Such love was in itself a sin, even though it was accompanied by the severest forbearance and the most rigid propriety of conduct. No, Lady Laura had done wisely to check the growing feeling of partiality which she had admitted, and now that she was married, he would be as wise as she. It was clear to him that, as regarded his own heart, the way was open to him for a new enterprise. But what if he were to fail again, and be told by Violet, when he declared his love, that she had just engaged herself to Lord Chiltern? "What were you and Violet talking about so eagerly?" said Lady Laura to him, with a smile that, in its approach to laughter, almost betrayed its mistress. "We were talking about your brother. You are going to him, are you not?" "Yes, I leave London on Sunday night, but only for a day or two." "Has he any chance there, do you think?" "What, with Miss Effingham?" "Yes, with Violet. Sometimes I think she loves him." "How can I say? In such a matter you can judge better than I can do. One woman with reference to another can draw the line between love and friendship. She certainly likes Chiltern." "Oh, I believe she loves him. I do indeed. But she fears him. She does not quite understand how much there is of tenderness with that assumed ferocity. And Oswald is so strange, so unwise, so impolitic, that though he loves her better than all the world beside, he will not sacrifice even a turn of a word to win her. When he asks her to marry him, he almost flies at her throat, as an angry debtor who applies for instant payment. Tell him, Mr. Finn, never to give it over, and teach him that he should be soft with her. Tell him also that in her heart she likes him. One woman, as you say, knows another woman, and I am certain he would win her if he would only be gentle with her." Then, again, before they parted, Lady Laura told him that this marriage was the dearest wish of her heart, and that there would be no end to her gratitude if Phineas could do anything to promote it, all which again made our hero unhappy. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Sunday in Grosvenor Place. Mr. Kennedy, though he was a most scrupulously attentive member of Parliament, was a man very punctual to hours and rules in his own house, and liked that his wife should be as punctual as himself. Lady Laura, who in marrying him had firmly resolved that she would do her duty to him in all ways, even though the ways might sometimes be painful, and had been perhaps more punctilious in this respect than she might have been had she loved him heartily, was not perhaps quite so fond of accurate regularity as her husband, and thus by this time certain habits of his had become rather bonds than habits to her. He always had prayers at 9, and breakfasted at 9:15, let the hours on the night before have been as late as they might before the time for rest had come. After breakfast he would open his letters in his study, but he liked her to be with him, and desired to discuss with her every application he got from a constituent. He had his private secretary in a room apart, but he thought that everything should be filtered to his private secretary through his wife. He was very anxious that she herself should superintend the accounts of their own private expenditure, and had taken some trouble to teach her an excellent mode of bookkeeping. He had recommended to her a certain course of reading, which was pleasant enough. Ladies like to receive such recommendations. But Mr. Kennedy, having drawn out the course, seemed to expect that his wife should read the books he had named, and worse still, that she should read them in the time he had allocated for the work. This, I think, was tyranny. Then the Sundays became very wearisome to Lady Laura. Going to church twice, she had learnt, would be a part of her duty, and though in her father's household attendance at church had never been very strict, she had made up her mind to this cheerfully. But Mr. Kennedy expected also that he and she should always dine together on Sundays, that there should be no guests, and that there should be no evening company. After all, the demand was not very severe, but yet she found that it operated injuriously upon her comfort. The Sundays were very wearisome to her, and made her feel that her lord and master was her lord and master. She made an effort or two to escape, but the efforts were all in vain. He never spoke a cross word to her. He never gave a stern command. But yet he had his way. "I won't say that reading a novel on a Sunday is a sin," he said, "but we must at any rate admit that it is a matter on which men disagree, that many of the best of men are against such occupation on Sunday, and that to abstain is to be on the safe side." So the novels were put away, and Sunday afternoon, with a long evening, became rather a stumbling block to Lady Laura. Those 2 hours, moreover, with her husband in the morning, became very wearisome to her. At first she had declared that it would be her greatest ambition to help her husband in his work, and she had read all the letters from the McNabs and McFays, asking to be made gaugers and landing waiters, with an assumed interest. But the work paled upon her very quickly. Her quick intellect discovered soon that there was nothing in it which she really did. It was all form and verbiage and pretense at business. Her husband went through it all with the utmost patience, reading every word, giving orders as to every detail, and conscientiously doing that which he conceived he had undertaken to do. But Lady Laura wanted to meddle with high politics, to discuss reform bills, to assist in putting up Mr. This and putting down my Lord That. Why should she waste her time in doing that which the lad in the next room, who was called a private secretary, could do as well? Still she would obey. Let the task be as hard as it might, she would obey. If he counseled her to do this or that, she would follow his counsel, because she owed him so much. If she had accepted the half of all his wealth without loving him, she owed him the more on that account. But she knew, she could not but know, that her intellect was brighter than his, and might it not be possible for her to lead him? Then she made efforts to lead her husband, and found that he was as stiff-necked as an ox. Mr. Kennedy was not perhaps a clever man, but he was a man who knew his own way, and who intended to keep it. "I have got a headache, Robert," she said to him one Sunday after luncheon. "I think I will not go to church this afternoon." "It is not serious, I hope?" "Oh, dear, no. Don't you know how one feels sometimes that one has got a head? And when that is the case, one's armchair is the best place." "I am not sure of that," said Mr. Kennedy. "If I went to church I should not attend," said Lady Laura. "The fresh air would do you more good than anything else, and we could walk across the park." "Thank you. I won't go out again to-day." This she said with something almost of crossness in her manner, and Mr. Kennedy went to the afternoon service by himself. Lady Laura, when she was left alone, began to think of her position. She was not more than 4 or 5 months married, and she was becoming very tired of her life. Was it not also true that she was becoming tired of her husband? She had twice told Phineas Finn that of all men in the world she esteemed Mr. Kennedy the most. She did not esteem him less now. She knew no point or particle in which he did not do his duty with accuracy. But no person can live happily with another, not even with a brother or a sister or a friend, simply upon esteem. All the virtues in the calendar, though they exist on each side, will not make a man and woman happy together unless there be sympathy. Lady Laura was beginning to find out that there was a lack of sympathy between herself and her husband. She thought of this till she was tired of thinking of it, and then, wishing to divert her mind, she took up the book that was lying nearest to her hand. It was a volume of a new novel which she had been reading on the previous day, and now, without much thought about it, she went on with her reading. There came to her, no doubt, some dim, half-formed idea that, as she was freed from going to church by the plea of a headache, she was also absolved by the same plea from other Sunday hindrances. A child, when it is ill, has buttered toast and a picture book instead of bread and milk and lessons. In this way, Lady Laura conceived herself to be entitled to her novel. While she was reading it, there came a knock at the door, and Barrington Erle was shown upstairs. Mr. Kennedy had given no orders against Sunday visitors, but had simply said that Sunday visiting was not to his taste. Barrington, however, was Lady Laura's cousin, and people must be very strict if they can't see their cousins on Sunday. Lady Laura soon lost her headache altogether in the animation of discussing the chances of the new Reform Bill with the Prime Minister's private secretary, and had left her chair and was standing by the table with the novel in her hand, protesting this and denying that, expressing infinite confidence in Mr. Monk, and violently denouncing Mr. Turnbull, when her husband returned from church and came up into the drawing-room. Lady Laura had forgotten the headache altogether, and had in her composition none of that thoughtfulness of hypocrisy which would have taught her to moderate her political feeling at her husband's return. "I do declare," she said, "that if Mr. Turnbull opposes the government measure now, because he can't have his own way in everything, I will never again put my trust in any man who calls himself a popular leader." "You never should," said Barrington Erle. "That's all very well for you, Barrington, who are an aristocratic Whig of the old official school, and who call yourself a Liberal simply because Fox was a Liberal 100 years ago. My heart's in it." "Heart should never have anything to do with politics, should it?" said Earle, turning round to Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy did not wish to discuss the matter on a Sunday, nor yet did he wish to say before Barrington Erle that he thought it wrong to do so, and he was desirous of treating his wife in some way as though she were an invalid, that she therefore might be, as it were, punished. But he did not wish to do this in such a way that Barrington should be aware of the punishment. "Laura had better not disturb herself about it now," he said. "How is a person to help being disturbed?" said Lady Laura, laughing. "Well, well, we won't mind all that now," said Mr. Kennedy, turning away. Then he took up the novel which Lady Laura had just lain down from her hand, and having looked at it, carried it aside and placed it on a bookshelf which was remote from them. Lady Laura watched him as he did this, and the whole course of her husband's thoughts on the subject was open to her at once. She regretted the novel, and she regretted also the political discussion. Soon afterwards Barrington Erle went away, and the husband and wife were alone together. "I am glad that your head is so much better," said he. He did not intend to be severe, but he spoke with a gravity of manner which almost amounted to severity. "Yes, it is," she said. "Barrington's coming in cheered me up." "I am sorry that you should have wanted cheering." "Don't you know what I mean, Robert?" "No, I do not think that I do, exactly." "I suppose your head is stronger. You do not get that feeling of dazed, helpless imbecility of brain, which hardly amounts to headache, but which yet is almost as bad. Imbecility of brain may be worse than headache, but I don't think it can produce it. Well, I don't know how to explain it. Headache comes, I think, always from the stomach, even when produced by nervous affections, but imbecility of the brain— Oh, Robert, I am so sorry that I used the word. I see that it did not prevent your reading, he said after a pause. Not such reading as that. I was up to nothing better. Then there was another pause. I won't deny that it may be a prejudice, he said, but I confess that the use of novels in my own house on Sundays is a pain to me. My mother's ideas on the subject are very strict, and I cannot think that it is bad for a son to hang on to the teaching of his mother. This he said in the most serious tone which he could command. I don't know why I took it up, said Lady Laura. Simply, I believe, because it was there. I will avoid doing so for the future. Do, my dear, said the husband. I shall be obliged and grateful if you will remember what I have said. Then he left her, and she sat alone, first in the dusk and then in the dark, for 2 hours, doing nothing. Was this to be the life which she had procured for herself by marrying Mr. Kennedy of Loughlinter? If it was harsh and unendurable in London, what would it be in the country? End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Willingford Bull. Phineas left London by a night mail train on Easter Sunday, and found himself at the Willingford Bull about half an hour after midnight. Lord Chiltern was up and waiting for him, and supper was on the table. The Willingford Bull was an English inn of the old stamp, which had now, in these latter years of railway travelling, ceased to have a road business, for there were no travellers on the road, and but little posting, but had acquired a new trade as a depot for hunters and hunting men. The landlord let out horses and kept hunting stables, and the house was generally filled from the beginning of November till the middle of April. Then it became a desert in the summer, and no guests were seen there till the pink coats flocked down again into the shires. "How many days do you mean to give us?" said Lord Chiltern, as he helped his friend to a devilled leg of turkey. "I must go back on Wednesday," said Phineas. "That means Wednesday night. I'll tell you what we'll do. We've the Cottesmore to-morrow. We'll get into Telby's country on Tuesday, and Fitzwilliam will be only 12 miles off on Wednesday. We shall be rather short of horses. Pray don't let me put you out. I can hire something here, I suppose." "You won't put me out at all. There'll be 3 between us each day, and we'll run our luck. The horses have gone on to Eppingham for to-morrow. Telby is rather a way off, at Somerby, but we'll manage it. If the worst comes to the worst, we can get back to Stamford by rail. On Wednesday we shall have everything very comfortable. They're out beyond Stilton, and we'll draw home our way. I've planned it all out. I've a trap with a fast stepper, and if we start to-morrow at 9:30, we shall be in plenty of time. You shall ride Meg Merrilies, and if she don't carry you, you may shoot her." "Is she one of the pulling ones?" "She is heavy in hand, if you are heavy at her, but leave her mouth alone, and she'll go like flowing water. You'd better not ride more in a crowd than you can help. Now what'll you drink?" They sat up half the night, smoking and talking, and Phineas learned more about Lord Chiltern then than ever he had learned before. There was brandy and water before them, but neither of them drank. Lord Chiltern, indeed, had a pint of beer by his side, from which he sipped occasionally. "I've taken to beer," he said, "as being the best drink going. When a man hunts 6 days a week, he can afford to drink beer. I'm on an allowance, 3 pints a day. That's not too much." "And you drink nothing else?" "Nothing when I'm alone, except a little cherry brandy when I'm out. I never cared for drink, never in my life. I do like excitement, and have been less careful than I ought to have been as to what it has come from. I could give up drink to-morrow without a struggle, if it were worth my while to make up my mind to do it. And it's the same with gambling. I never do gamble now, because I've got no money, but I own I like it better than anything in the world. While you're at it, there is life in it. You should take to politics, Chiltern." And I would have done so, but my father would not help me. Never mind, we will not talk about him. How does Laura get on with her husband? "Very happily, I should say." "I don't believe it," said Lord Chiltern. "Her temper is too much like mine to allow her to be happy with such a log of wood as Robert Kennedy. It is such men as he who drive me out of the pale of decent life. If that is decency, I'd sooner be indecent. You mark my words, they'll come to grief. She'll never be able to stand it." "I should think she had her own way in everything," said Phineas. "No, no. Though he's a prig, he's a man, and she will not find it easy to drive him. But she may bend him." "Not an inch. That is, if I understand his character. I suppose you see a good deal of them." "Yes, pretty well. I'm not there so often as I used to be in the square." "You get sick of it, I suppose. I should. Do you see my father often?" "Only occasionally. He is always very civil when I do see him." "He is the very pink of civility when he pleases, but the most unjust man I ever met." "I should not have thought that." "Yes, he is," said the Earl's son, "and all from lack of judgment to discern the truth. He makes up his mind to a thing on insufficient proof, and then nothing will turn him. He thinks well of you, would probably believe your word on any indifferent subject without thought of a doubt. But if you were to tell him that I didn't get drunk every night of my life and spend most of my time in thrashing policemen, he would not believe you. He would smile incredulously and make you a little bow. I can see him do it. You are too hard on him, Chiltern." "He has been too hard on me, I know. Is Violet Effingham still in Grosvenor Place?" "No, she's with Lady Baldock." "That old grandmother of evil has come to town, has she? Poor Violet! When we were young together, we used to have such fun about that old woman." "The old woman is an ally of mine now," said Phineas. "You make allies everywhere. You know Violet Effingham, of course?" "Oh yes, I know her." "Don't you think her very charming?" said Lord Chiltern. "Exceedingly charming." "I have asked that girl to marry me 3 times, and I shall never ask her again. There is a point beyond which a man shouldn't go. There are many reasons why it would be a good marriage. In the first place, her money would be serviceable. Then it would heal matters in our family, for my father is as prejudiced in her favor as he is against me. And I love her dearly. I've loved her all my life, since I used to buy cakes for her. But I shall never ask her again." "I would, if I were you," said Phineas, hardly knowing what it might be best for him to say. "No, I never will. But I'll tell you what, I shall get into some desperate scrape about her. Of course she'll marry, and that soon. then I shall make a fool of myself. When I hear that she is engaged, I shall go and quarrel with the man, and kick him, or get kicked. All the world will turn against me, and I shall be called a wild beast." "A dog in the manger is what you should be called." "Exactly. But how is a man to help it? If you loved a girl, could you see another man take her?" Phineas remembered, of course, that he had lately come through this ordeal. "It is as though he were to come and put his hand upon me, and wanted my own heart out of me. Though I have no property in her at all, no right to her, though she never gave me a word of encouragement, it is as though she were the most private thing in the world to me. I should be half mad, and in my madness I could not master the idea that I was being robbed. I should resent it as a personal interference." "I suppose it will come to that if you give her up yourself," said Phineas. "It is no question of giving up. Of course I cannot make her marry me. Light another cigar, old fellow." Phineas, as he lit the other cigar, remembered that he owed a certain duty in this matter to Lady Laura. She had commissioned him to persuade her brother that his suit with Violet Effingham would not be hopeless, if he could only restrain himself in his mode of conducting it. Phineas was disposed to do his duty, although he felt it to be very hard that he should be called upon to be eloquent against his own interest. He had been thinking for the last quarter of an hour how he must bear himself if it might turn out that he should be the man whom Lord Chiltern was resolved to kick. He looked at his friend and host, and became aware that a kicking match with such a one would not be pleasant pastime. Nevertheless, he would be happy enough to be subject to Lord Chiltern's wrath for such a reason. He would do his duty by Lord Chiltern, and then, when that had been adequately done, he would, if occasion served, fight a battle for himself. "You are too sudden with her, Chiltern," he said after a pause. "What do you mean by too sudden?" said Lord Chiltern, almost angrily. "You frighten her by being so impetuous. You rush at her as though you wanted to conquer her by a single blow." "So I do. You should be more gentle with her. You should give her time to find out whether she likes you or not." "She has known me all her life, and has found that out long ago. Not but what you are right. I know you are right. If I were you, and had your skill in pleasing, I should drop soft words into her ear till I had caught her. But I have no gifts in that way. I am as awkward as a pig at what is called flirting, and I have an accursed pride which stands in my own light. If she were in this house this moment, and I knew she were to be had for asking, I don't think I could bring myself to ask again. But we'll go to bed. It's 2:30, and we must be off at 9:30 if we're to be at Exton Park gates at 11. Phineas, as he went upstairs, assured himself that he had done his duty. If there ever should come to be anything between him and Violet Effingham, Lord Chiltern might quarrel with him, might probably attempt that kicking encounter to which allusion had been made, but nobody could justly say that he had not behaved honourably to his friend. On the next morning there was a bustle and a scurry, as there always is on such occasions, and the two men got off about 10 minutes after time. But Lord Chiltern drove hard, and they reached the meet before the master had moved off. They had a fair day's sport with the Cottesmore, and Phineas, although he found that Meg Merrilies did require a good deal of riding, went through his day's work with credit. He had been riding since he was a child, as is the custom with all boys in Munster, and had an Irishman's natural aptitude for jumping. When they got back to the Willingford Bull, He felt pleased with the day and rather proud of himself. "It wasn't fast, you know," said Chiltern, "and I don't call that a stiff country. Besides, Meg is very handy when you've got her out of the crowd. You shall ride Bonebreaker to-morrow at Summerby, and you'll find that better fun." "Bonebreaker? Haven't I heard you say he rushes like mischief?" "Well, he does rush. But, by George, you want a horse to rush in that country. When you have to go right through 4 or 5 feet of stiff green wood, like a bullet through a target, you want a little force, or you're apt to be left up a tree." "And what do you ride?" "A brute I never put my leg on yet. He was sent down to Wilcox here out of Lincolnshire, because they couldn't get anybody to ride him there. They say he goes with his head up in the air, and won't look at a fence that isn't as high as his breast. But I think he'll do here. I never saw a better made beast, or one with more power. Do you look at his shoulders. He's to be had for £70, and these are the sort of horses I like to buy." Again they dined alone, and Lord Chiltern explained to Phineas that he rarely associated with the men of either of the hunts in which he rode. "There is a set of fellows down here who are poison to me, and there is another set, and I am poison to them. Everybody is very civil, as you see, but I have no associates. And gradually I am getting to have a reputation as though I were the devil himself. I think I shall come out next year dressed entirely in black." "Are you not wrong to give way to that kind of thing?" "What the deuce am I to do? I can't make civil little speeches. When once a man gets a reputation as an ogre, it is the most difficult thing in the world to drop it. I could have a score of men here every day if I liked it. My title would do that for me. But they would be men I should loathe, and I should be sure to tell them so, even though I did not mean it." "Bonebreaker and the new horse and another went on at 12 to-day. You must expect hard work to-morrow, as I dare say we shan't be home before 8. The next day's meet was in Leicestershire, not far from Melton, and they started early. Phineas, to tell the truth of him, was rather afraid of Bonebreaker, and looked forward to the probability of an accident. He had neither wife nor child, and nobody had a better right to risk his neck. "We'll put a gag on him," said the groom, "and you'll ride him in a ring, so that you might well nigh break his jaw. But he is a rum 'un, sir." "I'll do my best," said Phineas. "He'll take all that," said the groom. "Just let him have his own way at everything," said Lord Chiltern, as they moved away from the meet to Pickwell Gorse, "and if you'll only sit on his back, he'll carry you through as safe as a church." Phineas could not help thinking that the counsels of the master and of the groom were very different. "My idea is," continued Lord Chiltern, "that in hunting you should always avoid a crowd. I don't think a horse is worth riding that will go in a crowd. It's just like yachting. You should have plenty of sea room. If you're to pull your horse up at every fence till somebody else is over, I think you'd better come out on a donkey." And so they went away to Pickwell Gorse. There were over 200 men out, and Phineas began to think that it might not be so easy to get out of the crowd. A crowd in a fast run no doubt quickly becomes small by degrees and beautifully less, but it is very difficult, especially for a stranger, to free himself from the rush at the first start. Lord Chiltern's horse plunged about so violently, as they stood on a little hillside looking down upon the cover, that he was obliged to take him to a distance, and Phineas followed him. "If he breaks down wind," said Lord Chiltern, "we can't be better than we are here. If he goes up wind, we must turn before long, and we shall be all right." As he spoke, an old hound opened true and sharp, an old hound whom all the pack believed, and in a moment there was no doubt that the fox had been found. "There are not above 8 or 9 acres in it," said Lord Chiltern, "and he can't hang long. Did you ever see such an uneasy brute as this in your life? But I feel certain he'll go well when he gets away." Phineas was too much occupied with his own horse to think much of that on which Lord Chiltern was mounted. Bonebreaker, the very moment that he heard the old hound's note, stretched out his head and put his mouth upon the bit, and began to tremble in every muscle. "He's a great deal more anxious for it than you and I are," said Lord Chiltern. "I see they've given you that gag. But don't you ride him on it till he wants it. Give him lots of room, and he'll go in the snaffle." All which caution made Phineas think that any insurance office would charge very dear on his life at the present moment. The fox took 2 rings of the gorse, and then he went upwind. "It's not a vixen, I'll swear," said Lord Chiltern. "A vixen in cub never went away like that yet. Now then, Finn, my boy, keep to the right." And Lord Chiltern, with the horse out of Lincolnshire, went away across the brow of the hill, leaving the hounds to the left, and selected, as his point of exit into the next field, a stiff rail, which, had there been an accident, must have put a very wide margin of ground between the rider and his horse. "Go hard at your fences, and then you'll fall clear," he had said to Phineas. I don't think, however, that he would have ridden at the rail as he did, but that there was no help for him. The brute began in his own way, and carried on after in the same fashion all through, he said afterwards. Phineas took the fence a little lower down, and what it was at which he rode he never knew. Bonebreaker sailed over it, whatever it was, and he soon found himself by his friend's side. The ruck of the men were lower down than our 2 heroes, and there were others far away to the left, and others again who had been at the end of the gorse and were now behind. Our friends were not near the hounds, not within 2 fields of them, but the hounds were below them, and therefore could be seen. "Don't be in a hurry, and they'll be round upon us," Lord Chiltern said. "How the deuce is one to help being in a hurry?" said Phineas, who was doing his very best to ride Bonebreaker with the snaffle, but had already begun to feel that Bonebreaker cared nothing for that weak instrument. "By George, I should like to change with you," said Lord Chiltern. The Lincolnshire horse was going along with his head very low, boring as he galloped, but throwing his neck up at his fences, just when he ought to have kept himself steady. After this, though Phineas kept near Lord Chiltern throughout the run, they were not again near enough to exchange words, and indeed they had but little breath for such purpose. Lord Chiltern rode still a little in advance, and Phineas, knowing his friend's partiality for solitude when taking his fences, kept a little to his left. He began to find that Bonebreaker knew pretty well what he was about. As for not using the gag-rein, that was impossible. When a horse puts out what strength he has against a man's arm, a man must put out what strength he has against the horse's mouth. But Bonebreaker was cunning, and had had a gag-rein on before. He contracted his lip here, and bent out his jaw there, till he had settled it to his mind, and then went away after his own fashion. He seemed to have a passion for smashing through big, high-grown ox fences, and by degrees his rider came to feel that if there was nothing worse coming, the fun was not bad. The fox ran upwind for a couple of miles or so, as Lord Chiltern had prophesied, and then turned, not to the right, as would have best served him and Phineas, but to the left, so that they were forced to make their way through the ruck of horses before they could place themselves again. Phineas found himself crossing a road, in and out of it, before he knew where he was, and for a while he lost sight of Lord Chiltern. But in truth he was leading now, whereas Lord Chiltern had led before, the two horses having been together all the morning, and on the previous day were willing enough to remain in company if they were allowed to do so. They both crossed the road, not very far from each other, going in and out amidst a crowd of horses, and before long were again placed well, now having the hunt on their right, whereas hitherto it had been on their left. They went over large pasture fields, and Phineas began to think that as long as Bonebreaker would be able to go through the thick, grown-up hedges, all would be right. Now and again he came to a cut fence, a fence that had been cut and laid, and these were not so pleasant. Force was not sufficient for them, and they admitted of a mistake. But the horse, though he would rush at them unpleasantly, took them when they came without touching them. It might be all right yet, unless the beast should tire with him, and then, Phineas thought, a misfortune might probably occur. He remembered, as he flew over one such impediment, that he rode a stone heavier than his friend. At the end of 45 minutes, Bonebreaker also might become aware of the fact. The hounds were running well in sight to their right, and Phineas began to feel some of that pride which a man indulges when he becomes aware that he has taken his place comfortably, has left the squad behind, and is going well. There were men nearer the hounds than he was, but he was near enough even for ambition. There had already been enough of the run to make him sure that it would be a good thing, and enough to make him aware also that probably it might be too good. When a run is over, men are very apt to regret the termination, who a minute or two before were anxiously longing that the hounds might pull down their game. To finish well is everything in hunting. To have led for an hour is nothing. Let the pace and country have been what they might, if you fall away during the last half-mile. Therefore it is that those behind hope that the fox may make this or that cover, while the forward men long to see him turned over in every field. To ride to hounds is very glorious, but to have ridden to hounds is more glorious still. They had now crossed another road, and a larger one, and had got into a somewhat closer country. The fields were not so big, and the fences were not so high. Phineas got a moment to look about him, and saw Lord Chiltern riding without his cap. He was very red in the face, and his eyes seemed to glare, and he was tugging at his horse with all his might. But the animal seemed still to go with perfect command of strength, and Phineas had too much work on his own hands to think of offering quixotic assistance to any one else. He saw someone, a farmer as he thought, speak to Lord Chiltern as they rode close together, but Chiltern only shook his head and pulled at his horse. There were brooks in those parts. The river Eye forms itself thereabouts, or some of its tributaries do so, and these tributaries, though small as rivers, are considerable to men on one side, who are called by the exigencies of the occasion to place themselves quickly on the other. Phineas knew nothing of these brooks, but Bonebreaker had gone gallantly over two, and now that there came a third in the way, it was to be hoped that he might go gallantly over that also. Phineas, at any rate, had no power to decide otherwise. As long as the brute would go straight with him, he could sit him, but he had long given up the idea of having a will of his own. Indeed, till he was within 20 yards of the brook, he did not see that it was larger than the others. He looked around, and there was Chiltern close to him, still fighting with his horse, but the farmer had turned away. He thought that Chiltern nodded to him, as much as to tell him to go on. On he went at any rate. The brook, when he came to it, seemed to be a huge black hole yawning beneath him. The banks were quite steep, and just where he was to take off there was an ugly stump. It was too late to think of anything. He stuck his knees against his saddle, and in a moment was on the other side. The brute, who had taken off a yard before the stump, knew well the danger of striking it with his foot, came down with a grunt, and did, I think, begin to feel the weight of that extra stone. Phineas, as soon as he was safe, looked back, and there was Lord Chiltern's horse in the very act of his spring, higher up the rivulet, where it was even broader. At that distance Phineas could see that Lord Chiltern was wild with rage against the beast. But whether he wished to take the leap or wished to avoid it, there was no choice left to him. The animal rushed at the brook, and in a moment the horse and horseman were lost to sight. It was well then that that extra stone should tell, as it enabled Phineas to arrest his horse and to come back to his friend. The Lincolnshire horse had chested the further bank, and of course had fallen back into the stream. When Phineas got down, he found that Lord Chiltern was wedged in between the horse and the bank, which was better at any rate than being under the horse in the water. "All right, old fellow," he said with a smile, when he saw Phineas. "You go on. It's too good to lose." But he was very pale, and seemed to be quite helpless where he lay. The horse did not move, and never did move again. He had smashed his shoulder to pieces against a stump on the bank, and was afterwards shot on that very spot. When Phineas got down, he found that there was but little water where the horse lay. The depth of the stream had been on the side from which they had taken off, and the thick black mud lay within a foot of the surface, close to the bank against which Lord Chiltern was propped. "That's the worst one I ever was on," said Lord Chiltern, "and I think he's gruelled now." "Are you hurt?" "Well, I fancy there is something amiss. I can't move my arms, and I catch my breath. My legs are all right if I could get away from this accursed brute." "I told you so," said the farmer, coming and looking down upon them from the bank. "I told you so, but you wouldn't be said." Then he too got down, and between them both they extricated Lord Chiltern from his position, and got him on to the bank. "That un's a dead un," said the farmer, pointing to the horse. "So much the better," said his lordship. "Give us a drop of sherry, Finn." He had broken his collarbone and 3 of his ribs. They got a farmer's trap from Wissenden, and took him into Oakham. When there, he insisted on being taken on through Stamford to the Willingford Bull before he would have his bones set, picking up, however, a surgeon at Stamford. Phineas remained with him for a couple of days, losing his run with the Fitzwilliams and a day at the potted peas, and became very fond of his patient as he sat by his bedside. "That was a good run, though, wasn't it?" said Lord Chiltern, as Phineas took his leave. "And by George, Phineas, you rode Bonebreaker so well that you shall have him as often as you'll come down. I don't know how it is, but you Irish fellows always ride." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Turnbull's carriage stops the way. When Phineas got back to London a day after his time, he found that there was already a great political commotion in the metropolis. He had known that on Easter Monday and Tuesday there was to be a gathering of the people in favour of the ballot, and that on Wednesday there was to be a procession with a petition which Mr. Turnbull was to receive from the hands of the people on Primrose Hill. It had been at first intended that Mr. Turnbull should receive the petition at the door of Westminster Hall on the Thursday, but he had been requested by the Home Secretary to put aside this intention, and he had complied with the request made to him. Mr. Mildmay was to move the second reading of his Reform Bill on that day, the preliminary steps having been taken without any special notice. But the bill, of course, included no clause in favour of the ballot, and this petition was the consequence of that omission. Mr. Turnbull had predicted evil consequences, both in the House and out of it, and was now doing the best in his power to bring about the verification of his own prophecies. Phineas, who reached his lodgings late on the Thursday, found that the town had been in a state of ferment for 3 days, that on the Wednesday 40 or 50,000 persons had been collected at Primrose Hill, and that the police had been forced to interfere, and that worse was expected on the Friday. Though Mr. Turnbull had yielded to the government as to receiving the petition, the crowd was resolved that they would see the petition carried into the House. It was argued that the government would have done better to have refrained from interfering as to the previously intended arrangement. It would have been easier to deal with a procession than with a mob of men gathered together without any semblance of form. Mr. Mildmay had been asked to postpone the second reading of his bill, but the request had come from his opponents, and he would not yield to it. He said that it would be a bad expedient to close Parliament from fear of the people. Phineas found at the Reform Club on the Thursday evening that members of the House of Commons were requested to enter on the Friday by the door usually used by the peers, and to make their way thence to their own house. He found that his landlord, Mr. Bunch, had been out with the people during the entire 3 days, and Mrs. Bunch, with a flood of tears, begged Phineas to interfere as to the Friday. He's that headstrong that he'll be took if anybody's took, and they say that all Westminster is to be lined with soldiers. Phineas, on the Friday morning, did have some conversation with his landlord, but his first work on reaching London was to see Lord Chiltern's friends and tell them of the accident. The Potted Peas Committee sat on the Thursday, and he ought to have been there. His absence, however, was unavoidable, as he could not have left his friend's bedside so soon after the accident. On the Wednesday he had written to Lady Laura, and on the Thursday evening he went first to Portman Square and then to Grosvenor Place. "Of course he will kill himself some day," said the Earl, with a tear, however, in each eye. "I hope not, my lord. He is a magnificent horseman, but accidents, of course, will happen. How many of his bones are there not broken, I wonder?" said the father. "It is useless to talk, of course. You think he is not in danger?" "Certainly not. I should fear that he would be so liable to inflammation." "The doctor says that there is none. He has been taking an enormous deal of exercise," said Phineas, "and drinking no wine. All that is in his favour." "What does he drink, then?" asked the Earl. "Nothing, I rather think, my lord. You are mistaken a little about his habits. I don't fancy he ever drinks unless he is provoked to do it." "Provoked? Could anything provoke you to make a brute of yourself? But I am glad that he is in no danger. If you hear of him, let me know how he goes on." Lady Laura was of course full of concern. "I wanted to go down to him," she said, "but Mr. Kennedy thought that there was no occasion." "Nor is there any. I mean in regard to danger. He is very solitary there. You must go to him again. Mr. Kennedy will not let me go unless I can say that there is danger. He seems to think that because Oswald has had accidents before, it is nothing. Of course, I cannot leave London without his leave. Your brother makes very little of it, you know. Ah, he would make little of anything. But if I were ill, he would be in London by the first train. Kennedy would let you go if you asked him, but he advises me not to go. He says my duty does not require it unless Oswald be in danger. Don't you know, Mr. Finn, how hard it is for a wife not to take advice when it is so given? This she said within 6 months of her marriage to the man who had been her husband's rival. Phineas asked her whether Violet had heard the news, and learned that she was still ignorant of it. I got your letter only this morning, and I have not seen her, said Lady Laura. Indeed, I am so angry with her that I hardly wish to see her. Thursday was Lady Baldock's night, and Phineas went from Grosvenor Place to Berkeley Square. There he saw Violet, and found that she had heard of the accident. I am so glad to see you, Mr. Finn, she said. Do tell me, is it much? Much in inconvenience, certainly, but not much in danger. I think Laura was so unkind not to send me word. I only heard it just now. Did you see it? I was close to him, and helped him up. The horse jumped into a river with him, and crushed him up against the bank. How lucky that you should be there. Had you jumped the river? Yes, almost unintentionally, for my horse was rushing so that I could not hold him. Chiltern was riding a brute that no one should have ridden. No one will again. Did he destroy himself? He had to be killed afterwards. He broke his shoulder. How very lucky that you should have been near him. And again, how lucky that you should not have been hurt yourself. It was not likely that we should both come to grief at the same fence. But it might have been you, and you think there is no danger. None whatever, if I may believe the doctor. His hunting is done for this year, and he will be very desolate. I shall go down again to him in a few days, and try to bring him up to town. Do. If he is laid up in his father's house, his father must see him. Phineas had not looked at the matter in that light, but he thought that Miss Effingham might probably be right. Early on the next morning he saw Mr. Bunch, and used all his eloquence to keep that respectable member of society at home, but in vain. "What good do you expect to do, Mr. Bunch?" he said, with perhaps some little tone of authority in his voice. "To carry my point," said Bunch. "And what is your point?" "My present point is the ballot, as a part of the government measure." "And you expect to carry that by going out into the streets with all the roughs of London, and putting yourself in direct opposition to the authority of the magistrates? Do you really believe that the ballot will become the law of the land any sooner because you incur this danger and inconvenience? Look here, Mr. Finn, I don't believe the sea will become any fuller because the Piddle runs into it out of the Dorsetshire fields, but I do believe that the waters from all the countries is what makes the ocean. I shall help, and it's my duty to help." "It's your duty, as a respectable citizen with a wife and family, to stay at home." "If everybody with a wife and family was to say so, there'd be none there but roughs, and then where should we be? What would the government people say to us then? If every man with a wife and family was to show hisself in the streets to-night, we should have the ballot before Parliament breaks up, and if none of them don't do it, we shall never have the ballot. Ain't that so?" Phineas, who intended to be honest, was not prepared to dispute the assertion on the spur of the moment. "If that's so," said Bunch triumphantly, "a man's duty's clear enough. He ought to go, though he'd 2 families and wives." And he went. The petition was to be presented at 6 o'clock, but the crowd who collected to see it carried into Westminster Hall began to form itself by noon. It was said afterwards that many of the houses in the neighbourhood of Palace Yard and the bridge were filled with soldiers, but if so, the men did not show themselves. In the course of the evening, 3 or 4 companies of the Guards in St. James's Park did show themselves, and had some rough work to do, for many of the people took themselves away from Westminster by that route. The police, who were very numerous in Palace Yard, had a hard time of it all the afternoon, and it was said afterwards that it would have been much better to have allowed the petition to have been brought up by a procession on Wednesday. A procession, let it be who it will that proceeds, has in it, of its own nature, something of order. But now there was no order. The petition, which was said to fill 15 cabs, though the absolute sheets of signatures were carried into the House by 4 men, was being dragged about half the day, and it certainly would have been impossible for a member to have made his way into the House through Westminster Hall between the hours of 4 and 6. To effect an entrance at all, they were obliged to go round at the back of the Abbey, as all the spaces round St. Margaret's Church and Canning's Monument were filled with the crowd. Parliament Street was quite impassable at 5 o'clock, and there was no traffic across the bridge from that hour till after 8. As the evening went on, the mob extended itself to Downing Street and the front of the Treasury Chambers, and before the night was over all the hoardings round the new government offices had been pulled down. The windows also of certain obnoxious members of Parliament were broken, when those obnoxious members lived within reach. One gentleman, who unfortunately held a house in Richmond Terrace, and who was said to have said that the ballot was the resort of cowards, fared very badly, for his windows were not only broken, but his furniture and mirrors were destroyed by the stones that were thrown. Mr. Mildmay, I say, was much blamed, but after all, it may be a doubt whether the procession on Wednesday night might not have ended worse. Mr. Turnbull was heard to say afterwards that the number of people collected would have been much greater. Mr. Mildmay moved the second reading of his bill and made his speech. He made his speech with the knowledge that the Houses of Parliament were surrounded by a mob, and I think that the fact added to its efficacy. It certainly gave him an appropriate opportunity for a display which was not difficult. His voice faltered on 2 or 3 occasions, and faltered through real feeling. But this sort of feeling, though it be real, is at the command of orators on certain occasions, and does them yeoman's service. Mr. Mildmay was an old man, nearly worn out in the service of his country, who was known to have been true and honest, and to have loved his country well, though there were, of course, those who declared that his hand had been too weak for power, and that his services had been naught. And on this evening his virtues were remembered. Once when his voice failed him, the whole House got up and cheered. The nature of a Whig Prime Minister's speech on such an occasion will be understood by most of my readers without further indication. The bill itself had been read before, and it was understood that no objection would be made to the extent of the changes provided in it by the Liberal side of the House. Their opposition coming from Liberal members was to be confined to the subject of the ballot, and even as yet it was not known whether Mr. Turnbull and his followers would vote against the second reading, or whether they would take what was given and declare their intention of obtaining the remainder on a separate motion. The opposition of a large party of Conservatives was a matter of certainty, but to this party Mr. Mildmay did not conceive himself bound to offer so large an amount of argument as he would have given had there been at the moment no crowd in Palace Yard, and he probably felt that the crowd would assist him with his old Tory enemies. When in the last words of his speech he declared that under no circumstances would he disfigure the close of his political career by voting for the ballot, not though the people on whose behalf he had been fighting battles all his life should be there in any number to coerce him. There came another round of applause from the opposition benches, and Mr. Daubeny began to fear that some young horses in his team might get loose from their traces. With great dignity, Mr. Daubeny had kept aloof from Mr. Turnbull and from Mr. Turnbull's tactics, but he was not the less alive to the fact that Mr. Turnbull, with his mob and his big petition, might be of considerable assistance to him in this present duel between himself and Mr. Mildmay. I think Mr. Daubeny was in the habit of looking at these contests as duels between himself and the leader on the other side of the House, in which assistance from any quarter might be accepted, if offered. Mr. Mildmay's speech did not occupy much over an hour, and at 7:30 Mr. Turnbull got up to reply. It was presumed that he would do so, and not a member left his place, though that time of the day is an interesting time, and though Mr. Turnbull was accustomed to be long. There soon came to be but little ground for doubting what would be the nature of Mr. Turnbull's vote on the second reading. "How may I dare," said he, "to accept so small a measure of reform as this, with such a message from the country as is now conveyed to me through the presence of 50,000 of my countrymen, who are at this moment demanding their measure of reform, just beyond the frail walls of this chamber. The right honourable gentleman has told us that he will never be intimidated by a concourse of people. I do not know that there was any need that he should speak of intimidation. No one has accused the right honourable gentleman of political cowardice, but as he has so said, I will follow in his footsteps. Neither will I be intimidated by the large majority which this House presented the other night against the wishes of the people. I will support no great measure of reform which does not include the ballot among its clauses." And so Mr. Turnbull threw down the gauntlet. Mr. Turnbull spoke for 2 hours, and then the debate was adjourned till the Monday. The adjournment was moved by an independent member, who, as was known, would support the government, and at once received Mr. Turnbull's assent. There was no great hurry with the bill, and it was felt that it would be well to let the ferment subside. Enough had been done for glory when Mr. Mildmay moved the second reading, and quite enough in the way of debate, with such an audience almost within hearing, when Mr. Turnbull's speech had been made. Then the House emptied itself at once. The elderly, cautious members made their exit through the Peers' door. The younger men got out into the crowd through Westminster Hall, and were pushed out among the roughs for an hour or so. Phineas, who made his way through the hall with Lawrence Fitzgibbon, found Mr. Turnbull's carriage waiting at the entrance, with a dozen policemen round it. "I hope he won't get home to dinner before midnight," said Phineas. "He understands all about it," said Lawrence. "He had a good meal at 3 before he left home, and you'd find sandwiches and sherry in plenty if you were to search his carriage. He knows how to remedy the costs of mob popularity." At that time poor Bunch was being hustled about in the crowd in the vicinity of Mr. Turnbull's carriage. Phineas and Fitzgibbon made their way out, and by degrees worked a passage for themselves into Parliament Street. Mr. Turnbull had been somewhat behind them in coming down the hall, and had not been without a sense of enjoyment in the ovation which was being given to him. There can be no doubt that he was wrong in what he was doing. That affair of the carriage was altogether wrong, and did Mr. Turnbull much harm for many a day afterwards. When he got outside the door, where were the 12 policemen guarding his carriage, a great number of his admirers endeavoured to shake hands with him. Among them was the devoted Bunch, but the policemen seemed to think that Mr. Turnbull was to be guarded, even from the affection of his friends, and were as careful that he should be ushered into his carriage untouched, as though he had been the favourite object of political aversion for the moment. Mr. Turnbull himself, when he began to perceive that men were crowding close upon the gates, and to hear the noise, and to feel, as it were, the breath of the mob, stepped on quickly into his carriage. He said a word or two in a loud voice. "Thank you, my friends. I trust you may obtain all your just demands." But he did not pause to speak. Indeed, he could hardly have done so, as the policemen were manifestly in a hurry. The carriage was got away at a snail's pace, but there remained in the spot where the carriage had stood the makings of a very pretty street row. Bunch had striven hard to shake hands with his hero. Bunch and some other reformers as ardent and as decent as himself. The police were very determinate that there should be no such interruption to their programme for getting Mr. Turnbull off the scene. Mr. Bunch, who had his own ideas as to his right to shake hands with any gentleman at Westminster Hall who might choose to shake hands with him, became uneasy under the impediments that were placed in his way, and expressed himself warmly as to his civil rights. Now, a London policeman in a political row is, I believe, the most forbearing of men. So long as he meets with no special political opposition, ordinary ill usage does not even put him out of temper. He is paid for rough work among roughs, and takes his rubs gallantly. But he feels himself to be an instrument for the moment of despotic power as opposed to civil rights, and he won't stand what he calls jaw. Trip up a policeman in such a scramble, and he will take it in good spirit. But mention the words habeas corpus, and he'll lock you up if he can. As a rule, his instincts are right, for the man who talks about habeas corpus in a political crowd will generally do more harm than can be effected by the tripping up of any constable. But these instincts may be the means of individual injustice. I think they were so when Mr. Bunch was arrested and kept a fast prisoner. His wife had shown her knowledge of his character when she declared that he'd be took, if anyone was took. Bunch was taken into custody with some 3 or 4 others like himself, decent men, who meant no harm, but who thought that they, as men, were bound to show their political opinions, perhaps at the expense of a little martyrdom, and was carried into a temporary stronghold which had been provided for the necessities of the police under the clock tower. "Keep me at your peril," said Bunch indignantly. "We means it," said the sergeant who had him in custody. "I've done no ha'porth to break the law," said Bunch. "You was breaking the law when you was upsetting my men, as I saw you," said the sergeant. "I've upset nobody," said Bunch. "Very well," rejoined the sergeant. "You can say it all before the magistrate to-morrow." "And am I to be locked up all night?" said Bunch. "I'm afraid you will," replied the sergeant. Bunch, who was not by nature a very talkative man, said no more, but he swore in his heart that there would be vengeance. Between 11 and 12 he was taken to the regular police station, and from thence he was enabled to send word to his wife. "Bunch has been taken," said she, with something of the tragic queen, and something also of the injured wife in the tone of her voice, as soon as Phineas let himself in with the latch-key between 12 and 1, and then mingled with, and at last dominant over, those severer tones came the voice of the loving woman whose beloved one was in trouble. "I knew how it'd be, Mr. Finn, didn't I? And what must we do? I don't suppose he'd had a bit to eat from the moment he went out. And as for a drop of beer, he never thinks of it, except what I puts down for him at his meals. Them nasty police always take the best. That's why I was so afeard." Phineas said all that he could to comfort her, and he promised to go to the police office early in the morning and look after Bunch. No serious evil would, he thought, probably come of it, but still Bunch had been wrong to go. "But you might have been took yourself," argued Mrs. Bunch, "just as well as he." Then Phineas explained that he had gone forth in the execution of a public duty. "You might have been took all the same," said Mrs. Bunch, "for I'm sure Bunch didn't do nothing amiss." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The First Speech. On the following morning, which was Saturday, Phineas was early at the police office at Westminster looking after the interests of his landlord. But there had been a considerable number of men taken up during the row, and our friend could hardly procure that attention for Mr. Bunch's case, to which he thought the decency of his client and his own position as a member of Parliament were entitled. The men who had been taken up were taken in batches before the magistrates, but as the soldiers in the park had been maltreated, and a considerable injury had been done in the neighbourhood of Downing Street, there was a good deal of strong feeling against the mob, and the magistrates were disposed to be severe. If decent men chose to go out among such companions, and thereby get into trouble, decent men must take the consequences. During the Saturday and Sunday, a very strong feeling grew up against Mr. Turnbull. The story of the carriage was told, and he was declared to be a turbulent demagogue, only desirous of getting popularity. And together with this feeling there arose a general verdict of "serve them right" against all who had come into contact with the police in the great Turnbull row, and thus it came to pass that Mr. Bunch had not been liberated up to Monday morning. On the Sunday, Mrs. Bunch was in hysterics, and declared her conviction that Mr. Bunch would be imprisoned for life. Poor Phineas had an unquiet time with her on the morning of that day. In every ecstasy of her grief she threw herself into his arms, either metaphorically or materially, according to the excess of her agony at the moment, and expressed repeatedly an assured conviction that all her children would die of starvation, and that she herself would be picked up under the arches of one of the bridges. Phineas, who was soft-hearted, did what he could to comfort her, and allowed himself to be worked up to strong parliamentary anger against the magistrates and police. When they think that they have public opinion on their side, there is nothing in the way or arbitrary excess which is too great for them. This he said to Barrington Erle, who angered him and increased the warmth of his feeling by declaring that a little close confinement would be good for the Bunches of the day, "If we don't keep the mob down, the mob will keep us down," said the Whig private secretary. Phineas had no opportunity of answering this, but declared to himself that Barrington Erle was no more a Liberal at heart than was Mr. Daubeny. He was born on that side of the question, and has been receiving Whig wages all his life. That is the history of his politics. On the Sunday afternoon, Phineas went to Lord Brentford's in Portman Square, intending to say a word or two about Lord Chiltern, and meaning also to induce, if possible, the cabinet minister to take part with him against the magistrates, having a hope also, in which he was not disappointed, that he might find Lady Laura Kennedy with her father. He had come to understand that Lady Laura was not to be visited at her own house on Sundays. So much, indeed, she had told him in so many words, but he had come to understand also, without any plain telling, that she rebelled in heart against this Sabbath tyranny, and that she would escape from it when escape was possible. She had now come to talk to her father about her brother, and had brought Violet Effingham with her. They had walked together across the park after church, and intended to walk back again. Mr. Kennedy did not like to have any carriage out on a Sunday, and to this arrangement his wife made no objection. Phineas had received a letter from the Stamford surgeon, and was able to report favourably of Lord Chiltern. "The man says that he had better not be moved for a month," said Phineas. "But that means nothing. They always say that." "Will it not be best for him to remain where he is?" said the Earl. "He has not a soul to speak to," said Phineas. "I wish I were with him," said his sister. "That is of course out of the question," said the Earl. "They know him at that inn, and it really seems to me best that he should stay there. I do not think he would be so much at his ease here." "It must be dreadful for a man to be confined to his room, without a creature near him, except the servants," said Violet. The Earl frowned, but said nothing further. They all perceived that as soon as he had learned that there was no real danger as to his son's life, he was determined that this accident should not work him up to any show of tenderness. "I do so hope he will come up to London," continued Violet, who was not afraid of the Earl, and was determined not to be put down. "You don't know what you are talking about, my dear," said Lord Brentford. After this Phineas found it very difficult to extract any sympathy from the Earl on behalf of the men who had been locked up. He was moody and cross, and could not be induced to talk on the great subject of the day. Violet Effingham declared that she did not care how many Bunches were locked up, nor for how long, adding, however, a wish that Mr. Turnbull himself had been among the number of the prisoners. Lady Laura was somewhat softer than this, and consented to express pity in the case of Mr. Bunch himself, but Phineas perceived that the pity was awarded to him, and not to the sufferer. The feeling against Mr. Turnbull was at the present moment so strong among all the upper classes, that Mr. Bunch and his brethren might have been kept in durance for a week without commiseration from them. "It is very hard, certainly, on a man like Mr. Bunch," said Lady Laura. "Why did not Mr. Bunch stay at home and mind his business?" said the Earl. Phineas spent the remainder of that day alone, and came to a resolution that on the coming occasion he certainly would speak in the House. The debate would be resumed on the Monday, and he would rise to his legs on the very first moment that it became possible for him to do so, and he would do nothing towards preparing a speech, nothing whatever. On this occasion he would trust entirely to such words as might come to him at the moment. Ay, and to such thoughts. He had before burdened his memory with preparations, and the very weight of the burden had been too much for his mind. He had feared to trust himself to speak, because he had felt that he was not capable of performing the double labor of saying his lesson by heart and of facing the House for the first time. There should be nothing now for him to remember. His thoughts were full of his subject. He would support Mr. Mildmay's bill with all his eloquence, but he would implore Mr. Mildmay and the Home Secretary and the Government generally to abstain from animosity against the populace of London, because they desired one special boon which Mr. Mildmay did not think that it was his duty to give them. He hoped that ideas and words would come to him. Ideas and words had been free enough with him in the old days of the Dublin Debating Society. If they failed him now, he must give the thing up and go back to Mr. Lowe. On the Monday morning, Phineas was for 2 hours at the police court in Westminster, and at about 1 on that day Mr. Bunch was liberated. When he was brought up before the magistrate, Mr. Bunch spoke his mind very freely as to the usage he had received, and declared his intention of bringing an action against the sergeant who had detained him. The magistrate, of course, took the part of the police, and declared that, from the evidence of 2 men who were examined, Bunch had certainly used such violence in the crowd as had justified his arrest. "I used no violence," said Bunch. "According to your own showing, you endeavoured to make your way up to Mr. Turnbull's carriage," said the magistrate. "I was close to the carriage before the police even saw me," said Bunch. "But you tried to force your way round to the door." "I used no force till a man had me by the collar to push me back, and I wasn't violent, not then. I told him I was doing what I had a right to do, and it was that as made him hang on to me." "You were not doing what you had a right to do. You were assisting to create a riot," said the magistrate, with that indignation which a London magistrate should always know how to affect. Phineas, however, was allowed to give evidence as to his landlord's character, and then Bunch was liberated. But before he went, he again swore that that should not be the last of it, and he told the magistrate that he had been ill used. When liberated, he was joined by a dozen sympathizing friends, who escorted him home, and among them were 1 or 2 literary gentlemen, employed on those excellent penny papers, the People's Banner and the Ballot Box. It was their intention that Mr. Bunch's case should not be allowed to sleep. One of these gentlemen made a distinct offer to Phineas Finn of unbounded popularity during life and of immortality afterwards, if he, as a member of Parliament, would take up Bunch's case with vigour. Phineas, not quite understanding the nature of the offer, and not as yet knowing the profession of the gentleman, gave some general reply. "You come out strong, Mr. Finn, and we'll see that you are properly reported. I'm on the Banner, sir, and I'll answer for that." Phineas, who had been somewhat eager in expressing his sympathy with Bunch, and had not given very close attention to the gentleman who was addressing him, was still in the dark. The nature of the Banner, which the gentleman was on, did not at once come home to him. "Something ought to be done, certainly," said Phineas. "We shall take it up strong," said the gentleman, "and we shall be happy to have you among us. You'll find, Mr. Finn, that in public life there's nothing like having a horgan to back you. What is the most you can do in the 'Ouse? Nothing, if you're not reported. You're speaking to the country, ain't you? And you can't do that without a horgan, Mr. Finn. You come among us on the banner, Mr. Finn. You can't do better." Then Phineas understood the nature of the offer made to him. As they parted, the literary gentleman gave our hero his card. "Mr. Quintus Slide," so much was printed. Then on the corner of the card was written, "Banner Office, 137 Fetter Lane." Mr. Quintus Slide was a young man, under 30, not remarkable for clean linen, and who always talked of the 'ouse. But he was a well-known and not undistinguished member of a powerful class of men. He had been a reporter, and as such knew the 'ouse well, and was a writer for the press. And though he talked of 'ouses and organs, he wrote good English with great rapidity, and was possessed of that special sort of political fervour which shows itself in a man's work rather than in his conduct. It was Mr. Slide's taste to be an advanced reformer, and in all his operations on behalf of the People's Banner he was a reformer very much advanced. No man could do an article on the people's indefeasible rights with more pronounced vigour than Mr. Slide, but it had never occurred to him as yet that he ought to care for anything else than the fight, than the advantage of having a good subject on which to write slashing articles. Mr. Slide was an energetic but not a thoughtful man. But in his thoughts on politics, as far as they went with him, he regarded the wrongs of the people as being of infinitely greater value than their rights. It was not that he was insincere in all that he was daily saying, but simply that he never thought about it. Very early in life he had fallen among People's Friends, and an opening on the Liberal press had come in his way. To be a People's Friend suited the turn of his ambition, and he was a People's Friend. It was his business to abuse government, and to express on all occasions an opinion that, as a matter of course, the ruling powers were the people's enemies. Had the ruling powers ceased to be the people's enemies, Mr. Slide's ground would have been taken from under his feet. But such a catastrophe was out of the question. That excellent old arrangement that had gone on since demagogues were first invented was in full vigour. There were the ruling powers and there were the people, devils on one side and angels on the other, and as long as a People's Friend had a pen in his hand, all was right. Phineas, when he left the indignant bunch to go among his friends, walked to the house thinking a good deal of what Mr. Slide had said to him. The potted peas committee was again on, and he had intended to be in the committee room by 12 punctually, but he had been unable to leave Mr. Bunch in the lurch, and now it was past 1. Indeed, he had, from one unfortunate circumstance after another, failed hitherto in giving to the potted peas that resolute attention which the subject demanded. On the present occasion his mind was full of Mr. Quintus Slide and the People's Banner. After all, was there not something in Mr. Slide's proposition? He, Phineas, had come into Parliament, as it were, under the wing of a government pack, and his friendships, which had been very successful, had been made with ministers, and with the friends of ministers. He had made up his mind to be Whig ministerial, and to look for his profession in that line. He had been specially fortified in this resolution by his dislike to the ballot, which dislike had been the result of Mr. Monk's teaching. Had Mr. Turnbull become his friend instead, it may well be that he would have liked the ballot. On such subjects men must think long, and be sure that they have thought in earnest, before they are justified in saying that their opinions are the results of their own thoughts. But now he began to reflect how far this ministerial profession would suit him. Would it be much to be a Lord of the Treasury, subject to the dominion of Mr. Rattler. Such lordship and such subjection would be the result of success. He told himself that he was at heart a true Liberal. Would it not be better for him to abandon the idea of office trammels, and go among them on the People's Banner? A glow of enthusiasm came over him as he thought of it. But what would Violet Effingham say to the People's Banner and Mr. Quintus Slide? And he would have liked the Banner better had not Mr. Slide talked about the 'Ouse. From the committee room, in which, alas, he took no active part in reference to the potted peas, he went down to the House, and was present when the debate was resumed. Not unnaturally, one speaker after another made some allusion to the row in the streets, and the work which had fallen to the lot of the magistrates. Mr. Turnbull had declared that he would vote against the second reading of Mr. Mildmay's bill, and had explained that he would do so because he could consent to no reform bill which did not include the ballot as one of its measures. The debate fashioned itself after this speech of Mr. Turnbull's, and turned again very much upon the ballot, although it had been thought that the late debate had settled that question. One or two of Mr. Turnbull's followers declared that they would also vote against the bill, of course, as not going far enough, and one or two gentlemen from the Conservative benches extended a spoken welcome to these new colleagues. Then Mr. Palliser got up and addressed the House for an hour, struggling hard to bring back the real subject, and to make the House understand that the ballot, whether good or bad, had been knocked on the head, and that members had no right at the present moment to consider anything but the expediency or inexpediency of so much reform as Mr. Mildmay presented to them in his present bill. Phineas was determined to speak, and to speak on this evening if he could catch the speaker's eye. Again the scene before him was going round before him. Again things became dim, and again he felt his blood beating hard at his heart. But things were not so bad with him as they had been before, because he had nothing to remember. He hardly knew, indeed, what he intended to say. He had an idea that he was desirous of joining in earnest support of the measure, with a vehement protest against the injustice which had been done to the people in general, and to Mr. Bunch in particular. He had firmly resolved that no fear of losing favour with the government should induce him to hold his tongue as to the Bunchian cruelties. Sooner than do so, he would certainly go among them at the Banner Office. He started up wildly when Mr. Palliser had completed his speech, but the speaker's eye, not unnaturally, had travelled to the other side of the House, and there was a Tory of the old school upon his legs. Mr. Western, the member for East Barsetshire, one of the gallant few who dared to vote against Sir Robert Peel's bill for repealing the Corn Laws in 1846. Mr. Western spoke with a slow, ponderous, unimpressive, but very audible voice for some 20 minutes, disdaining to make reference to Mr. Turnbull and his politics, but pleading against any reform with all the old arguments. Phineas did not hear a word that he said, did not attempt to hear. He was keen in his resolution to make another attempt at the speaker's eye, and at the present moment was thinking of that, and of that only. He did not even give himself a moment's reflection as to what his own speech should be. He would dash at it and take his chance, resolved that at least he would not fail in courage. Twice he was on his legs before Mr. Western had finished his slow harangue, and twice he was compelled to reseat himself, thinking that he had subjected himself to ridicule. At last the member for East Barset sat down, and Phineas was conscious that he had lost a moment or two in presenting himself again to the speaker. He held his ground, however, though he saw that he had various rivals for the right of speech. He held his ground, and was instantly aware that he had gained his point. There was a slight pause, and as some other urgent member did not reseat himself, Phineas heard the president of that august assembly call upon himself to address the House. The thing was now to be done. There he was with the House of Commons at his feet, a crowded House, bound to be his auditors as long as he should think fit to address them, and reporters by tens and twenties in the gallery, ready and eager to let the country know what the young member for Loughshane would say in this his maiden speech. Phineas Finn had sundry gifts, a powerful and pleasant voice, which he had learned to modulate, a handsome presence, and a certain natural mixture of modesty and self-reliance, which would certainly protect him from the faults of arrogance and pomposity, and which perhaps might carry him through the perils of his new position. And he had also the great advantage of friends in the House who were anxious that he should do well. But he had not that gift of slow blood, which on the former occasion would have enabled him to remember his prepared speech, and which would now have placed all his own resources within his own reach. He began with the expression of an opinion that every true reformer ought to accept Mr. Mildmay's bill, even if it were accepted only as an instalment. But before he had got through these sentences, he became painfully conscious that he was repeating his own words. He was cheered almost from the outset, and yet he knew as he went on that he was failing. He had certain arguments at his fingers' ends, points with which he was, in truth, so familiar that he need hardly have troubled himself to arrange them for special use, and he forgot even these. He found that he was going on with one platitude after another as to the benefit of reform, in a manner that would have shamed him 6 or 7 years ago at a debating club. He pressed on, fearing that words would fail him altogether if he paused. But he did in truth speak very much too fast, knocking his words together so that no reporter could properly catch them. But he had nothing to say for the bill except what hundreds had said before, and hundreds would say again. Still he was cheered, and still he went on, and as he became more and more conscious of his failure, there grew upon him the idea, the dangerous hope, that he might still save himself from ignominy by the eloquence of his invective against the police. He tried it, and succeeded thoroughly in making the House understand that he was very angry, but he succeeded in nothing else. He could not catch the words to express the thoughts of his mind. He could not explain his idea that the people out of the House had as much right to express their opinion in favor of the ballot as members in the House had to express theirs against it, and that animosity had been shown to the people by the authorities because they had so expressed their opinion. Then he attempted to tell the story of Mr. Bunch in a light and airy way, failed, and sat down in the middle of it. Again he was cheered by all around him, cheered as a new member is usually cheered, and in the midst of the cheer would have blown out his brains had there been a pistol there ready for such an operation. That hour with him was very bad. He did not know how to get up and go away, or how to keep his place. For some time he sat with his hat off, forgetful of his privilege of wearing it, and then put it on hurriedly, as though the fact of his not wearing it must have been observed by everybody. At last, about 2, the debate was adjourned, And then, as he was slowly leaving the house, thinking how he might creep away without companionship, Mr. Monk took him by the arm. "Are you going to walk?" said Mr. Monk. "Yes," said Phineas, "I shall walk." "Then we may go together as far as Pall Mall. Come along." Phineas had no means of escape, and left the house hanging on Mr. Monk's arm, without a word. Nor did Mr. Monk speak till they were out in Palace Yard. "It was not much amiss," said Mr. Monk, "but you'll do better than that yet." "Mr. Monk," said Phineas, "I have made an ass of myself so thoroughly, that there will at any rate be this good result, that I shall never make an ass of myself again after the same fashion." "Ah, I thought you had some such feeling as that, and therefore I was determined to speak to you. You may be sure, Finn, that I do not care to flatter you, and I think you ought to know that, as far as I am able, I will tell you the truth. Your speech, which was certainly nothing great, was about on par with other maiden speeches in the House of Commons. You have done yourself neither good nor harm, nor was it desirable that you should. My advice to you now is, never to avoid speaking on any subject that interests you, but never to speak for above 3 minutes, till you find yourself as much at home on your legs as you are when sitting. But do not suppose that you have made an ass of yourself, that is, in any special degree. Now, good night." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas discussed. Lady Laura Kennedy heard 2 accounts of her friend's speech, and both from men who had been present. Her husband was in his place, in accordance with his constant practice, and Lord Brentford had been seated, perhaps unfortunately, in the Peers' Gallery. "And you think it was a failure?" Lady Laura said to her husband. "It certainly was not a success. There was nothing particular about it. There was a good deal of it you could hardly hear." After that she got the morning newspapers and turned with great interest to the report. Phineas Finn had been, as it were, adopted by her as her own political offspring, or at any rate as her political godchild. She had made promises on his behalf to various personages of high political standing, to her father, to Mr. Monk, to the Duke of St. Bungay, and even to Mr. Mildmay himself. She had thoroughly intended that Phineas Finn should be a political success from the first, and since her marriage she had, I think, been more intent upon it than before. Perhaps there was a feeling on her part that, having wronged him in one way, she would repay him in another. She had become so eager for his success, for a while scorning to conceal her feeling, that her husband had unconsciously began to entertain a dislike to her eagerness. We know how quickly women arrive at an understanding of the feelings of those with whom they live, and now on that very occasion Lady Laura perceived that her husband did not take in good part her anxiety on behalf of her friend. She saw that it was so as she turned over the newspaper looking for the report of the speech. It was given in 6 lines, and at the end of it there was an intimation, expressed in the shape of advice, that the young orator had better speak more slowly if he wished to be efficacious either with the House or with the country. "He seems to have been cheered a good deal," said Lady Laura. "All members are cheered at their first speech," said Mr. Kennedy. "I've no doubt he'll do well yet," said Lady Laura. "Very likely," said Mr. Kennedy. Then he turned to his newspaper and did not take his eyes off it, as long as his wife remained with him. Later in the day, Lady Laura saw her father, and Miss Effingham was with her at the time. Lord Brentford said something which indicated that he had heard the debate on the previous evening, and Lady Laura instantly began to ask him about Phineas. "The less said the better," was the Earl's reply. "Do you mean it was so bad as that?" asked Lady Laura. "It was not very bad at first, though nobody indeed could say it was very good. But he got himself into a mess about the police and the magistrates before he had done, and nothing but the kindly feeling always shown to a first effort saved him from being coughed down." Lady Laura had not a word more to say about Phineas to her father, but, womanlike, she resolved that she would not abandon him. How many first failures in the world had been the precursors of ultimate success? "Mildmay will lose his bill," said the Earl sorrowfully. "There does not seem to be a doubt about that." "And what will you all do?" asked Lady Laura. "We must go to the country, I suppose," said the Earl. "What's the use? You can't have a more liberal house than you have now," said Lady Laura. "We may have one less liberal, or rather less radical, with fewer men to support Mr. Turnbull. I do not see what else we can do. They say that there are no less than 27 men on our side of the House who will either vote with Turnbull against us, or will decline to vote at all." "Every one of them ought to lose his seat," said Lady Laura. "But what can we do? How is the Queen's government to be carried on?" We all know the sad earnestness which impressed itself on the Earl's brow as he asked these momentous questions. "I don't suppose that Mr. Turnbull can form a ministry." "With Mr. Daubeny as a whipper-in, perhaps he might," said Lady Laura. "And will Mr. Finn lose his seat?" asked Violet Effingham. "Most probably," said the Earl. "He only got it by an accident." "You must find him a seat somewhere in England," said Violet. "That might be difficult," said the Earl, who then left the room. The two women remained together for some quarter of an hour before they spoke again. Then Lady Laura said something about her brother. "If there be a dissolution, I hope Oswald will stand for Loughton." Loughton was a borough close to Salisbury, in which, as regarded its political interests, Lord Brentford was supposed to have considerable influence. To this Violet said nothing. "It is quite time," continued Lady Laura, "that old Mr. Standish should give way. He has had the seat for 25 years, and has never done anything, and he seldom goes to the House now." "He is not your uncle, is he?" "No, he is papa's cousin, but he is ever so much older than papa, nearly 80, I believe." "Would not that be just the place for Mr. Finn?" said Violet. Then Lady Laura became very serious. "Oswald would of course have a better right to it than anybody else." "But would Lord Chiltern go into Parliament? I have heard him declare that he would not." "If we could get papa to ask him, I think he would change his mind," said Lady Laura. There was again silence for a few moments, after which Violet returned to the original subject of their conversation. "It would be 1,000 pities that Mr. Finn should be turned out into the cold. Don't you think so?" "I, for one, should be very sorry." "So should I, and the more so from what Lord Brentford says about his not speaking well last night. I don't think that it is very much of an accomplishment for a gentleman to speak well. Mr. Turnbull, I suppose, speaks well, and they say that that horrid man, Mr. Bonteen, can talk by the hour together. I don't think that it shows a man to be clever at all. But I believe Mr. Finn would do it if he set his mind to it, and I think it a great shame if they turn him out." "It would depend very much, I suppose, on Lord Tulla." "I don't know anything about Lord Tulla," said Violet, but I'm quite sure that he might have Loughton, if we manage it properly. Of course, Lord Chiltern should have it if he wants it, but I don't think he will stand in Mr. Finn's way." "I'm afraid it's out of the question," said Lady Laura gravely. "Papa thinks so much about the borough." The reader will remember that both Lord Brentford and his daughter were thorough reformers. The use of a little borough of his own, however, is a convenience to a great peer. "Those difficult things have always to be talked of for a long while, and then they become easy," said Violet. "I believe if you were to propose to Mr. Kennedy to give all his property to the church missionaries and emigrate to New Zealand, he'd begin to consider it seriously after a time. I shall not try, at any rate, because you don't want to go to New Zealand, but you might try about Loughton for poor Mr. Finn." "Violet," said Lady Laura, after a moment's pause, and she spoke sharply, "Violet, I believe you are in love with Mr. Finn." "That's just like you, Laura." "I never made such an accusation against you before, or against anybody else that I can remember, but I do begin to believe that you are in love with Mr. Finn." "Why shouldn't I be in love with him if I like?" "I say nothing about that, only he has not got a penny. But I have, my dear. And I doubt whether you have any reason for supposing that he is in love with you." "That would be my affair, my dear." "Then you are in love with him." "That is also my affair." Lady Laura shrugged her shoulders. "Of course it is. And if you tell me to hold my tongue, of course I will do so. If you ask me whether I think it is a good match, of course I must say I do not." "I don't tell you to hold your tongue, and I don't ask you what you think about the match. You are quite welcome to talk as much about me as you please. But as to Mr. Phineas Finn, you have no business to think anything. I shouldn't talk to anybody but yourself. I am growing to be quite indifferent as to what people say. Lady Baldock asked me the other day whether I was going to throw myself away on Mr. Lawrence Fitzgibbon." "No." "Indeed she did. And what did you answer?" "I told her that it was not quite settled, but that as I had only spoken to him once during the last 2 years, and then for not more than half a minute, and as I wasn't sure whether I knew him by sight, and as I had reason to suppose he didn't know my name, there might, perhaps, be a delay of a week or 2 before the thing came off." Then she flounced out of the room. "But what made her ask about Mr. Fitzgibbon?" "Somebody had been hoaxing her. I am beginning to think that Augusta does it for her private amusement. If so, I shall think more highly of my dear cousin than I have hitherto done. But, Laura, as you have made a similar accusation against me, and as I cannot get out of it with you as I do with my aunt, I must ask you to hear my protestation. I am not in love with Mr. Phineas Finn. Heaven help me! As far as I can tell, I am not in love with any one, and never shall be." Lady Laura looked pleased. "Do you know," continued Violet, "that I think I could be in love with Mr. Phineas Finn, if I could be in love with anybody." Then Lady Laura looked displeased. "In the first place, he is a gentleman," continued Violet. "Then he is a man of spirit. And then he has not too much spirit, not the kind of spirit which makes some men think that they are the finest things going. His manners are perfect, not Chesterfieldian, and yet never offensive. He never browbeats any one, and never toadies any one. He knows how to live easily with men of all ranks, without any appearance of claiming a special status for himself. If he were made Archbishop of Canterbury to-morrow, I believe he would settle down into the place of the first subject in the land without arrogance, and without false shame." "You are his eulogist with a vengeance." "I am his eulogist. but I am not in love with him. If he were to ask me to be his wife tomorrow, I should be distressed and should refuse him. If he were to marry my dearest friend in the world, I should tell him to kiss me and be my brother. As to Mr. Phineas Finn, those are my sentiments." "What you say is very odd." "Why odd?" "Simply because mine are the same." "Are they the same? I once thought, Laura, that you did love him, that you meant to be his wife." Lady Laura sat for a while without making any reply to this. She sat with her elbow on the table and with her face leaning on her hand, thinking how far it would tend to her comfort if she spoke in true confidence. Violet, during the time, never took her eyes from her friend's face, but remained silent as though waiting for an answer. She had been very explicit as to her feelings. Would Laura Kennedy be equally explicit? She was too clever to forget that such plainness of speech must be more difficult to Lady Laura than to herself. Lady Laura was a married woman, but she felt that her friend would have been wrong to search for secrets unless they were ready to tell her own. It was probably some such feeling which made Lady Laura speak at last. "So I did, nearly," said Lady Laura, "very nearly. You told me just now that you had money, and could therefore do as you pleased. I had no money, and could not do as I pleased. And you told me also that I had no reason for thinking that he cared for me." "Did I? Well, I suppose you have no reason. He did care for me. He did love me." "He told you so?" "Yes, he told me so." "And how did you answer him?" "I had that very morning become engaged to Mr. Kennedy. That was my answer." "And what did he say when you told him?" "I do not know. I cannot remember. But he behaved very well." "And now, if he were to love me, you would grudge me his love?" "Not for that reason. Not if I know myself. Oh no, I would not be so selfish as that." "For what reason, then?" "Because I look upon it as written in heaven that you are to be Oswald's wife." "Heaven's writings, then, are false," said Violet, getting up and walking away. In the meantime, Phineas was very wretched at home. When he reached his lodgings after leaving the house, after his short conversation with Mr. Monk, he tried to comfort himself with what that gentleman had said to him. For a while he was walking, there had been some comfort in Mr. Monk's words. Mr. Monk had much experience, and doubtless knew what he was saying, and there might be yet hope. But all this hope faded away when Phineas was in his own rooms. There came upon him, as he looked round them, an idea that he had no business to be in Parliament, that he was an impostor, that he was going about the world under false pretences, and that he would never set himself aright, even unto himself, till he had gone through some terrible act of humiliation. He had been a cheat even to Mr. Quintus Slide of the Banner, in accepting an invitation to come among them. He had been a cheat to Lady Laura, in that he had induced her to think that he was fit to live with her. He was a cheat to Violet Effingham, in assuming that he was capable of making himself agreeable to her. He was a cheat to Lord Chiltern when riding his horses, and pretending to be a proper associate for a man of fortune. Why, what was his income? What his birth? What his proper position? And now he had got the reward which all cheats deserve. Then he went to bed, and as he lay there, he thought of Mary Flood Jones. Had he plighted his troth to Mary, and then worked like a slave under Mr. Lowe's auspices, he would not have been a cheat. It seemed to him that he had hardly been asleep when the girl came into his room in the morning. "Sir," said she, "there's that gentleman there." "What gentleman?" "The old gentleman." Then Phineas knew that Mr. Clarkson was in his sitting-room, and that he would not leave till he had seen the owner of the room. Nay, Phineas was pretty sure that Mr. Clarkson would come into the bedroom if he were kept long waiting. "Damn the old gentleman," said Phineas in his wrath, and the maid-servant heard him say so. In about 20 minutes he went out into the sitting-room with his slippers on and in his dressing-gown. Suffering under the circumstances of such an emergency, how is any man to go through the work of dressing and washing with proper exactness? As to the prayers which he said on that morning, I think that no question should be asked. He came out with a black cloud on his brow, and with his mind half made up to kick Mr. Clarkson out of the room. Mr. Clarkson, when he saw him, moved his chin round within his white cravat, as was a custom with him, and put his thumb and forefinger on his lips, and then shook his head. "Very bad, Mr. Finn, very bad indeed, very bad, ain't it? You coming here in this way at all times in the day is very bad," said Phineas. "And where would you have me go? Would you like to see me down in the lobby of the house? To tell you the truth, Mr. Clarkson, I don't want to see you anywhere." "Ah, yes, I dare say, and that's what you call honest, being a Parliament gent. You had my money, and then you tell me you don't want to see me any more." "I have not had your money," said Phineas. "But let me tell you," continued Mr. Clarkson, "that I want to see you, and shall go on seeing you till the money is paid." "I've not had any of your money," said Phineas. Mr. Clarkson again twitched his chin about on the top of his cravat, and smiled. "Mr. Finn," said he, showing the bill, "is that your name?" "Yes, it is." "Then I want my money." "I have no money to give you." "Do be punctual now. Why ain't you punctual? I'd do anything for you if you were punctual. I would indeed." Mr. Clarkson, as he said this, sat down in the chair which had been placed for our hero's breakfast, and cutting a slice off the loaf, began to butter it with great composure. "Mr. Clarkson," said Phineas, "I cannot ask you to breakfast here. I am engaged." "I'll just take a bit of bread and butter all the same," said Clarkson. "Where do you get your butter? Now I could tell you a woman who'd give it to you cheaper and a deal better than this. This is all lard. Shall I send her to you?" "No," said Phineas. There was no tea ready, and therefore Mr. Clarkson emptied the milk into a cup and drank it. "After this," said Phineas, "I must beg, Mr. Clarkson, that you will never come to my room any more. I shall not be at home to you." "The lobby of the house is the same thing to me," said Mr. Clarkson. "They know me well there. I wish you'd be punctual, and then we'd be the best of friends." After that, Mr. Clarkson, having finished his bread and butter, took his leave. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The second reading is carried. The debate on the bill was prolonged during the whole of that week. Lord Brentford, who loved his seat in the cabinet and the glory of being a minister better even than he loved his borough, had taken a gloomy estimate when he spoke of 27 defaulters, and of the bill as certainly lost. Men who were better able than he to make estimates, the Bonteens and Fitzgibbons on each side of the House, and above all, the Rattlers and Robbies, produced lists from day to day, which varied now by 3 names in one direction, then by 2 in another, and which fluctuated at last by units only. They all concurred in declaring that it would be a very near division. A great effort was made to close the debate on the Friday, but it failed, and the full tide of speech was carried on till the following Monday. On that morning Phineas heard Mr. Rattler declare at the club that, as far as his judgment went, the division at that moment was a fair subject for a bet. "There are 2 men doubtful in the House," said Rattler, "and if one votes on one side and one on the other, or if neither votes at all, it will be a tie." Mr. Roby, however, the whip on the other side, was quite sure that one at least of these gentlemen would go into his lobby, and that the other would not go into Mr. Rattler's lobby. I am inclined to think that the town was generally inclined to put more confidence in the accuracy of Mr. Roby than in that of Mr. Rattler, and among betting men there certainly was a point given by those who backed the Conservatives. The odds, however, were lost, for on the division the numbers in the 2 lobbies were equal, and the Speaker gave his casting vote in favour of the government. The bill was read a second time and was lost, as a matter of course, in reference to any subsequent action. Mr. Roby declared that even Mr. Mildmay could not go on with nothing but the Speaker's vote to support him. Mr. Mildmay had no doubt felt that he could not go on with his bill from the moment in which Mr. Turnbull had declared his opposition, but he could not with propriety withdraw it in deference to Mr. Turnbull's opinion. During the week Phineas had had his hands sufficiently full. Twice he had gone to the potted peas inquiry, but he had been at the office of the People's Banner more often than that. Bunch had been very resolute in his determination to bring an action against the police for false imprisonment, even though he spent every shilling of his savings in doing so. And when his wife, in the presence of Phineas, begged that bygones might be bygones, reminding him that spilt milk could not be recovered, he called her a mean-spirited woman. Then Mrs. Bunch wept a flood of tears and told her favourite lodger that for her all comfort in this world was over. "Drat the reformers, I say, and I wish there was no Parliament. So I do. What's the use of all the voting when it means nothing but dry bread and cross words?" Phineas by no means encouraged his landlord in his litigious spirit, advising him rather to keep his money in his pocket and leave the fighting of the battle to the columns of the Banner, which would fight it, at any rate, with economy. But Bunch, though he delighted in the Banner, and showed an unfortunate readiness to sit at the feet of Mr. Quintus Slide, would have his action at law, in which resolution Mr. Slide did, I fear, encourage him behind the back of his better friend, Phineas Finn. Phineas went with Bunch to Mr. Lowe's chambers, for Mr. Lowe had in some way become acquainted with the law stationer's journeyman, and there some very good advice was given. "Have you asked yourself what is your object, Mr. Bunch?" said Mr. Lowe. Mr. Bunch declared he had asked himself that question and had answered it. His object was redress. "In the shape of compensation to yourself?" suggested Mr. Lowe. No, Mr. Bunch would not admit that he personally required any compensation. The redress wanted was punishment to the man. "Is it for vengeance?" asked Mr. Lowe. No, it was not for vengeance, Mr. Bunch declared. "It ought not to be," continued Mr. Lowe, "because though you think that the man exceeded in his duty, you must feel that he was doing so through no personal ill will to yourself. What I want is to have the fellows kept in their proper places," said Mr. Bunch. "Exactly, and therefore these things, when they occur, are mentioned in the press and in Parliament, and the attention of a Secretary of State is called to them. Thank God we don't have very much of that kind of thing in England." "Maybe we shall have more if we don't look to it," said Bunch stoutly. "We are always looking to it," said Mr. Lowe, "looking to it very carefully. But I don't think anything is to be done in that way by indictment against a single man, whose conduct has already been approved by the magistrates. If you want notoriety, Mr. Bunch, and don't mind what you pay for it, or have got anybody else to pay for it, then indeed—" "There ain't nobody to pay for it," said Bunch, waxing angry. "Then I certainly should not pay for it myself, if I were you," said Mr. Lowe. But Bunch was not to be counselled out of his intention. When he was out in the square with Phineas, he expressed great anger against Mr. Lowe. "He don't know what patriotism means," said the law scrivener, "and then he talks to me about notoriety. It has always been the same way with 'em. If a man shows a spark of public feeling, it's all hambition. I don't want no notoriety. I wants to earn my bread peaceable, and to be let alone when I'm about my own business. I pays rates for the police to look after rogues, not to haul folks about and lock 'em up for days and nights, who is doing what they has a legal right to do." After that, Bunch went to his attorney, to the great detriment of the business at the stationer's shop, and Phineas visited the office of the People's Banner. There he wrote a leading article about Bunch's case, for which he was in due time to be paid a guinea. After all, the People's Banner might do more for him in this way than would ever be done by Parliament. Mr. Slide, however, and another gentleman at the Banner office, much older than Mr. Slide, who announced himself as the actual editor, were anxious that Phineas should rid himself of his heterodox political resolutions about the ballot. It was not that they cared much about his own opinions, and when Phineas attempted to argue with the editor on the merits of the ballot, the editor put him down very shortly. "We go in for it, Mr. Finn," he said. If Mr. Finn would go in for it too, the editor seemed to think that Mr. Finn might make himself very useful at the Banner office. Phineas stoutly maintained that this was impossible, and was therefore driven to confine his articles in the service of the people to those open subjects on which his opinions agreed with those of the People's Banner. This was his second article, and the editor seemed to think that, backward as he was about the ballot, he was too useful an aid to be thrown aside. A member of Parliament is not now all that he once was, but still there is a prestige in the letters affixed to his name which makes him loom larger in the eyes of the world than other men. Get into Parliament, if it be but for the borough of Loughshane, and the People's Banners all round will be glad of your assistance, as will also companies limited and unlimited to a very marvellous extent. Phineas wrote his article, and promised to look in again, and so they went on. Mr. Quintus Slide continued to assure him that a horgan was indispensable to him, and Phineas began to accommodate his ears to the sound which had at first been so disagreeable. He found that his acquaintance, Mr. Slide, had ideas of his own as to getting into the 'ouse at some future time. "I always look upon the 'ouse as my oyster, and ears my sword," said Mr. Slide, brandishing an old quill pen, "and I feel that if once there I could get along. I do indeed. What is it a man wants? It's only pluck, that he shouldn't funk because 100 other men are looking at him." Then Phineas asked him whether he had any idea of a constituency, to which Mr. Slide replied that he had no absolutely formed intention. Many boroughs, however, would doubtless be set free from aristocratic influence by the redistribution of seats which must take place, as Mr. Slide declared, at any rate in the next session. Then he named the borough of Loughton, and Phineas Finn, thinking of Salisbury, thinking of the Earl, thinking of Lady Laura, and thinking of Violet, walked away disgusted. Would it not be better that the quiet town, clustering close round the walls of Salisbury, should remain as it was, than that it should be polluted by the presence of Mr. Quintus Slide? On the last day of the debate, at a few moments before 4 o'clock, Phineas encountered another terrible misfortune. He had been at the Potted Peas since 12, and had on this occasion charged 2 or 3 commissariat officers very tightly with questions respecting cabbages and potatoes, and had asked whether the officers on board a certain ship did not always eat preserved asparagus, while the men had not even a bean. I fear that he had been put up to this business by Mr. Quintus Slide, and that he made himself nasty. There was, however, so much nastiness of the kind going, that his little effort made no great difference. The Conservative members of the committee, on whose side of the House the inquiry had originated, did not scruple to lay all manner of charges to officers whom, were they themselves in power, they would be bound to support, and would support with all their energies. About 4:15 the members of the committee had dismissed their last witness for the day, being desirous of not losing their chance of seats on so important an occasion, and hurried down into the lobby, so that they might enter the house before prayers. Phineas here was buttonholed by Barrington Erle, who said something to him as to the approaching division. They were standing in front of the door of the House, almost in the middle of the lobby, with a crowd of members around them, on a spot which, as frequenters know, is hallowed ground, and must not be trodden by strangers. He was in the act of answering Earl, when he was touched on the arm, and on turning round saw Mr. Clarkson. "About that little bill, Mr. Finn," said the horrible man, turning his chin round over his white cravat. "They always tell me at your lodgings that you ain't at home." By this time a policeman was explaining to Mr. Clarkson, with a gentle violence, that he must not stand there, that he must go aside into one of the corners. "I know all that," said Mr. Clarkson, retreating. "Of course I do. But what is a man to do when a gent won't see him at home?" Mr. Clarkson stood aside in his corner quietly, giving the policeman no occasion for further action against him. But in retreating he spoke loud, and there was a lull of voices around, and 20 members at least had heard what had been said. Phineas Finn, no doubt, had his privilege, but Mr. Clarkson was determined that the privilege should avail him as little as possible. It was very hard. The real offender, the Lord of the Treasury, the peer's son, with 1,000 a year paid by the country, was not treated with this cruel persecution. Phineas had in truth never taken a farthing from any one but his father, and though doubtless he owed something at this moment, he had no creditor of his own that was even angry with him. As the world goes, he was a clear man, but for this debt of his friend Fitzgibbon. He left Barrington Erle in the lobby and hurried into the house, blushing up to the eyes. He looked for Fitzgibbon in his place, but the Lord of the Treasury was not as yet there. Doubtless he would be there for the division, and Phineas resolved that he would speak a bit of his mind before he let his friend out of his sight. There were some great speeches made on that evening. Mr. Gresham delivered an oration of which men said that it would be known in England as long as there were any words remaining of English eloquence. In it he taunted Mr. Turnbull with being a recreant to the people, of whom he called himself so often the champion. But Mr. Turnbull was not in the least moved. Mr. Gresham knew well enough that Mr. Turnbull was not to be moved by any words. But the words were not the less telling to the House and to the country. Men who heard it said that Mr. Gresham forgot himself in that speech, forgot his party, forgot his strategy, forgot his long-drawn schemes, even his love of applause, and thought only of his cause. Mr. Daubeny replied to him with equal genius and with equal skill, if not with equal heart. Mr. Gresham had asked for the approbation of all present and of all future reformers. Mr. Daubeny denied him both, the one because he would not succeed, and the other because he would not have deserved success. Then Mr. Mildmay made his reply, getting up at about 3 o'clock, and uttered a prayer, a futile prayer, that this his last work on behalf of his countrymen might be successful. His bill was read a second time, and, as I have said before, in obedience to the casting vote of the Speaker, but a majority such as that was tantamount to a defeat. There was, of course, on that night no declaration as to what ministers would do. Without a meeting of the Cabinet, and without some further consideration, though each might know that the bill would be withdrawn, they could not say in what way they would act. But late as was the hour, there were many words on the subject before members were in their beds. Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Monk left the House together, and perhaps no two gentlemen in it had in former sessions been more in the habit of walking home arm in arm, and discussing what each had heard, and what each had said in that assembly. Latterly, these two men had gone strangely asunder in their paths, very strangely for men who had for years walked so closely together, and this separation had been marked by violent words spoken against each other, by violent words, at least, spoken against him in office, by the one who had never contaminated his hands by the Queen's shilling. And yet on such an occasion as this they were able to walk away from the House arm in arm, and did not fly at each other's throat by the way. "Singular enough, is it not," said Mr. Turnbull, "that the thing should have been so close?" "Very odd," said Mr. Monk, "but men have said that it would be so all the week." "Gresham was very fine," said Mr. Turnbull. "Very fine indeed. I never have heard anything like it before." "Daubeny was very powerful too," said Mr. Turnbull. "Yes, no doubt. The occasion was great, and he answered to the spur. But Gresham's was the speech of the debate." "Well, yes, perhaps it was," said Mr. Turnbull, who was thinking of his own flight the other night, and who among his special friends had been much praised for what he had then done. But of course he made no allusion to his own doings, or to those of Mr. Monk. In this way they conversed for some 20 minutes till they parted, but neither of them interrogated the other as to what either might be called upon to do in consequence of the division which had just been effected. They might still be intimate friends, but the days of confidence between them were past. Phineas had seen Lawrence Fitzgibbon enter the house, which he did quite late in the night, so as to be in time for the division. No doubt he had dined in the house, and had been all the evening in the library, or in the smoking-room. When Mr. Mildmay was on his legs making his reply, Fitzgibbon had sauntered in, not choosing to wait till he might be rung up by the bell at the last moment. Phineas was near him as they passed by the tellers, near him in the lobby, and near him again as they all passed back into the house. But at the last moment he thought that he would miss his prey. In the crowd, as they left the house, he failed to get his hand upon his friend's shoulder. But he hurried down the members' passage, and just at the gate leading out into Westminster Hall, he overtook Fitzgibbon walking arm in arm with Barrington Erle. "Lawrence," he said, taking hold of his countryman's arm with a decided grasp, "I want to speak to you for a moment, if you please." "Speak away," said Lawrence. Then Phineas, looking up into his face, knew very well that he had been what the world calls dining. Phineas remembered at the moment that Barrington Erle had been close to him when the odious money-lender had touched his arm and made his inquiry about that little bill. He much wished to make Erle understand that the debt was not his own, that he was not in the hands of usurers in reference to his own concerns. But there was a feeling within him that he still, even still, owed something to his friendship to Fitzgibbon. "Just give me your arm, and come on with me for a moment," said Phineas. "Erle will excuse us." "Oh, blazes," said Lawrence, "what is it you're after? I ain't good at private conferences at 3 in the morning. We're all out, and isn't that enough for ye?" "I have been dreadfully annoyed to-night," said Phineas, "and I wish to speak to you about it." "Bedad, Finn, my boy, and there are a good many of us are annoyed, Barrington?" Phineas perceived clearly that though Fitzgibbon had been dining, there was as much of cunning in all this as of wine, and he was determined not to submit to such unlimited ill-usage. "My annoyance comes from your friend, Mr. Clarkson, who had the impudence to address me in the lobby of the House." "And serve you right, too, Finn, my boy. Why the devil did you sport your oak to him? He has told me all about it. There ain't such a patient little fellow as Clarkson anywhere, if you'll only let him have his own way. He'll look in, as he calls it, 3 times a week for a whole season, and do nothing further. Of course he don't like to be locked out." "Is that the gentleman with whom the police interfered in the lobby?" Erle inquired. "A confounded bill discounter, to whom our friend here has introduced me for his own purposes," said Phineas. "A very gentleman-like fellow," said Lawrence. "Barrington knows him, I dare say. Look here, Finn, my boy, take my advice. Ask him to breakfast, and let him understand that the house will always be open to him." After this, Lawrence Fitzgibbon and Barrington Erle got into a cab together and were driven away. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A cabinet meeting. "And now will the muses assist me while I sing an altogether new song?" On the Tuesday the cabinet met at the First Lord's official residence in Downing Street, and I will attempt to describe what, according to the bewildered brain of a poor fictionist, was said or might have been said, what was done or might have been done, on so august an occasion. The poor fictionist very frequently finds himself to have been wrong in his description of things in general, and is told so roughly by the critics and tenderly by the friends of his bosom. He is moved to tell of things of which he omits to learn the nature before he tells of them, as should be done by a strictly honest fictionist. He catches salmon in October, or shoots his partridges in March. His dahlias bloom in June, and his birds sing in the autumn. He opens the opera houses before Easter, and makes Parliament sit on a Wednesday evening. And then those terrible meshes of the law. How is a fictionist, in these excited days, to create the needed biding interest without legal difficulties? And how again is he to steer his little bark clear of so many rocks, when the rocks and the shoals have been purposely arranged to make the taking of a pilot on board a necessity? As to those law meshes, a benevolent pilot will, indeed, now and again, give a poor fictionist a helping hand, not used, however, generally with much discretion. But from whom is any assistance to come in the august matter of a cabinet assembly? There can be no such assistance. No man can tell aught but they who will tell nothing. But then, again, there is this safety, that let the story be ever so mistold, let the fiction be ever so far removed from the truth, no critic short of a cabinet minister himself can convict the narrator of error. It was a large dingy room, covered with a Turkey carpet, and containing a dark polished mahogany dinner table on very heavy carved legs, which an old messenger was preparing at 2 o'clock in the day for the use of Her Majesty's ministers. The table would have been large enough for 14 guests, and along the side further from the fire there were placed some 6 heavy chairs, good comfortable chairs, stuffed at the back, as well as the seat. But on the side nearer to the fire the chairs were placed irregularly, and there were 4 armchairs, 2 on one side and 2 on the other. There were 4 windows to the room, which looked on to St. James's Park, and the curtains of the windows were dark and heavy, as became the gravity of the purposes to which that chamber was appropriated. In old days it had been the dining-room of one prime minister after another. To Pitt it had been the abode of his own familiar prandial penates, and Lord Liverpool had been dull there among his dull friends for long year after year. The ministers of the present day find it more convenient to live in private homes, and indeed, not unfrequently, carry their cabinets with them. But under Mr. Mildmay's rule, the meetings were generally held in the old room at the official residence. Thrice did the aged messenger move each armchair, now a little this way, and now a little that, and then look at them as though something of the tendency of the coming meeting might depend on the comfort of its leading members. If Mr. Mildmay should find himself to be quite comfortable, so that he could hear what was said without a struggle to his ear, and see his colleagues' faces clearly, and feel the fire without burning his shins, it might be possible that he would not insist upon resigning. If this were so, how important was the work now confided to the hands of that aged messenger! When his anxious eyes had glanced round the room some 6 times, when he had touched each curtain, laid his hand upon every chair, and dusted certain papers which lay upon a side table, and which had been lying there for 2 years, and at which no one ever looked or would look, he gently crept away and ensconced himself in an easy chair not far from the door of the chamber, for it might be necessary to stop the attempt of a rash intruder on those secret councils. Very shortly there was heard the ring of various voices in the passages, the voices of men speaking pleasantly, the voices of men with whom it seemed from their tone that things were doing well in the world. And then a cluster of 4 or 5 gentlemen entered the room. At first sight they seemed to be as ordinary gentlemen as you shall meet anywhere about Pall Mall on an afternoon. There was nothing about their outward appearance of the august wiggery of statecraft, nothing of the ponderous dignity of ministerial position. That little man in the square-cut coat, we may almost call it a shooting coat, swinging an umbrella and wearing no gloves, is no less a person than the Lord Chancellor, Lord Weaseling, who made £100,000 as Attorney General, and is supposed to be the best lawyer of his age. He is 50, but he looks to be hardly over 40, and one might take him to be, from his appearance, perhaps a clerk in the War Office, well-to-do, and popular among his brother clerks. Immediately with him is Sir Harry Coldfoot, also a lawyer by profession, though he has never practised. He has been in the House for nearly 30 years, and is now at the Home Office. He is a stout, healthy, grey-haired gentleman, who certainly does not wear the cares of office on his face. Perhaps, however, no minister gets more bullied than he by the press, and men say that he will be very willing to give up to some political enemy the control of the police and the onerous duty of judging in all criminal appeals. Behind these come our friend Mr. Monk, young Lord Cantrip from the colonies next door, than whom no smarter young peer now does honour to our hereditary legislature, and Sir Marmaduke Morecombe, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Why Sir Marmaduke has always been placed in Mr. Mildmay's cabinets nobody ever knew. As Chancellor of the Duchy he has nothing to do, and were there anything he would not do it. He rarely speaks in the House, and then does not speak well. He is a handsome man, or would be but for an assumption of grandeur in the carriage of his eyes, giving to his face a character of pomposity which he himself well deserves. He was in the Guards when young, and has been in Parliament since he ceased to be young. It must be supposed that Mr. Mildmay has found something in him, for he has been included in 3 successive Liberal cabinets. He has probably the virtue of being true to Mr. Mildmay, and of being duly submissive to one whom he recognizes as his superior. Within 2 minutes afterwards the Duke followed, with Plantagenet Palliser. The Duke, as all the world knows, was the Duke of St. Bungay, the very front and head of the aristocratic old Whigs of the country, a man who has been thrice spoken of as Prime Minister, and who really might have filled the office had he not known himself to be unfit for it. The Duke has been consulted as to the making of cabinets for the last 35 years, and is even now not an old man in appearance, a fussy, popular, clever, conscientious man, whose digestion has been too good to make politics a burden to him, but who has thought seriously about his country, and is one who will be sure to leave memoirs behind him. He was born in the semi-purple of ministerial influences, and men say of him that he is honester than his uncle, who was Canning's friend, but not so great a man as his grandfather, with whom Fox once quarrelled, and whom Burke loved. Plantagenet Palliser, himself the heir to a dukedom, was the young Chancellor of the Exchequer, of whom some statesmen thought much as the rising star of the age. If industry, rectitude of purpose, and a certain clearness of intellect may prevail, Planty Pall, as he is familiarly called, may become a great minister. Then came Viscount Thrift by himself, the First Lord of the Admiralty, with the whole weight of a new iron-clad fleet upon his shoulders. He has undertaken the Herculean task of cleansing the dockyards, and with it the lesser work of keeping afloat a navy that may be esteemed by his countrymen to be the best in the world. And he thinks that he will do both, if only Mr. Mildmay will not resign, an industrious, honest, self-denying nobleman, who works without ceasing from the morn to night, and who hopes to rise in time to high things, to the translating of Homer perhaps, and the wearing of the garter. Close behind him there was a rock of ministers, with the much-honoured grey-haired old Premier in the midst of them. There was Mr. Gresham, the foreign minister, said to be the greatest orator in Europe, on whose shoulders it was thought that the mantle of Mr. Mildmay would fall. to be worn, however, quite otherwise than Mr. Mildmay had worn it. For Mr. Gresham is a man with no feelings for the past, void of historical association, hardly with memories, living altogether for the future, which he is anxious to fashion anew out of the vigour of his own brain. Whereas with Mr. Mildmay, even his love of reform is an inherited passion for an old-world liberalism. And there was with them Mr. Legge Wilson, the brother of a peer, secretary at war, a great scholar and a polished gentleman, very proud of his position as a cabinet minister, but conscious that he has hardly earned it by political work. And Lord Plinlimmon is with them, the Controller of India, of all working lords the most jaunty, the most pleasant, and the most popular, very good at taking chairs at dinners, and making becoming speeches at the shortest notice, a man apparently very free and open in his ways of life, but cautious enough in truth as to every step, knowing well how hard it is to climb and how easy to fall. Mr. Mildmay entered the room leaning on Lord Plinlimmon's arm, and when he made his way up among the armchairs upon the rug before the fire, the others clustered around him with cheering looks and kindly questions. Then came the Privy Seal, our old friend Lord Brentford, last, and I would say least, but that the words of no counsellor could go for less in such an assemblage than will those of Sir Marmaduke Morecombe, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Mr. Mildmay was soon seated in one of the armchairs, while Lord Plinlimmon leaned against the table close at his elbow. Mr. Gresham stood upright at the corner of the chimney-piece furthest from Mr. Mildmay, and Mr. Palliser at that nearest to him. The Duke took the armchair close at Mr. Mildmay's left hand. Lord Plinlimmon was, as I have said, leaning against the table, but the Lord Chancellor, who was next to him, sat upon it. Viscount Thrift and Mr. Monk occupied chairs on the further side of the table, near to Mr. Mildmay's end, and Mr. Legge Wilson placed himself at the head of the table, thus joining them, as it were, into a body. The Home Secretary stood before the Lord Chancellor, screening him from the fire, and the Chancellor of the Duchy, after waiting for a few minutes as though in doubt, took one of the vacant armchairs. The young lord from the colonies stood a little behind the shoulders of his great friend from the Foreign Office, and the Privy Seal, after moving about for a while uneasily, took a chair behind the Chancellor of the Duchy. One armchair was thus left vacant, but there was no other comer. "It is not so bad as I thought it would be," said the Duke, speaking aloud, but nevertheless addressing himself specially to his chief. "It was bad enough," said Mr. Mildmay, laughing. "Bad enough, indeed," said Sir Marmaduke Morecombe, without any laughter. "And such a good bill lost," said Lord Plinlimmon. "The worst of these failures is, that the same identical bill can never be brought in again. So that if the lost bill was best, the bill that will not be lost can only be second best," said the Lord Chancellor. "I certainly did think that after the debate before Easter we should not have come to shipwreck about the ballot," said Mr. Mildmay. "It was brewing for us all along," said Mr. Gresham, who then, with a gesture of his hand and a pressure of his lips, withheld words which he was nearly uttering, and which would not, probably, have been complimentary to Mr. Turnbull. As it was, he turned half round and said something to Lord Cantrip, which was not audible to any one else in the room. It was worthy of note, however, that Mr. Turnbull's name was not once mentioned aloud at that meeting. "I am afraid it was brewing all along," said Sir Marmaduke Morecombe gravely. "Well, gentlemen, we must take it as we get it," said Mr. Mildmay, still smiling, And now we must consider what we shall do at once." Then he paused as though expecting that counsel would come to him first from one colleague and then from another, but no such counsel came, and probably Mr. Mildmay did not in the least expect that it would come. "We cannot stay where we are, of course," said the Duke. The Duke was privileged to say as much as that, but though every man in the room knew that it must be so, no one but the Duke would have said it before Mr. Mildmay had spoken plainly himself. "No," said Mr. Mildmay, "I suppose that we can hardly stay where we are. Probably none of us wish it, gentlemen." Then he looked round upon his colleagues, and there came a sort of an assent, though there were no spoken words. The sound from Sir Marmaduke Morecambe was louder than that from the others, but yet from him it was no more than an attesting grunt. "We have two things to consider," continued Mr. Mildmay, and though he spoke in a very low voice, every word was heard by all present. "Two things chiefly, that is, the work of the country and the Queen's comfort. I propose to see Her Majesty this afternoon at 5, that is, in something less than 2 hours' time, and I hope to be able to tell the House by 7 what has taken place between Her Majesty and me. My friend, His Grace, will do as much in the House of Lords. If you agree with me, gentlemen, I will explain to the Queen that it is not for the welfare of the country that we should retain our places, and I will place your resignations and my own in Her Majesty's hands." "You will advise Her Majesty to send for Lord de Terrier," said Mr. Gresham. "Certainly. There will be no other course open to me." "Or to her," said Mr. Gresham. To this remark from the rising minister of the day no word of reply was made. But of those present in the room, 3 or 4 of the most experienced servants of the Crown felt that Mr. Gresham had been imprudent. The Duke, who had ever been afraid of Mr. Gresham, told Mr. Palliser afterwards that such an observation should not have been made, and Sir Harry Coldfoot pondered upon it uneasily, and Sir Marmaduke Morecambe asked Mr. Mildmay what he thought about it. "Times change so much, and with the times the feelings of men," said Mr. Mildmay, but I doubt whether Sir Marmaduke quite understood him. There was silence in the room for a moment or two after Mr. Gresham had spoken, and then Mr. Mildmay again addressed his friends. "Of course it may be possible that my Lord de Terrier may foresee difficulties, or may find difficulties which will oblige him, either at once, or after an attempt has been made, to decline the task which Her Majesty will probably commit to him. All of us, no doubt, know that the arrangement of a government is not the most easy task in the world, and that it is not made the more easy by an absence of a majority in the House of Commons." "He would dissolve, I presume," said the Duke. "I should say so," continued Mr. Mildmay, "but it may not improbably come to pass that Her Majesty will feel herself obliged to send again for some 1 or 2 of us, that we may tender to Her Majesty the advice which we owe to her, for me, for instance, or for my friend the Duke. In such a matter she would be much guided probably by what Lord de Terrier might have suggested to her. Should this be so, and should I be consulted, my present feeling is that we should resume our offices, so that the necessary business of the session should be completed, and that we should then dissolve Parliament, and thus ascertain the opinion of the country. In such case, however, we should of course meet again." "I quite think that the course proposed by Mr. Mildmay will be the best," said the Duke, who had no doubt already discussed the matter with his friend the Prime Minister in private. No one else said a word either of argument or disagreement, and the cabinet council was broken up. The old messenger, who had been asleep in his chair, stood up and bowed as the ministers walked by him, and then went in and rearranged the chairs. "He has as much idea of giving up as you or I have," said Lord Cantrip to his friend Mr. Gresham, as they walked arm in arm together from the Treasury Chambers across St. James's Park towards the clubs. "I am not sure that he is not right," said Mr. Gresham. "Do you mean for himself or for the country?" asked Lord Cantrip. "For his future fame. They who have abdicated and have clung to their abdication have always lost by it. Cincinnatus was brought back again, and Charles V is felt to have been foolish. The peaches of retired ministers, of which we hear so often, have generally been cultivated in a constrained seclusion, or at least the world so believes. They were talking probably of Mr. Mildmay, as to whom some of his colleagues had thought it probable, knowing that he would now resign, that he would have to-day declared his intention of laying aside for ever the cares of office." Mr. Monk walked home alone, and as he went there was something of a feeling of disappointment at heart, which made him ask himself whether Mr. Turnbull might not have been right in rebuking him for joining the government. But this, I think, was in no way due to Mr. Mildmay's resignation, but rather to a conviction on Mr. Monk's part that he had contributed but little to his country's welfare by sitting in Mr. Mildmay's cabinet. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Kennedy's Luck. After the holding of that cabinet council of which the author has dared to attempt a slight sketch in the last chapter, there were various visits made to the Queen, first by Mr. Mildmay, and then by Lord de Terrier, afterwards by Mr. Mildmay and the Duke together, and then again by Lord de Terrier, and there were various explanations made to Parliament in each house, and rivals were very courteous to each other, promising assistance, and at the end of it the old men held their seats. The only change made was effected by the retirement of Sir Marmaduke Morecambe, who was raised to the peerage, and by the selection of Mr. Kennedy to fill his place in the cabinet. Mr. Kennedy, during the late debate, had made one of those speeches, few and far between, by which he had created for himself a parliamentary reputation. But nevertheless all men expressed their great surprise, and no one could quite understand why Mr. Kennedy had been made a cabinet minister. "It is impossible to say whether he is pleased or not," said Lady Laura, speaking of him to Phineas. "I am pleased, of course." "His ambition must be gratified," said Phineas. "It would be, if he had any," said Lady Laura. "I do not believe in a man lacking ambition. It is hard to say. There are men who by no means wear their hearts upon their sleeves, and my husband is one of them. He told me that it would be unbecoming in him to refuse, and that was all he said to me about it." The old men held their seats, but they did so as it were only upon further trial. Mr. Mildmay took the course which he had indicated to his colleagues at the cabinet meeting. Before all the explanations and journeyings were completed, April was over, and the much-needed Whitsuntide holidays were coming on. But little of the routine work of the session had been done, and as Mr. Mildmay told the House more than once, the country would suffer were the Queen to dissolve Parliament at this period of the year. The old ministers would go on with the business of the country, Lord de Terrier with his followers having declined to take affairs into their hands. And at the close of the session, which should be made as short as possible, writs should be issued for new elections. This was Mr. Mildmay's programme, and it was one of which no one dared to complain very loudly. Mr. Turnbull, indeed, did speak a word of caution. He told Mr. Mildmay that he had lost his bill, good in other respects, because he had refused to introduce the ballot into his measure. Let him promise to be wiser for the future, and to obey the manifested wishes of the country, and then all would be well with him. In answer to this, Mr. Mildmay declared that to the best of his power of reading the country, his countrymen had manifested no such wish, and that if they did so, if by the fresh election it should be shown that the ballot was in truth desired, he would at once leave the execution of their wishes to abler and younger hands. Mr. Turnbull expressed himself perfectly satisfied with the minister's answers, and said that the coming election would show whether he or Mr. Mildmay were right. Many men, and among them some of his colleagues, thought that Mr. Mildmay had been imprudent. No man ought ever to pledge himself to anything, said Sir Harry Coldfoot to the Duke, that is, to anything unnecessary. The Duke, who was very true to Mr. Mildmay, made no reply to this, but even he thought that his old friend had been betrayed into a promise too rapidly. But the pledge was given, and some people already began to make much of it. There appeared leader after leader in the People's Banner, urging the constituencies to take advantage of the Prime Minister's words, and to show clearly at the hustings that they desired the ballot. "You had better come over to us, Mr. Finn, you had indeed," said Mr. Slide. "Now's the time to do it, and show yourself a people's friend. You'll have to do it sooner or later, whether or no. Come to us, and we'll be your Horgan." But in those days Phineas was something less in love with Mr. Quintus Slide than he had been at the time of the great debate, for he was becoming more and more closely connected with people who in their ways of living and modes of expression were very unlike Mr. Slide. This advice was given to him about the end of May, and at that time Lord Chiltern was living with him in the lodgings in Great Marlborough Street. Miss Pouncefoot had temporarily vacated her rooms on the first floor, and the lord with the broken bones had condescended to occupy them. "I don't know that I like having a lord," Bunch had said to his wife. "It'll soon come to you not liking anybody decent anywhere," Mrs. Bunch had replied, "but I shan't ask any questions about it. When you're wasting so much time and money at your dirty law proceedings, it's well that somebody should earn something at home." There had been many discussions about the bringing of Lord Chiltern up to London, in all of which Phineas had been concerned. Lord Brentford had thought that his son had better remain down at the Willingford Bull, and although he said that the rooms were at his son's disposal, should Lord Chiltern choose to come to London, still he said it in such a way that Phineas, who went down to Willingford, could not tell his friend that he would be made welcome in Portman Square. "I think I shall leave those diggings altogether," Lord Chiltern said to him. "My father always annoys me by everything he says and does, and I annoy him by saying and doing nothing." Then there came an invitation to him from Lady Laura and Mr. Kennedy. Would he come to Grosvenor Place? Lady Laura pressed this very much, though in truth Mr. Kennedy had hardly done more than give a cold assent. But Lord Chiltern would not hear of it. "There is some reason for my going to my father's house," said he, "though he and I are not the best friends in the world. But there can be no reason for my going to the house of a man I dislike so much as I do Robert Kennedy." The matter was settled in the manner told above. Miss Pouncefoot's rooms were prepared for him at Mr. Bunch's house, and Phineas Finn went down to Willingford and brought him up. "I've sold Bonebreaker," he said, "to a young fellow whose neck will certainly be the sacrifice if he attempts to ride him. I'd have given him to you, Phineas, only you wouldn't have known what to do with him." Lord Chiltern, when he came up to London, was still in bandages, though, as the surgeon said, his bones seemed to have been made to be broken and set again, and his bandages, of course, were a sufficient excuse for his visiting the house neither of his father nor his brother-in-law. But Lady Laura went to him frequently, and thus became acquainted with our hero's home and with Mrs. Bunch, and there were messages taken from Violet to the man in bandages, some of which lost nothing in the carrying. Once Lady Laura tried to make Violet think that it would be right, or rather not wrong, that they two should go together to Lord Chiltern's rooms. "And would you have me tell my aunt, or would you have me not tell her?" Violet asked. "I would have you do just as you pleased," Lady Laura answered. "So I shall," Violet replied, "but I will do nothing that I should be ashamed to tell anyone. Your brother professes to be in love with me." "He is in love with you," said Lady Laura. "Even you do not pretend to doubt his faith." "Very well. In those circumstances a girl should not go to a man's rooms unless she means to consider herself as engaged to him, even with his sister, not though he had broken every bone in his skin. I know what I may do, Laura, and I know what I mayn't, and I won't be led either by you or by my aunt." "May I give him your love?" "No, because you'll give it in a wrong spirit. He knows well enough that I wish him well, but you may tell him that from me, if you please. He has from me all those wishes which one friend owes to another." But there were other messages sent from Violet through Phineas Finn, which she worded with more show of affection, perhaps as much for the discomfort of Phineas as for the consolation of Lord Chiltern. "Tell him to take care of himself," said Violet, "and bid him not to have any more of those wild brutes that are not fit for any Christian to ride. Tell him that I say so. It's a great thing to be brave, but what's the use of being foolhardy?" The session was to be closed at the end of June, to the great dismay of London tradesmen and of young ladies who had not been entirely successful in the early season. But before the old Parliament was closed and the writs for the new election were dispatched, there occurred an incident which was of very much importance to Phineas Finn. Near the end of June, when the remaining days of the session were numbered by 3 or 4, he had been dining at Lord Brentford's house in Portman Square in company with Mr. Kennedy, but Lady Laura had not been there. At this time he saw Lord Brentford not unfrequently, and there was always a word said about Lord Chiltern. The father would ask how the son occupied himself, and Phineas would hope, though hitherto he had hoped in vain, that he would induce the Earl to come and see Lord Chiltern. Lord Brentford could never be brought to that, but it was sufficiently evident that he would have done so, had he not been afraid to descend so far from the attitude of his paternal wrath. On this evening, at about 11, Mr. Kennedy and Phineas left the house together, and walked from the square through Orchard Street into Oxford Street. Here their ways parted, but Phineas crossed the road with Mr. Kennedy as he was making some reply to a second invitation to Loughlinter. Phineas, considering what had been said before on the subject, thought that the invitation came late, and that it was not warmly worded. He had, therefore, declined it, and was in the act of declining it when he crossed the road with Mr. Kennedy. In walking down Orchard Street from the square, he had seen two men standing in the shadow a few yards up a mews or small alley that was there, but had thought nothing of them. It was just that period of the year when there is hardly any of the darkness of night. But at this moment there were symptoms of coming rain, and heavy drops began to fall, and there were big clouds coming and going before the young moon. Mr. Kennedy had said that he would get a cab, but he had seen none as he crossed Oxford Street, and had put up his umbrella as he made his way towards Park Street. Phineas, as he left him, distinctly perceived the same two figures on the other side of Oxford Street, and then turning into the shadow of a butcher's porch, he saw them cross the street in the wake of Mr. Kennedy. It was now raining in earnest, and the few passengers who were out were scudding away quickly, this way and that. It hardly occurred to Phineas to think that any danger was imminent to Mr. Kennedy from the men, but it did occur to him that he might as well take some notice of the matter. Phineas knew that Mr. Kennedy would make his way down Park Street, that being his usual route from Portman Square towards his own home, and knew also that he himself could again come across Mr. Kennedy's track by going down North Audley Street to the corner of Grosvenor Square, and thence by Brook Street into Park Street. Without much thought, therefore, he went out of his own course down to the corner of the square, hurrying his steps till he was running, and then ran along Brook Street, thinking as he went of some special word that he might say to Mr. Kennedy as an excuse, should he again come across his late companion. He reached the corner of Park Street before that gentleman could have been there unless he also had run, but just in time to see him as he was coming on, and also to see in the dark glimmering of the slight uncertain moonlight that the two men were behind him. He retreated a step backwards in the corner, resolving that when Mr. Kennedy came up they two would go on together, for now it was clear that Mr. Kennedy was followed. But Mr. Kennedy did not reach the corner. When he was within 2 doors of it, one of the men had followed him up quickly, and had thrown something round his throat from behind him. Phineas understood well now that his friend was in the act of being garroted, and that his instant assistance was needed. He rushed forward, and as the second ruffian had been close upon the footsteps of the first, there was almost instantaneously a concourse of the 4 men. But there was no fight. The man who had already nearly succeeded in putting Mr. Kennedy on to his back made no attempt to seize his prey when he found that so unwelcome an addition had joined the party, but instantly turned to fly. His companion was turning also, but Phineas was too quick for him, and having seized on to his collar, held to him with all his power. "Dash it all," said the man, "didn't yer see as how I was a-hurrying up to help the gentleman myself?" Phineas, however, hadn't seen this, and held on gallantly, and in a couple of minutes the first ruffian was back again upon the spot in the custody of a policeman. "You've done it uncommon neat, sir," said the policeman, complimenting Phineas upon his performance. "If the gentleman ain't none the worse for it, it'll have been a very pretty evening's amusement." Mr. Kennedy was now leaning against the railings, and hitherto had been unable to declare whether he was really injured or not, and it was not till a second policeman came up that the hero of the night was at liberty to attend closely to his friend. Mr. Kennedy, when he was able to speak, declared that for a minute or two he had thought that his neck had been broken, and he was not quite convinced, till he found himself in his own house, that nothing more serious had really happened to him than certain bruises round his throat. The policeman was for a while anxious that at any rate Phineas should go with him to the police office, but at last consented to take the addresses of the two gentlemen. When he found that Mr. Kennedy was a member of Parliament, and that he was designated as Right Honourable, his respect for the garroter became more great, and he began to feel that the night was indeed a night of great importance. He expressed unbounded admiration at Mr. Finn's success in his own line, and made repeated promises that the men should be forthcoming on the morrow. Could a cab be got? Of course a cab could be got. A cab was got, and within a quarter of an hour of the making of the attack, the two members of Parliament were on their way to Grosvenor Place. There was hardly a word spoken in the cab, for Mr. Kennedy was in pain. When, however, they reached the door in Grosvenor Place, Phineas wanted to go and leave his friend with the servants, but this the cabinet minister would not allow. "Of course you must see my wife," he said. So they went upstairs into the drawing-room, and then upon the stairs, by the lights of the house, Phineas could perceive that his companion's face was bruised and black with dirt, and that his cravat was gone. "I have been garroted," said the cabinet minister to his wife. "What?" "Simply that, or should have been, if he had not been there. How he came there, God only knows." The wife's anxiety, and then her gratitude, need hardly be described, nor the astonishment of the husband, which by no means decreased on reflection, at the opportune reappearance in the nick of time of the man whom 3 minutes before the attack he had left in the act of going in the opposite direction. "I had seen the men, and thought it best to run round by the corner of Grosvenor Square," said Phineas. "May God bless you," said Lady Laura. "Amen," said the cabinet minister. "I think he was born to be my friend," said Lady Laura. The cabinet minister said nothing more that night. He was never given to much talking, and the little accident which had just occurred to him did not tend to make words easy to him. But he pressed our hero's hand, and Lady Laura said that of course Phineas would come to them on the morrow. Phineas remarked that his first business must be to go to the police office, but he promised that he would come down to Grosvenor Place immediately afterwards. Then Lady Laura also pressed his hand and looked. She looked, I think, as though she thought that Phineas would only have done right had he repeated the offence which he had committed under the waterfall of Loughlinter. "Garroted," said Lord Chiltern, when Phineas told him the story before they went to bed that night. He had been smoking, sipping brandy and water, and waiting for Finn's return. Robert Kennedy garroted! The fellow was in the act of doing it. "And you stopped him?" "Yes, I got there just in time. Wasn't it lucky?" "You ought to be garroted yourself. I should have lent the man a hand had I been there." "How can you say anything so horrible? But you are drinking too much, old fellow, and I shall lock the bottle up. If there were no one in London drank more than I do, the wine merchants would have a bad time of it. And so the new cabinet minister has been garroted in the street. Of course I'm sorry for poor Laura's sake. Luckily he's not much the worse for it, only a little bruised. I wonder whether it's on the cards he should be improved by it. Worse, except in the way of being strangled, he could not be. However, as he's my brother-in-law, I'm obliged to you for rescuing him. Come, I'll go to bed. I must say, if he was to be garroted, I should like to have been there to see it." That was the manner in which Lord Chiltern received the tidings of the terrible accident which had occurred to his near relative. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Finn for Lufton. By 3 o'clock in the day after the little accident which was told in the last chapter, all the world knew that Mr. Kennedy, the new cabinet minister, had been garroted, or half-garroted, and that child of fortune, Phineas Finn, had dropped upon the scene out of heaven at the exact moment of time, had taken the two garroters prisoners, and saved the cabinet minister's neck and valuables, if not his life. "Bedad," said Lawrence Fitzgibbon, when he came to hear this, "that fellow will marry an heiress and be secretary for Ireland yet." A good deal was said about it to Phineas at the clubs, but a word or two that was said to him by Violet Effingham was worth all the rest. "Why, what a paladin you are! But you succour men in distress instead of maidens." "That's my bad luck," said Phineas. "The other will come no doubt in time," Violet replied, "and then you'll get your reward." He knew that such words from a girl mean nothing, especially from such a girl as Violet Effingham, but nevertheless they were very pleasant to him. "Of course you'll come up to us at Loughlinter when Parliament is up," Lady Laura said the same day. "I don't really know. You see, I must go over to Ireland about my re-election." "What has that to do with it? You are only making out excuses. We go down on the 1st of July, and the English elections don't begin till the middle of the month. It will be August before the men of Loughshane are ready for you." "To tell you the truth, Lady Laura," said Phineas, "I doubt whether the men of Loughshane, or rather the man of Loughshane, will have anything more to say to me." "What man do you mean?" "Lord Tolla. He was in a passion with his brother before, and I got the advantage of it. Since that he has paid his brother's debts for the 15th time, and of course is ready to fight any battle for the forgiven prodigal. Things are not as they were, and my father tells me that he thinks I shall be beaten. That is bad news. It is what I have a right to expect." Every word of information that had come to Phineas about Loughshane, since Mr. Mildmay had decided upon a dissolution, had gone towards making him feel at first that there was a great doubt as to his re-election, and at last that there was almost a certainty against him. And as these tidings reached him, they made him very unhappy. Since he had been in Parliament, he had very frequently regretted that he had left the shades of the Inns of Court for the glare of Westminster, and he had more than once made up his mind that he would desert the glare and return to the shade. But now, when the moment came in which such desertion seemed to be compulsory on him, when there would be no longer a choice, the seat in Parliament was dearer to him than ever. If he had gone of his own free will, so he told himself, there would have been something of nobility in such going. Mr. Lowe would have respected him, and even Mrs. Lowe might have taken him back to the friendship of her severe bosom. But he would go back now as a cur with its tail between his legs, kicked out, as it were, from Parliament, returning to Lincoln's Inn soiled with failure, having accomplished nothing, having broken down on the only occasion on which he had dared to show himself on his legs, not having opened a single useful book during the 2 years which he had sat in Parliament, burdened with Lawrence Fitzgibbon's debt, and not quite free from debt of his own. How could he start himself in any way by which he might even hope to win success? He must, he told himself, give up all thought of practising in London, and betake himself to Dublin. he could not dare to face his friends in London as a young, briefless barrister. On this evening, the evening subsequent to that on which Mr. Kennedy had been attacked, the House was sitting in Committee of Ways and Means, and there came on a discussion as to a certain vote for the army. It had been known that there would be such discussion, and Mr. Monk, having heard from Phineas a word or two now and again about the potted peas, had recommended him to be ready with a few remarks if he wished to support the government in the matter of that vote. Phineas did so wish, having learned quite enough in the committee room upstairs to make him believe that a large importation of the potted peas from Holstein would not be for the advantage of the army or navy, or for that of the country at large. Mr. Monk had made his suggestion without the slightest allusion to the former failure, just as though Phineas were a practised speaker accustomed to be on his legs 3 or 4 times a week. "If I find a chance, I will," said Phineas, taking the advice just as it was given. Soon after prayers, a word was said in the House as to the ill fortune which had befallen the new cabinet minister. Mr. Daubeny had asked Mr. Mildmay whether violent hands had not been laid in the dead of night on the sacred throat, the throat that should have been sacred, of the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and had expressed regret that the ministry, which was, he feared, in other respects somewhat infirm, should now have been further weakened by this injury to that new bulwark with which it had endeavoured to support itself. The Prime Minister, answering his old rival in the same strain, said that the calamity might have been very severe, both to the country and to the cabinet, but that fortunately for the community at large, a gallant young member of that House, and he was proud to say a supporter of the government, had appeared upon the spot at the nick of time. "As a god out of a machine," said Mr. Daubeny, interrupting him. "By no means as a god out of a machine," continued Mr. Mildmay, "but as a real help in a very real trouble, and succeeded not only in saving my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy, but in arresting the 2 malefactors who attempted to rob him in the street." Then there was a cry of "Name," and Mr. Mildmay of course named the member for Loughshane. It so happened that Phineas was not in the House, but he heard it all when he came down to attend the Committee of Ways and Means. Then came on the discussion about provisions in the army, the subject being mooted by one of Mr. Turnbull's close allies. The gentleman on the other side of the House, who had moved for the potted peas committee, was silent on the occasion, having felt that the result of that committee had not been exactly what he had expected. The evidence respecting such of the Holstein potted peas as had been used in this country was not very favourable to them, but nevertheless the rebound from that committee, the very fact that such a committee had been made to sit, gave ground for a hostile attack. To attack is so easy, when a complete refutation barely suffices to save the minister attacked, does not suffice to save him from future dim memories of something having been wrong, and brings down no disgrace whatsoever on the promoter of the false charge. The promoter of the false charge simply expresses his gratification at finding that he had been misled by erroneous information. It is not customary for him to express gratification at the fact that out of all the mud which he has thrown, some will probably stick. Phineas, when the time came, did get on his legs, and spoke perhaps 2 or 3 dozen words. The doing so seemed to come to him quite naturally. He had thought very little about it beforehand, having resolved not to think of it. And, indeed, the occasion was one of no great importance. The speaker was not in the chair, and the house was thin, and he intended to make no speech, merely to say something which he had to say. Till he had finished, he hardly remembered that he was doing that, in attempting to do which he had before failed so egregiously. It was not till he sat down that he began to ask himself whether the scene was swimming before his eyes, as it had done on former occasions, as it had done even when he had so much as thought of making a speech. Now he was astonished at the easiness of the thing, and as he left the house told himself that he had overcome the difficulty just when the victory could be of no avail to him. Had he been more eager, more constant in his purpose, he might at any rate have shown the world that he was fit for the place which he had presumed to take before he was cast out of it. On the next morning he received a letter from his father. Dr. Finn had seen Lord Tulla, having been sent for to relieve his lordship in a fit of the gout, and had been informed by the Earl that he meant to fight the borough to the last man. Had he said to the last shilling, he would have spoken with perhaps more accuracy. You see, doctor, your son has had it for 2 years, as you may say, for nothing, and I think he ought to give way. He can't expect that he's to go on there as though it were his own. And then his lordship, upon whom this touch of the gout had come somewhat sharply, expressed himself with considerable animation. The old doctor behaved with much spirit. I told the Earl, he said, that I could not undertake to say what you might do, but that as you had come forward at first with my sanction, I could not withdraw it now. He asked me if I should support you with money. I said that I should go to a moderate extent. By God, said the Earl, a moderate extent will go a very little way, I can tell you. Since that he has had Duggan with him, so I suppose I shall not see him any more. You can do as you please now, but from what I hear, I fear you will have no chance. Then, with much bitterness of spirit, Phineas resolved that he would not interfere with Lord Tulla at Loughshane. He would go at once to the Reform Club and explain his reasons to Barrington Erle and others there who would be interested. But he went first to Grosvenor Place. Here he was shown up into Mr. Kennedy's room. Mr. Kennedy was up and seated in an armchair by an open window looking over into the Queen's garden, but he was in his dressing-gown and was to be regarded as an invalid, and indeed, as he could not turn his neck, or thought that he could not do so, he was not very fit to go out about his work. Let us hope that the affairs of the Duchy of Lancaster did not suffer materially by his absence. We may take it for granted that with a man so sedulous as to all his duties, there was no arrear of work when the accident took place. He put out his hand to Phineas and said some word in a whisper, some word or two among which Phineas caught the sound of potted peas, and then continued to look out of the window. There are men who are utterly prostrated by any bodily ailment, and it seemed that Mr. Kennedy was one of them. Phineas, who was full of his own bad news, had intended to tell his sad story at once, but he perceived that the neck of the Chancellor of the Duchy was too stiff to allow of his taking any interest in external matters, and so he refrained. "What does the doctor say about it?" said Phineas, perceiving that just for the present there could be only one possible subject for remark. Mr. Kennedy was beginning to describe in a long whisper what the doctor did think about it, when Lady Laura came into the room. Of course they began at first to talk about Mr. Kennedy. It would not have been kind to him not to have done so, and Lady Laura made much of the injury, as it behooves a wife to do in such circumstances, for the sake both of the sufferer and of the hero. She declared her conviction that had Phineas been a moment later, her husband's neck would have been irredeemably broken. "I don't think they ever do kill the people," said Phineas. "At any rate, they don't mean to do so." "I thought they did," said Lady Laura. "I fancy not," said Phineas, eager in the cause of truth. "I think this man was very clumsy," whispered Mr. Kennedy. "Perhaps he was a beginner," said Phineas, "and that may make a difference. If so, I'm afraid we have interfered with his education." Then, by degrees, the conversation got away to other things, and Lady Laura asked him after Loughshane. "I've made up my mind to give it up," said he, smiling as he spoke. "I was afraid there was but a bad chance," said Lady Laura, smiling also. "My father has behaved so well," said Phineas. "He has written to say he'll find the money if I determine to contest the borough. I mean to write to him by to-night's post to decline the offer. I have no right to spend the money, and I shouldn't succeed if I did spend it. Of course it makes me a little down in the mouth." And then he smiled again. "I've got a plan of my own," said Lady Laura. "What plan?" "Or rather, it isn't mine, but papa's. Old Mr. Standish is going to give up Loughton, and papa wants you to come and try your luck there." "Lady Laura!" "It isn't quite a certainty, you know, but I suppose it's as near a certainty as anything left. And this came from a strong radical reformer." "Lady Laura, I couldn't accept such a favour from your father." Then Mr. Kennedy nodded his head very slightly and whispered, "Yes, yes." "I couldn't think of it," said Phineas Finn. "I have no right to such a favour." "That is a matter entirely for papa's consideration," said Lady Laura, with an affectation of solemnity in her voice. "I think it has always been felt that any politician may accept such an offer as that when it is made to him, but that no politician should ask for it. My father feels that he has to do the best he can with his influence in the borough, and therefore he comes to you." "It isn't that," said Phineas, somewhat rudely. "Of course private feelings have their weight," said Lady Laura. "It is not probable that papa would have gone to a perfect stranger, and perhaps, Mr. Finn, I may own that Mr. Kennedy and I would both be very sorry that you should not be in the house, and that feeling on our part has had some weight with my father." "Of course you'll stand," whispered Mr. Kennedy, still looking straight out of the window, as though the slightest attempt to turn his neck would be fraught with danger to himself and the duchy. "Papa has desired me to ask you to call upon him," said Lady Laura. "I don't suppose there is very much to be said, as each of you know so well the other's way of thinking, but you had better see him to-day or to-morrow." Of course Phineas was persuaded before he left Mr. Kennedy's room. Indeed, when he came to think of it, there appeared to him to be no valid reason why he should not sit for Loughton. The favour was of a kind that had prevailed from time out of mind in England, between the most respectable of the great land magnates and young rising Liberal politicians. Burke, Fox, and Canning had all been placed in Parliament by similar influence. Of course he, Phineas Finn, desired earnestly, longed in his very heart of hearts, to extinguish all such parliamentary influence, to root out for ever the last vestige of close borough nominations. But while the thing remained, it was better that the thing should contribute to the Liberal than to the Conservative strength of the House. And if to the Liberal, how was this to be achieved but by the acceptance of such influence by some Liberal candidate? And if it were right that it should be accepted by any Liberal candidate, then why not by him? The logic of this argument seemed to him to be perfect. He felt something like a sting of reproach as he told himself that in truth this great offer was made to him, not on account of the excellence of his politics, but because he had been instrumental in saving Lord Brentford's son-in-law from the violence of garroters. But he crushed these qualms of conscience as being over-scrupulous, and, as he told himself, not practical. You must take the world as you find it, with a struggle to be something more honest than those around you. Phineas, as he preached to himself this sermon, declared to himself that they who attempted more than this flew too high in the clouds to be of service to men and women upon earth. As he did not see Lord Brentford that day, he postponed writing to his father for 24 hours. On the following morning he found the Earl at home in Portman Square, having first discussed the matter fully with Lord Chiltern. "Do not scruple about me," said Lord Chiltern. "You are quite welcome to the borough for me." "But if I did not stand, would you do so? There are so many reasons which ought to induce you to accept a seat in Parliament." "Whether that be true or not, Phineas, I shall not accept my father's interest at Loughton, unless it be offered to me in a way in which it will never be offered. You know me well enough to be sure that I shall not change my mind, nor will he, and therefore you may go down to Loughton with a pure conscience as far as I am concerned." Phineas had his interview with the Earl, and in 10 minutes everything was settled. On his way to Portman Square there had come across his mind the idea of a grand effort of friendship. What if he could persuade the father so to conduct himself towards his son that the son should consent to be a member for the borough? And he did say a word or two to this effect, setting forth that Lord Chiltern would condescend to become a legislator, if only his father would condescend to acknowledge his son's fitness for such work, without any comments on the son's past life. But the Earl simply waved the subject away with his hand. He could be as obstinate as his son. Lady Laura had been the Mercury between them on this subject, and Lady Laura had failed. He would not now consent to employ another Mercury. Very little, hardly a word indeed, was said between the Earl and Phineas about politics. Phineas was to be the Salisbury candidate at Loughton for the next election, and was to come to Salisbury with the Kennedys from Loughlinter, either with the Kennedys or somewhat in advance of them. "I do not say that there will be no opposition," said the Earl, "but I expect none." He was very courteous. Nay, he was kind, feeling doubtless that his family owed a great debt of gratitude to the young man with whom he was conversing. But nevertheless there was not absent on his part a touch of that high condescension which perhaps might be thought to become the Earl, the cabinet minister, and the great borough patron. Phineas, who was sensitive, felt this and winced. He had never quite liked Lord Brentford, and could not bring himself to do so now, in spite of the kindness which the Earl was showing him. But he was very happy when he sat down to write his father from the club. His father had told him that the money should be forthcoming for the election at Loughshane if he resolved to stand, but that the chance of success would be very slight. Indeed, that, in his opinion, there would be no chance of success. Nevertheless, his father had evidently believed, when writing, that Phineas would not abandon his seat without a useless and expensive contest. He now thanked his father with many expressions of gratitude, declared his conviction that his father was right about Lord Tulla, and then, in the most modest language that he could use, went on to say that he had found another borough open to him in England. He was going to stand for Loughton, with the assistance of Lord Brentford, and thought that the election would probably not cost him above a couple of £100 at the outside. Then he wrote a very pretty note to Lord Tulla, thanking him for his former kindness, and telling the Irish Earl that it was not his intention to interfere with the borough of Loughshane at the next election. A few days after this, Phineas was very much surprised at a visit that was made to him at his lodgings. Mr. Clarkson, after that scene in the lobby of the house, called again in Great Marlborough Street, and was admitted. "You had better let him sit in your armchair for half an hour or so," Fitzgibbon had said, and Phineas almost believed that it would be better. The man was a terrible nuisance to him, and he was beginning to think that he had better undertake to pay the debt by degrees. It was, he knew, quite on the cards that Mr. Clarkson should have him arrested while at Salisbury. Since that scene in the lobby, Mr. Clarkson had been with him twice, and there had been a preliminary conversation as to real payment. Mr. Clarkson wanted £100 down, and another bill for 220 at 3 months' date. "Think of my time and trouble in coming here," Mr. Clarkson had urged when Phineas had objected to these terms. "Think of my time and trouble, and do be punctual, Mr. Finn." Phineas had offered him £10 a quarter, the payments to be marked on the back of the bill, a tender which Mr. Clarkson had not seemed to regard as strong evidence of punctuality. He had not been angry, but had simply expressed his intention of calling again, giving Phineas to understand that business would probably take him to the west of Ireland in the autumn. If only business might not take him down either to Loughlinter or to Salisbury. But the strange visitor who came to Phineas in the midst of these troubles put an end to them all. The strange visitor was Miss Aspasia Fitzgibbon. "You'll be very surprised at my coming to your chambers, no doubt," she said, as she sat down in the chair which Phineas placed for her. Phineas could only say that he was very proud to be so highly honoured, and that he hoped she was well. "Pretty well, I thank you. I have just come about a little business, Mr. Finn, and I hope you'll excuse me." "I'm quite sure that there is no need for excuses," said Phineas. "Lawrence, when he hears about it, will say that I've been an impertinent old fool, but I never care what Lawrence says, either this way or that. I've been to that Mr. Clarkson, Mr. Finn, and I've paid him the money." "No," said Phineas. "But I have, Mr. Finn. I happened to hear what occurred that night at the door of the House of Commons." "Who told you, Miss Fitzgibbon?" "Never mind who told me. I heard it. I knew before that you had been foolish enough to help Lawrence about money, and so I put 2 and 2 together. It isn't the first time I have had to do with Mr. Clarkson, so I sent to him, and I've bought the bill. There it is." And Miss Fitzgibbon produced the document which bore the name of Phineas Finn across the front of it. "And did you pay him £250 for it?" "Not quite. I had a very hard tussle, and got it at last for £220. "And did you do it yourself?" "All myself. If I had employed a lawyer, I should have had to pay £240 and £5 for costs. And now, Mr. Finn, I hope you won't have any more money engagements with my brother Lawrence." Phineas said that he thought he might promise he would have no more. "Because if you do, I shan't interfere. If Lawrence began to find that he could get money out of me in that way, there would be no end to it. Mr. Clarkson would very soon be spending his spare time in my drawing-room. Good-bye, Mr. Finn. If Lawrence says anything, tell him that he'd better come to me." Then Phineas was left looking at the bill. It was certainly a great relief to him that he should be thus secured from the domiciliary visits of Mr. Clarkson, a great relief to him to be assured that Mr. Clarkson would not find him out down at Loughton. But, nevertheless, he had to suffer a pang of shame as he felt that Miss Fitzgibbon had become acquainted with his poverty, and had found herself obliged to satisfy his pecuniary liabilities. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Laura Kennedy's Headache. Phineas went down to Loughlinter early in July, taking Loughton in his way. He stayed there one night at the inn, and was introduced to sundry influential inhabitants of the borough by Mr. Grating, the ironmonger, who was known by those who knew Loughton to be a very strong supporter of the Earl's interest. Mr. Grating and about half a dozen others of the tradesmen of the town came to the inn, and met Phineas in the parlour. He told them he was a good, sound Liberal, and a supporter of Mr. Mildmay's government, of which their neighbour the Earl was so conspicuous an ornament. This was almost all that was said about the Earl out loud, but each individual man of Loughton then present took an opportunity during the meeting of whispering into Mr. Finn's ear a word or two, to show that he also was admitted to the secret councils of the borough, that he too could see the inside of the arrangement. "Of course we must support the Earl," one said. "Never mind what you hear about a Tory candidate, Mr. Finn," whispered a second. "The Earl can do what he pleases here." And it seemed to Phineas that it was thought by them all to be rather a fine thing to be thus held in the hand by an English nobleman. Phineas could not but reflect much upon this as he lay in his bed at the Loughton Inn. The great political question on which the political world was engrossed up in London was the enfranchisement of Englishmen down to the rank of artisans and labourers. And yet when he found himself in contact with individual Englishmen, with men even very much above the artisan and the labourer, he found that they rather liked being bound hand and foot, and being kept as tools in the political pocket of a rich man. Every one of those Loughton tradesmen was proud of his own personal subjection to the Earl. From Loughton he went to Loughlinter, having promised to be back in the borough for the election. Mr. Grating would propose him, and he was to be seconded by Mr. Shortribs, the butcher, and grazier. Mention had been made of a Conservative candidate, and Mr. Shortribs had seemed to think that a good stand-up fight upon English principles, with a clear understanding, of course, that victory should prevail on the Liberal side, would be a good thing for the borough. But the Earl's man of business saw Phineas on the morning of his departure, and told him not to regard Mr. Shortribs. "They'd all like it," said the man of business, "and I dare say they'll have enough of it when this Reform Bill is passed. But at present no one will be fool enough to come and spend his money here. We have them all in hand too well for that, Mr. Finn." He found the great house at Loughlinter nearly empty. Mr. Kennedy's mother was there, and Lord Brentford was there, and Lord Brentford's private secretary, and Mr. Kennedy's private secretary. At present that was the entire party. Lady Baldock was expected there, with her daughter and Violet Effingham. But, as well as Phineas could learn, they would not be at Loughlinter until after he had left it. There had come up lately a rumour that there would be an autumn session, that the Houses would sit through October and a part of November, in order that Mr. Mildmay might try the feeling of the new Parliament. If this were to be so, Phineas had resolved that, in the event of his election at Loughton, he would not return to Ireland till after this autumn session should be over. He gave an account to the Earl, in the presence of the Earl's son-in-law, of what had taken place at Loughton, and the Earl expressed himself as satisfied. It was manifestly a great satisfaction to Lord Brentford that he should still have a borough in his pocket, and the more so because there were so very few noblemen left who had such property belonging to them. He was very careful in his speech, never saying in so many words that the privilege of returning a member was his own, but his meaning was not the less clear. Those were dreary days at Loughlinter. There was fishing, if Phineas chose to fish, and he was told that he could shoot a deer if he was minded to go out alone, but it seemed as though it were the intention of the host that his guests should spend their time profitably. Mr. Kennedy himself was shut up with books and papers all the morning, and always took up a book after dinner. The Earl also would read a little, and then would sleep a good deal. Old Mrs. Kennedy slept also, and Lady Laura looked as though she would like to sleep, if it were not that her husband's eye was upon her. As it was, she administered tea, Mr. Kennedy not liking the practice of having it handed round by a servant when none were there but members of the family circle, and she read novels. Phineas got hold of a stiff bit of reading for himself, and tried to utilize his time. He took Alison in hand, and worked his way gallantly through a couple of volumes. But even he, more than once or twice, found himself on the very verge of slumber. Then he would wake up and try to think about things. Why was he, Phineas Finn, an Irishman from Killaloe, living in that great house of Loughlinter as though he were one of the family, striving to kill the hours, and feeling that he was in some way subject to the dominion of his host? Would it not be better for him to get up and go away? In his heart of hearts he did not like Mr. Kennedy, though he believed him to be a good man. And of what service to him was it to like Lady Laura, now that Lady Laura was a possession in the hands of Mr. Kennedy? Then he would tell himself that he owed his position in the world entirely to Lady Laura, and that he was ungrateful to feel himself ever dull in her society. And, moreover, there was something to be done in the world beyond making love and being merry. Mr. Kennedy could occupy himself with a blue book for hours together without wincing. So Phineas went to work again with his Alison, and read away till he nodded. In those days he often wandered up and down the Linter, and across the moor to the Lynn, and so down to the lake. He would take a book with him, and would seat himself down on spots which he loved, and would pretend to read, but I do not think that he got much advantage from his book. He was thinking of his life, and trying to calculate whether the wonderful success which he had achieved would ever be of permanent value to him. Would he be nearer to earning his bread when he should be member for Loughton than he had been when he was member for Loughshane? Or was there before him any slightest probability that he would ever earn his bread? And then he thought of Violet Effingham, and was angry with himself for remembering at that moment that Violet Effingham was the mistress of a large fortune. Once before, when he was sitting beside the Linter, he had made up his mind to declare his passion to Lady Laura, and he had done so on the very spot. Now, within a 12-month of that time, he made up his mind, on the same spot, to declare his passion to Miss Effingham, and he thought his best mode of carrying his suit would be to secure the assistance of Lady Laura. Lady Laura, no doubt, had been very anxious that her brother should marry Violet, but Lord Chiltern, as Phineas knew, had asked for Violet's hand twice in vain, and, moreover, Chiltern himself had declared to Phineas that he would never ask for it again. Lady Lara, who was always reasonable, would surely perceive that there was no hope of success for her brother, that Chiltern would quarrel with him to the knife, he did not doubt. But he felt that no fear of such a quarrel as that should deter him. He loved Violet Effingham, and he must indeed be pusillanimous if, loving her as he did, he was deterred from expressing his love from any fear of a suitor whom she did not favour. He would not willingly be untrue to his friendship for Lady Lara's brother. Had there been a chance for Lord Chiltern, he would have abstained from putting himself forward. But what was the use of his abstaining, when by doing so he could in no wise benefit his friend, when the result of his doing so would be that some interloper would come in and carry off the prize? He would explain all this to Lady Lara, and if the prize would be kind to him, he would disregard the anger of Lord Chiltern, even though it might be anger to the knife. As he was thinking of all this, Lady Lara stood before him where he was sitting at the top of the falls. At this moment he remembered well all the circumstances of the scene when he had been there with her at his last visit to Loughlinter. How things had changed since then! Then he had loved Lady Lara with all his heart, and he had now already brought himself to regard her as a discreet matron, whom to love would be almost as unreasonable as though he were to entertain a passion for the Lord Chancellor. The reader will understand how thorough had been the cure effected by Lady Lara's marriage, and the interval of a few months, when this swain was already prepared to make this lady the depository of his confidence in another matter of love. "You are often here, I suppose," said Lady Lara, looking down upon him as he sat upon the rock. "Well, yes, not very often. I come here sometimes, because the view down upon the lake is so fine. It is the prettiest spot about the place. I hardly ever get here now. Indeed, this is only the second time that I have been up since we have been at home, and then I came to bring Papa here." There was a little wooden seat near to the rock upon which Phineas had been lying, and upon this Lady Lara sat down. Phineas, with his eyes turned upon the lake, was considering how he might introduce the subject of his love for Violet Effingham. But he did not find the matter very easy. He had just resolved to begin by saying that Violet would certainly never accept Lord Chiltern, when Lady Lara spoke a word or two which stopped him altogether. "How well I remember," she said, "the day when you and I were here last autumn." "So do I. You told me then that you were going to marry Mr. Kennedy. How much has happened since then!" "Much indeed, enough for a whole lifetime. And yet how slow the time has gone." "I do not think it has been slow with me," said Phineas. "No, you have been active. You have had your hands full of work. I am beginning to think that it is a great curse to have been born a woman. And yet I have heard you say that a woman may do as much as a man." "That was before I had learned my lesson properly. I know better than that now. Oh dear, I have no doubt it is all for the best as it is, but I have a kind of wish that I might be allowed to go out and milk the cows." "And you may not milk the cows if you wish it, Lady Lara?" "By no means. Not only not milk them, but hardly look at them. At any rate, I must not talk about them." Phineas of course understood that she was complaining of her husband, and hardly knew how to reply to her. He had been sharp enough to perceive already that Mr. Kennedy was an autocrat in his own house, and he knew Lady Lara well enough to be sure that such masterdom would be very irksome to her. But he had not imagined that she would complain to him. It was so different at Salisbury, Lady Lara continued. Everything there seemed to be my own. And everything here is your own. Yes, according to the prayer book, and everything in truth is my own, as all the dainties at the banquet belong to Sancho the governor. You mean, said he, and then he hesitated, you mean that Mr. Kennedy stands over you, guarding you for your own welfare, as the doctor stood over Sancho and guarded him? There was a pause before she answered, a long pause, during which he was looking away over the lake, and thinking how he might introduce the subject of his love. But long as was the pause, he had not begun when Lady Lara was again speaking. The truth is, my friend, she said, that I have made a mistake. A mistake? Yes, Phineas, a mistake. I have blundered as fools blunder, thinking that I was clever enough to pick my footsteps aright, without asking counsel from anyone. I have blundered and stumbled and fallen, and now I am so bruised that I am not able to stand upon my feet. The word that struck him most in all this was his own Christian name. She had never called him Phineas before. He was aware that the circle of his acquaintance had fallen into a way of miscalling him by his Christian name, as one observes to be done now and again in reference to some special young man. Most of the men whom he called his friends called him Phineas. Even the Earl had done so more than once, on occasions in which the greatness of his position had dropped for a moment out of his mind. Mrs. Lowe had called him Phineas when she regarded him as her husband's most cherished pupil, and Mrs. Bunch had called him Mr. Phineas. He had always been Phineas to everybody at Killaloe, but still he was quite sure that Lady Lara had never so called him before, nor would she have done so now in her husband's presence. He was sure of that also. You mean that you are unhappy, he said, still looking away from her towards the lake. Yes, I do mean that, though I do not know why I should come and tell you so, except that I am still blundering and stumbling, and have fallen into a way of hurting myself at every step. You can tell no one who is more anxious for your happiness, said Phineas. That is a very pretty speech, but what would you do for my happiness? Indeed, what is it possible that you should do? I mean it as no rebuke when I say that my happiness or unhappiness is a matter as to which you will soon become perfectly indifferent. Why should you say so, Lady Lara? Because it is natural that it should be so. You and Mr. Kennedy might have been friends. Not that you will be, because you are unlike each other in all your ways, but it might have been so. And are not you and I to be friends? He asked. No, in a very few months you will not think of telling me what are your desires or what your sorrows, and as for me, it will be out of the question that I should tell mine to you. How can you be my friend? If you were not quite sure of my friendship, Lady Lara, you would not speak to me as you are speaking now. Still he did not look at her, but lay with his face supported on his hands, and his eyes turned away upon the lake. But she, where she was sitting, could see him, and was aided in her sight in making comparisons in her mind between the two men who had been her lovers, between him who she had taken and him whom she had left. There was something in the hard, dry, unsympathizing, unchanging virtues of her husband which almost revolted her. He had not a fault, but she had tried him at every point, and had been able to strike no spark of fire from him. Even by disobeying she could produce no heat. only an access of firmness. How would it have been with her had she thrown all ideas of fortune to the winds, and linked her lot to that of the young Phoebus who was lying at her feet? If she had ever loved anyone, she had loved him, and had she not thrown away her love for money? So she swore to herself over and over again, trying to console herself in her cold unhappiness. She had married a rich man in order that she might be able to do something in the world, and now that she was this rich man's wife, she found that she could do nothing. The rich man thought it to be quite enough for her to sit at home and look after his welfare. In the meantime, young Phoebus, her Phoebus as he had been once, was thinking altogether of someone else. "Phineas," she said slowly, "I have in you such perfect confidence that I will tell you the truth, as one man may tell it to another. I wish you would go from here." "What, at once?" "Not to-day or to-morrow. Stay here now till the election, but do not return. He will ask you to come, and press you hard, and will be hurt, for, strange to say, with all his coldness, he really likes you. He has a pleasure in seeing you here, but he must not have that pleasure at the expense of trouble to me." "And why is it a trouble to you?" he asked. "Men are such fools, so awkward, so unready, with their wits ever behind the occasion by a dozen seconds or so." As soon as the words were uttered, he knew that they should not have been spoken. "Because I am a fool," she said. "Why else? Is that not enough for you?" "Lara," he said. "No, no, I will have none of that. I am a fool, but not such a fool as to suppose that any cure is to be found there. Only say what I can do for you, though it be with my entire life, and I will do it." "You can do nothing, except to keep away from me." "Are you earnest in telling me that?" Now at last he had turned himself round and was looking at her, and as he looked he saw the hat of a man appearing up the path, and immediately afterwards the face. It was the hat and face of the Laird of Loughlinter. "Here is Mr. Kennedy," said Phineas, in a tone of voice not devoid of dismay and trouble. "So I perceive," said Lady Laura. But there was no dismay or trouble in the tone of her voice. In the countenance of Mr. Kennedy as he approached closer there was not much to be read, only perhaps some slight addition of gloom, or rather, perhaps, of that frigid propriety of moral demeanour for which he had always been conspicuous, which had grown upon him at his marriage, and which had been greatly increased by the double action of being made a cabinet minister and being garroted. "I am glad that your headache is better," he said to his wife, who had risen from her seat to meet him. Phineas had also risen, and was now looking somewhat sheepish where he stood. "I came out because it was worse," she said. "It irritated me so that I could not stand the house any longer." "I will send to Callander for Dr. Macnuthrie." "Pray do nothing of the kind, Robert. I do not want Dr. Macnuthrie at all. Where there is illness, medical advice is always expedient." "I am not ill. A headache is not illness." "I had thought it was," said Mr. Kennedy very dryly. "At any rate, I would rather not have Dr. Macnuthrie. I am sure it cannot do you any good to climb up here in the heat of the sun. Had you been here long, Finn?" "All the morning, here or hereabouts. I clambered up from the lake and had a book in my pocket." "And you happened to come across him by accident?" Mr. Kennedy asked. There was something so simple in the question that its very simplicity proved that there was no suspicion. "Yes, by chance," said Lady Laura. But every one at Loughlinter always comes up here. If any one ever were missing whom I wanted to find, this is where I should look." "I am going on towards Linter Forest to meet Blaine," said Mr. Kennedy. Blaine was the gamekeeper. "If you don't mind the trouble, Finn, I wish you'd take Lady Laura down to the house. Do not let her stay out in the heat. I will take care that somebody goes over to Callander for Dr. McNuthrie." Then Mr. Kennedy went on, and Phineas was left with the charge of taking Lady Laura back to the house. When Mr. Kennedy's hat had first appeared coming up the walk, Phineas had been ready to proclaim himself prepared for any devotion in the service of Lady Laura. Indeed, he had begun to reply with criminal tenderness to the indiscreet avowal which Lady Laura had made to him. But he felt now, after what had just occurred in the husband's presence, that any show of tenderness, of criminal tenderness, was impossible. The absence of all suspicion on the part of Mr. Kennedy had made Phineas feel that he was bound by all social laws to refrain from such tenderness. Lady Laura began to descend the path before him without a word, and went on, as though she would have reached the house without speaking, had he not addressed her. "Does your head still pain you?" he asked. "Of course it does." "I suppose he is right in saying that you should not be out in the heat." "I do not know. It is not worth while to think about that. He sends me in, and so of course I must go. And he tells you to take me, and so of course you must take me." "Would you wish that I should let you go alone?" "Yes, I would. Only he will be sure to find it out, and you must not tell him that you left me at my request." "Do you think that I am afraid of him?" said Phineas. "Yes, I think you are. I know that I am, and that papa is, and that his mother hardly dares to call her soul her own. I do not know why you should escape. Mr. Kennedy is nothing to me." "He is something to me, and so I suppose I had better go on. And now I shall have that horrid man from the little town pawing me and covering everything with snuff, and bidding me to take Scotch physic, which seems to increase in quantity and nastiness as doses in England decrease, and he will stand over me to see that I take it." "What, the doctor from Callander?" "No, but Mr. Kennedy will. If he advised me to have a hole in my glove mended, he would ask me before he went to bed whether it was done. He never forgot anything in his life, and was never unmindful of anything. That I think will do, Mr. Finn. You have brought me out from the trees, and that may be taken as bringing me home. We shall hardly get scolded if we part here. Remember what I told you up above, and remember also that it is in your power to do nothing else for me. Good-bye." So he turned away towards the lake, and let Lady Laura go across the wide lawn to the house by herself. He had failed altogether in his intention of telling his friend of his love for Violet, and had come to perceive that he could not for the present carry out that intention. After what had passed, it would be impossible for him to go to Lady Laura with a passionate tale of his longing for Violet Effingham. If he were even to speak to her of love at all, it must be quite of another love than that. But he never would speak to her of love, nor, as he felt quite sure, would she allow him to do so. But what astounded him most, as he thought of the interview which had just passed, was the fact that the Lady Laura whom he had known, whom he had thought he had known, should have become so subject to such a man as Mr. Kennedy, a man whom he had despised as being weak, irresolute, and without a purpose. For the day or two that he remained at Loughlinter, he watched the family closely, and became aware that Lady Laura had been right when she declared that her father was afraid of Mr. Kennedy. "I shall follow you almost immediately," said the Earl confidentially to Phineas, when the candidate for the borough took his departure from Loughlinter. "I don't like to be there just when the election is going on, but I'll be at Salisbury to receive you the day afterwards." Phineas took his leave from Mr. Kennedy with a warm expression of friendship on the part of his host, and from Lady Laura with a mere touch of the hand. He tried to say a word, but she was sullen, or if not, she put on some mood like to sullenness, and never said a word to him. On the day after the departure of Phineas Finn for Loughton, Lady Laura Kennedy still had a headache. She had complained of a headache ever since she had been at Loughlinter, and Dr. McNuthrie had been over more than once. "I wonder what it is that ails you," said her husband, standing over her in her own sitting-room upstairs. It was a pretty room, looking away to the mountains, with just a glimpse of the lake to be caught from the window, and it had been prepared for her with all the skill and taste of an accomplished upholsterer. She had selected the room for herself soon after her engagement, and had thanked her future husband with her sweetest smile for giving her the choice. She had thanked him, and told him that she always meant to be happy, so happy in that room. He was a man not given much to romance, but he thought of this promise as he stood over her and asked after her health. As far as he could see, she had never been even comfortable since she had been at Loughlinter. A shadow of the truth came across his mind. Perhaps his wife was bored. If so, what was to be the future of his life and of hers? He went up to London every year, and to Parliament, as a duty, and then during some period of the recess would have his house full of guests, as another duty, but his happiness was to consist in such hours as these, which seemed to inflict upon his wife the penalty of a continual headache. A shadow of the truth came upon him. What if his wife did not like living quietly at home as the mistress of her husband's house? What if a headache was always to be the result of a simple performance of domestic duties? More than a shadow of truth had come upon Lady Laura herself. The dark cloud created by the entire truth was upon her, making everything black and wretched around her. She had asked herself a question or two, and had discovered that she had no love for her husband, that the kind of life which he intended to exact from her was insupportable to her, and that she had blundered and fallen in her entrance upon life. She perceived that her father had already become weary of Mr. Kennedy, and that, lonely and sad as he would be at Salisbury by himself, it was his intention to repudiate the idea of making a home at Loughlinter. Yes, she would be deserted by everyone, except, of course, her husband, and then she would throw herself on some early morning into the lake, for life would be insupportable. "I wonder what it is that ails you," said Mr. Kennedy. "Nothing serious. One can't always help having a headache, you know." "I don't think you take enough exercise, Laura. I would propose that you should walk 4 miles every day after breakfast. I will always be ready to accompany you. I have spoken to Dr. McNuthrie." "I hate Dr. McNuthrie." "Why should you hate Dr. McNuthrie, Laura?" "How can I tell why? I do. That is quite reason enough why you should not send for him to me." "You are unreasonable, Laura. One chooses a doctor on account of his reputation in his profession, and that of Dr. McNuthrie stands high." "I do not want any doctor." "But if you are ill, my dear—" "I am not ill." "But you said you had a headache. You have said so for the last 10 days. Having a headache is not being ill. I only wish you would not talk of it, and then perhaps I should get rid of it." "I cannot believe that. Headache in 9 cases out of 10 comes from the stomach." Though he said this, saying it because it was the commonplace, common-sense sort of thing to say, still at the very moment there was the shadow of the truth before his eyes. What if this headache meant simple dislike to him, and to his modes of life? "It is nothing of that sort," said Lady Laura, impatient at having her ailment inquired into with so much accuracy. "Then what is it? You cannot think that I can be happy to hear you complaining of headache every day, making it an excuse for absolute idleness. What is it that you want me to do?" she said, jumping up from her seat. "Set me a task, and if I don't go mad over it, I'll get through it. There are the account books. Give them to me. I don't suppose I can see the figures, but I'll try to see them." "Laura, this is unkind of you, and ungrateful. Of course, it is everything that is bad. What a pity you did not find it out last year. Oh dear, what am I to do?" Then she threw herself down upon the sofa, and put both her hands up to her temples. "I will send for Dr. McNuthrie at once," said Mr. Kennedy, walking towards the door very slowly, and speaking as slowly as he walked. "No, do no such thing," she said, springing to her feet again, and intercepting him before he reached the door. "If he comes, I will not see him. I give you my word that I will not speak to him if he comes. You do not understand," she said. "You do not understand at all." "What is it that I ought to understand?" he asked. "That a woman does not like to be bothered." He made no reply at once, but stood there twisting the handle of the door and collecting his thoughts. "Yes," said he at last, "I am beginning to find that out, and to find out also what it is that bothers a woman, as you call it. I can see now what it is that makes your head ache. It is not the stomach. You are quite right there. It is the prospect of a quiet, decent life, to which would be attached the performance of certain homely duties. Dr. McNuthrie is a learned man, but I doubt whether he can do anything for such a malady." "You are quite right, Robert. He can do nothing." "It is a malady you must cure for yourself, Laura, and which is to be cured by perseverance. If you can bring yourself to try—" "But I cannot bring myself to try at all," she said. "Do you mean to tell me, Laura, that you will make no effort to do your duty as my wife?" "I mean to tell you that I will not try to cure a headache by doing sums. That is all that I mean to say at this moment. If you will leave me for a while, so that I may lie down, perhaps I shall be able to come to dinner." He still hesitated, standing with the door in his hand. "But if you go on scolding me," she continued, "what I shall do is go to bed directly you go away." He hesitated for a moment longer, and then left the room without another word. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Slide's Grievance. Our hero was elected member for Lufton without any trouble to him, or, as far as he could see, to any one else. He made one speech from a small raised booth that was called a platform, and that was all that he was called upon to do. Mr. Grading made a speech in proposing him, and Mr. Shortribs another in seconding him, and these were all the speeches that were required. The thing seemed to be so very easy that he was afterwards almost offended when he was told that the bill for so insignificant a piece of work came to £247, 13 shillings, 9 pennies. He had seen no occasion for spending even the odd £47. But then he was member for Loughton, and as he passed the evening alone at the inn, having dined in company with Messrs. Grating, Shortribs, and sundry other influential electors, he began to reflect that, after all, it was not so very great a thing to be a member of Parliament. It almost seemed that that which had come to him so easily could not be of much value. On the following day he went to the castle, and was there when the Earl arrived. They two were alone together, and the Earl was very kind to him. "So you had no opponent after all," said the great man of Loughton, with a slight smile. "Not the ghost of another candidate." "I did not think there would be. They have tried it once or twice, and have always failed. There are only one or two in the place who like to go one way just because their neighbours go the other. But in truth there is no conservative feeling in the place." Phineas, although he was at the present moment the member for Loughton himself, could not but enjoy the joke of this. Could there be any liberal feeling in such a place, or indeed any political feeling whatsoever? Would not Messrs. Grating and Shortribs have done just the same had it happened that Lord Brentford had been a Tory peer? "They all seem to be very obliging," said Phineas, in answer to the Earl. "Yes, they are. There isn't a house in the town, you know, let for longer than 7 years, and most of them merely from year to year. And do you know, I haven't a farmer on the property with a lease, not one, and they don't want leases. They know they're safe. But I do like the people round me to be of the same way of thinking as myself about politics." On the second day after dinner, the last evening of Finn's visit to Salisbury, the Earl fell suddenly into a confidential conversation about his daughter and his son, and about Violet Effingham. So sudden, indeed, and so confidential was the conversation, that Phineas was almost silenced for a while. A word or two had been said about Loughlinter, of the beauty of the place, and of the vastness of the property. "I am almost afraid," said Lord Brentford, "that Laura is not happy there." "I hope she is," said Phineas. "He is so hard and dry, and what I call exacting. That is just the word for it. Now Laura has never been used to that. With me she always had her own way in everything, and I always found her fit to have it. I do not understand why her husband should treat her differently. Perhaps it is the temper of the man." "Temper, yes, but what a bad prospect is that for her. And she, too, has a temper, and so will he find it if he tries her too far. I cannot stand Loughlinter. I told Laura so fairly. It is one of those houses in which a man cannot call his hours his own. I told Laura that I could not undertake to remain there for above a day or two." "It is very sad," said Phineas. "Yes, indeed, it is sad for her, poor girl, and very sad for me too. I have no one else but Laura, literally no one, and now I am divided from her. It seems that she has been taken as much away from me as though her husband lived in China. I have lost them both now." "I hope not, my lord." "I say I have. As to Chiltern, I can perceive that he becomes more and more indifferent to me every day. He thinks of me only as a man in his way, who must die some day, and may die soon. You wrong him, Lord Brentford. I do not wrong him at all. Why has he answered every offer I have made him with so much insolence as to make it impossible for me to put myself into further communion with him? He thinks that you have wronged him. Yes, because I have been unable to shut my eyes to his mode of living. I was to go on paying his debts and taking no other notice whatsoever of his conduct. I do not think he is in debt now, because his sister the other day spent every shilling of her fortune in paying them. She gave him £40,000. Do you think she would have married Kennedy but for that? I don't. I could not prevent her. I had said that I would not cripple my remaining years of life by raising the money, and I could not go back from my word. You and Chiltern might raise the money between you. It would do no good now. She has married Mr. Kennedy, and the money is nothing to her or to him. Chiltern might have put things right by marrying Miss Effingham, if he pleased. I think he did his best there. No, he did his worst. He asked her to be his wife, as a man asks for a railway ticket or a pair of gloves, which he buys with a price. And because she would not jump into his mouth, he gave it up. I don't believe he even really wanted to marry her. I suppose he has some disreputable connection to prevent it. Nothing of the kind. He would marry her tomorrow if he could. My belief is that Miss Effingham is sincere in refusing him. I don't doubt her sincerity, and that she will never change. Well, I don't agree with you, and I dare say I know them both better than you do. But everything goes against me. I had my heart set upon it, and therefore, of course, I shall be disappointed. What is he going to do this autumn? He is yachting now. And who are with him? I think the boat belongs to Captain Culpepper, the greatest blackguard in all England, a man who shoots pigeons and rides steeplechases. And the worst of Chiltern is this, that even if he didn't like the man, and if he were tired of this sort of life, he would go on just the same, because he thinks it a fine thing not to give way. This was so true that Phineas did not dare to contradict the statement, and therefore said nothing. I had some faint hope, continued the Earl, while Lara could always watch him, because in his way he was fond of his sister. But that is all over now. She will have enough to do to watch herself. Phineas had felt that the Earl had put him down rather sharply when he had said that Violet would never accept Lord Chiltern, and he was, therefore, not a little surprised when Lord Brentford spoke again of Miss Effingham the following morning, holding in his hand a letter which he had just received from her. They are to be at Loughlinter on the 10th, he said, and she proposes to come here for a couple of nights on her way. Lady Baldock and all? Well, yes, Lady Baldock and all. I am not very fond of Lady Baldock, but I will put up with her for a couple of days for the sake of having Violet. She is more like a child of my own now than anybody else. I shall not see her all the autumn afterwards. I cannot stand Loughlinter. It will be better when the house is full. You will be there, I suppose. Well, no, I think not, said Phineas. You have had enough of it, have you? Phineas made no reply to this, but smiled slightly. By Jove, I don't wonder at it, said the Earl. Phineas, who would have given all he had in the world to be staying in the same country house with Violet Effingham, could not explain how it had come to pass that he was obliged to absent himself. I suppose you were asked, said the Earl. Oh yes, I was asked. Nothing can be kinder than they are. Kennedy told me that you were coming as a matter of course." "I explained to him after that," said Phineas, "that I should not return. I shall go over to Ireland. I have a deal of hard reading to do, and I can get through it there without interruption." He went from Salisbury to London on that day, and found himself quite alone in Mrs. Bunch's lodgings. I mean not only that he was alone at his lodgings, but he was alone at his club, and alone in the streets. July was not quite over, and yet all the birds of passage had migrated. Mr. Mildmay, by his short session, had half ruined the London tradesmen, and had changed the summer mode of life of all those who account themselves to be anybody. Phineas, as he sat alone in his room, felt himself to be nobody. He had told the Earl that he was going to Ireland, and to Ireland he must go, because he had nothing else to do. He had been asked, indeed, to join one or two parties in their autumn plans. Mr. Monk had wanted him to go to the Pyrenees, and Lord Chiltern had suggested that he should join the yacht. But neither plan suited him. It would have suited him to be at Loughlinter with Violet Effingham, but Loughlinter was a barred house to him. His old friend Lady Laura had told him not to come thither, explaining with sufficient clearness her reasons for excluding him from the number of her husband's guests. As he thought of it, the past scenes of his life became very marvellous to him. 12 months since, he would have given all the world for a word of love from Lady Laura, and had barely dared to hope that such a word, at some future day, might possibly be spoken. Now such a word had in truth been spoken, and it had come to be simply a trouble to him. She had owned to him, for in truth such had been the meaning of her warning to him, that though she had married another man, she had loved and did love him. But in thinking of this, he took no pride in it. It was not till he had thought of it long that he began to ask himself whether he might not be justified in gathering from what happened some hope that Violet might also learn to love him. He had thought so little of himself as to have been afraid at first to press his suit with Lady Laura. Might he not venture to think more of himself, having learned how far he had succeeded? But how was he to get at Violet Effingham? From the moment at which he had left Salisbury, he had been angry with himself for not having asked Lord Brentford to allow himself to remain there till after the Baldock party should have gone on to Loughlinter. The Earl, who was very lonely in his house, would have consented at once. Phineas, indeed, was driven to confess to himself that success with Violet would at once have put an end to all his friendship with Lord Brentford, as also to all his friendship with Lord Chiltern. He would, in such case, be bound in honour to vacate his seat, and give back Loughton to his offended patron. But he would have given up much more than his seat for Violet Effingham. At present, however, he had no means of getting at her to ask her the question. He could hardly go to Loughlinter in opposition to the wishes of Lady Laura. A little adventure happened to him in London, which somewhat relieved the dullness of the days of the first week in August. He remained in London till the middle of August, half resolving to rush down to Salisbury when Violet Effingham should be there, endeavouring to find some excuse for such a proceeding, but racking his brains in vain. And then there came about his little adventure. This adventure was commenced by the receipt of the following letter. Banner of the People Office, 3rd August, 1860. My dear Finn, I must say I think you have treated me badly, and without that sort of brotherly fairness which we on the public press expect from one another. However, perhaps we can come to an understanding, and if so, things may yet go smoothly. Give me a turn, and I am not at all adverse to give you one. Will you come to me here, or shall I call upon you? Yours always, Q.S. Phineas was not only surprised, but disgusted also at the receipt of this letter. He could not imagine what was the deed by which he had offended Mr. Slide. He thought over all the circumstances of his short connection with the People's Banner, but could remember nothing which might have created offence. But his disgust was greater than his surprise. He thought that he had done nothing and said nothing to justify Quintus Slide in calling him dear Finn. He who had Lady Laura's secret in his keeping, he who hoped to be the possessor of Violet Effingham's affections, he to be called dear Finn by such a one as Quintus Slide. He soon made up his mind that he would not answer the note, but would go at once to the People's Banner office at the hour at which Quintus Slide was always there. He certainly would not write to dear Slide, and until he had heard something more of this cause of offence, he would not make an enemy for ever by calling the man dear sir. He went to the office of the People's Banner, and found Mr. Slide ensconced in a little glass cupboard, writing an article for the next day's copy. "I suppose you're very busy," said Phineas, inserting himself with some difficulty onto a little stool in the corner of the cupboard. "Not so particular but what I'm glad to see you. You shoot, don't you?" "Shoot," said Phineas. It could not be possible that Mr. Slide was intending, after this abrupt fashion, to propose a duel with pistols. "Grouse and pheasants, and them sort of things?" asked Mr. Slide. I understand. Yes, I shoot sometimes." "Is it the 12th or 20th for grouse in Scotland?" "The 12th," said Phineas. "What makes you ask that just now?" "I'm doing a letter about it, advising men not to shoot too many of the young birds, and showing that they'll have none next year if they do. I had a fellow here just now who knew all about it, and he put down a lot, but I forgot to make him tell me the day of beginning. What's a good place to date from?" Phineas suggested Callander or Stirling. "Stirling's too much of a town, isn't it? Callander sounds better for game, I think." So the letter which was to save the young grouse was dated from Callander, and Mr. Quintus Slide, having written the word, threw down his pen, came off his stool, and rushed at once at his subject. "Well, now, Finn," he said, "don't you know that you've treated me badly about Lufton?" "Treated you badly about Lufton?" Phineas, as he repeated the words, was quite in the dark as to Mr. Slide's meaning. Did Mr. Slide intend to convey a reproach because Phineas had not personally sent some tidings of the election to the People's Banner? "Very badly," said Mr. Slide, with his arms akimbo. "Very badly indeed. Men on the press together do expect that they're to be stuck by, and not thrown over. Damn it, I say, what's the good of a brotherhood if it ain't to be brotherhood?" "Upon my word, I don't know what you mean," said Phineas. "Didn't I tell you that I had Lufton in my heye?" said Quintus. It's very well to say ho, and look guilty, but didn't I tell you? I never heard such nonsense in my life." "Nonsense! How on earth could you have stood for Lufton? What interest would you have there? You could not even have found an elector to propose you." "Now I tell you what I'll do, Finn. I think you have thrown me over most shabby, but I won't stand about that. You shall have Lufton this session if you'll promise to make way for me after the next election. If you'll agree to that, we'll have a special leader to say how well Lord What's-his-name has done with the borough, and will be your Horgan through the whole session. I never heard such nonsense in my life. In the first place, Loughton is safe to be in the schedule of reduced boroughs. It will be thrown into the county, or joined with a group. I'll stand the chance of that. Will you agree? Agree? No, it's the most absurd proposal that was ever made. You might as well ask me whether I would agree that you should go to heaven. Go to heaven if you can, I should say. I have not the slightest objection, but it's nothing to me. Very well, said Quintus Slide, very well. Now we understand each other, and that's all that I desire. I think that I can show you what it is to come among gentlemen of the press, and then to throw them over. Good morning. Phineas, quite satisfied at the result of the interview as regarded himself, and by no means sorry that there should have arisen a cause of separation between Mr. Quintus Slide and his dear Finn, shook off a little dust from his foot as he left the office of the People's Banner, and resolved that in future he would attempt to make no connection in that direction. As he returned home, he told himself that a member of Parliament should be altogether independent of the press. On the second morning after his meeting with his late friend, he saw the result of his independence. There was a startling article, a tremendous article, showing the pressing necessity of immediate reform, and proving the necessity by an illustration of the borough-mongering rottenness of the present system. When such a patron as Lord Brentford, himself a cabinet minister with a sinecure, could by his mere word put into the House such a stick as Phineas Finn, a man who had struggled to stand on his legs before the Speaker, but had wanted both the courage and the capacity, nothing further could surely be wanted to prove that the Reform Bill of 1832 required to be supplemented by some more energetic measure. Phineas laughed as he read the article, and declared to himself that the joke was a good joke, but nevertheless he suffered. Mr. Quintus Slide, when he was really anxious to use his thong earnestly, could generally raise a wail. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Was he honest? On the 10th of August, Phineas Finn did return to Loughton. He went down by the mail train on the night of the 10th, having telegraphed to the inn for a bed, and was up eating his breakfast in that hospitable house at 9 o'clock. The landlady and landlord, with all their staff, were at a loss to imagine what had brought down their member again so quickly to his borough. But the reader, who will remember that Lady Baldock, with her daughter, and Violet Effingham, were to pass the 11th of the month at Salisbury, may perhaps be able to make a guess on the subject. Phineas had been thinking of making this sudden visit to Loughton ever since he had been up in town, but he could suggest to himself no reason to be given to Lord Brentford for his sudden reappearance. The Earl had been very kind to him, but he had said nothing which could justify his young friend in running in and out of Salisbury Castle at pleasure, without invitation and without notice. Phineas was so well aware of this himself that often as he had half resolved during the last 10 days to return to Salisbury, so often had he determined that he could not do so. He could think of no excuse. Then the heavens favoured him, and he received a letter from Lord Chiltern, in which there was a message for Lord Brentford. If you see my father, Tell him that I am ready at any moment to do what is necessary for raising the money for Lara." Taking this as his excuse, he returned to Loughton. As chance arranged it, he met the Earl standing on the great steps before his own castle doors. "What, Finn, is this you? I thought you were in Ireland." "Not yet, my lord, as you see." Then he opened his budget at once, and blushed at his own hypocrisy as he went on with his story. He had, he said, felt the message from Chiltern to be so all-important that he could not bring himself to go over to Ireland without delivering it. He urged upon the Earl that he might learn from this how anxious Lord Chiltern was to effect a reconciliation. When it occurred to him, he said, that there might be a hope of doing anything towards such an object, he could not go to Ireland, leaving the good work behind him. In love and war all things are fair, so he declared to himself. But as he did so, he felt that this story was so weak that it would hardly gain for him an admittance into the castle. In this he was completely wrong. The Earl, swallowing the bait, put his arm through that of the intruder, and walking with him through the paths of the shrubbery, at length confessed that he would be glad to be reconciled to his son, if it were possible. "Let him come here, and she shall be here also," said the Earl, speaking of Violet. To this Phineas could say nothing out loud, but he told himself that all should be fair between them. He would take no dishonest advantage of Lord Chiltern. He would give Lord Chiltern the whole message as it was given to him by Lord Brentford. But should it so turn out that he himself got an opportunity of saying to Violet all that he had come to say, and should it also turn out, an event which he acknowledged to himself to be most unlikely, that Violet did not reject him, then how could he write his letter to Lord Chiltern? So he resolved that the letter should be written before he saw Violet. But how could he write such a letter, and instantly afterwards do that which would be false to the spirit of a letter so written? Could he bid Lord Chiltern come home to woo Violet Effingham, and instantly go forth to woo her for himself? He found that he could not do so, unless he told the whole truth to Lord Chiltern. In no other way could he carry out his project, and satisfy his own idea of what was honest. The Earl bade him send to the hotel for his things. "The Baldock people are all here, you know, but they go very early to-morrow." Then Phineas declared that he also must return to London very early on the morrow, but in the meantime he would go to the inn and fetch his things. The Earl thanked him again and again for his generous kindness, and Phineas, blushing as he received the thanks, went back and wrote his letter to Lord Chiltern. It was an elaborate letter, written, as regards the first and larger portion of it, with words intended to bring the prodigal son back to the father's home. And everything was said about Miss Effingham that could or should have been said. Then on the last page he told his own story. "Now," he said, "I must speak of myself." And he went on to explain to his friend, in the plainest language that he could use, his own position. "I have loved her," he said, "for 6 months, and I am here with the express intention of asking her to take me. The chances are 10 to 1 that she refuses me. I do not deprecate your anger, if you choose to be angry, but I am endeavouring to treat you well, and I ask you to do the same by me. I must convey to you your father's message, and after doing so, I cannot address myself to Miss Effingham without telling you. I should feel myself to be false were I to do so. In the event, the probable, nay, almost certain event of my being refused, I shall trust you to keep my secret. Do not quarrel with me if you can help it, but if you must, I will be ready." Then he posted the letter and went up to the castle. He had only the one day for his action, and he knew that Violet was watched by Lady Baldock as by a dragon. He was told that the Earl was out with the young ladies, and was shown to his room. On going to the drawing-room he found Lady Baldock, with whom he had been to a certain degree a favourite, and was soon deeply engaged in a conversation as to the practicability of shutting up all the breweries and distilleries by Act of Parliament. But lunch relieved him, and brought the young ladies in at 2. Miss Effingham seemed to be really glad to see him, and even Miss Boreham, Lady Baldock's daughter, was very gracious to him. For the Earl had been speaking well of his young member, and Phineas had in a way grown into the good graces of sober and discreet people. After lunch they were to ride, the Earl, that is, and Violet. Lady Baldock and her daughter were to have the carriage. "I can mount you, Finn, if you would like it," said the Earl. "Of course he'll like it," said Violet. "Do you suppose Mr. Finn will object to ride with me in Salisbury Woods? It won't be the first time, will it?" "Violet," said Lady Baldock, "you have the most singular way of talking." "I suppose I have," said Violet, "but I don't think I can change it now. Mr. Finn knows me too well to mind it much." It was past 5 before they were on horseback, and up to that time Phineas had not found himself alone with Violet Effingham for a moment. They had sat together after lunch in the dining-room for nearly an hour, and had sauntered into the hall and knocked about the billiard balls, and then stood together at the open doors of a conservatory. But Lady Baldock or Miss Boreham had always been there. Nothing could be more pleasant than Miss Effingham's words, or more familiar than her manner to Phineas. She had expressed strong delight at his success in getting a seat in Parliament, and had talked to him about the Kennedys as though they had created some special bond of union between her and Phineas, which ought to make them intimate. But for all that, she could not be got to separate herself from Lady Baldock, and when she was told that if she meant to ride she must go and dress herself, she went at once. But he thought that he might have a chance on horseback, and after they had been out about half an hour, chance did favour him. For a while he rode behind with the carriage, calculating that by his so doing the Earl would be put off his guard, and would be disposed after a while to change places with him. And so it fell out. At a certain fall of ground in the park, where the road turned round and crossed a bridge over the little river, the carriage came up with the first 2 horses, and Lady Baldock spoke a word to the Earl. Then Violet pulled up, allowing the vehicle to pass the bridge first, and in this way she and Phineas were brought together, and in this way they rode on. But he was aware that he must greatly increase the distance between them and the others of their party before he could dare to plead his suit, and even were that done, he felt that he could not know how to plead it on horseback. They had gone on some half-mile in this way, when they reached a spot on which a green ride led away from the main road, through the trees to the left. "You remember this place, do you not?" said Violet. Phineas declared that he remembered it well. "I must go round by the woodman's cottage. You won't mind coming?" Phineas said that he would not mind, and trotted on to tell them in the carriage. "Where is she going?" asked Lady Baldock. And then, when Phineas explained, she begged the Earl to go back to Violet. The Earl, feeling the absurdity of this, declared that Violet knew her way very well herself, and thus Phineas got his opportunity. They rode on almost without speaking for nearly a mile, cantering through the trees, and then they took another turn to the right, and came upon the cottage. They rode to the door and spoke a word or two to the woman there, and then passed on. "I always come here when I am at Salisbury," said Violet, "that I may teach myself to think kindly of Lord Chiltern." "I understand it all," said Phineas. "He used to be so nice, and is so still, I believe, only that he has taught himself to be so rough. Will he ever change, do you think?" Phineas knew that in this emergency it was his especial duty to be honest. "I think he would be changed altogether if we could bring him here, so that he should live among his friends." "Do you think he would? We must put our heads together and do it. Don't you think that it is to be done?" Phineas replied that he thought it was to be done. "I'll tell you the truth at once, Miss Effingham," he said. "You can do it by a single word." "Yes, yes," she said, "but I do not mean that. Without that, it is absurd, you know, that a father should make such a condition as that." Phineas said that he thought it was absurd, and then they rode on again, cantering through the wood. He had been bold to speak to her about Lord Chiltern, as he had done, and she had answered just as he would have wished to be answered. But how could he press his suit for himself while she was cantering by his side? Presently they came to rough ground over which they were forced to walk, and he was close by her side. "Mr. Finn," she said, "I wonder whether I may ask a question?" "Any question," he replied. "Is there any quarrel between you and Lady Laura?" "None." "Or between you and him?" "No, none. We are greater allies than ever." "Then why are you not going to be at Loughlinter? She has written to me expressly saying you would not be there." He paused a moment before he replied. "It did not suit," he said at last. "Is it a secret, then?" "Yes, it is a secret. You are not angry with me?" "Angry, no." "It is not a secret of my own, or I should not keep it from you." "Perhaps I can guess it," she said, "but I will not try. I will not even think of it. The cause, whatever it be, has been full of sorrow to me. I would have given my left hand to have been at Loughlinter this autumn." "Are you so fond of it?" "I should have been staying there with you," he said. He paused, and for a moment there was no word spoken by either of them. But he could perceive that the hand in which she held her whip was playing with her horse's mane with a nervous movement. "When I found how it must be, and that I must miss you, I rushed down here that I might see you for a moment. And now I am here, I do not dare to speak to you of myself." They were now beyond the rocks, and Violet, without speaking a word, again put her horse into a trot. He was by her side in a moment, but he could not see her face. "Have you not a word to say to me?" he asked. "No, no, no," she replied. "Not a word when you speak to me like that. There is the carriage. Come, we will join them." Then she cantered on, and he followed her till they reached the Earl and Lady Baldock and Miss Boreham. "I have done my devotions now," said Miss Effingham, "and am ready to return to ordinary life." Phineas could not find another moment in which to speak to her. Though he spent the evening with her, and stood over her as she sang at the Earl's request, and pressed her hand as she went to bed, and was up to see her start in the morning, he could not draw from her either a word or a look. Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Phineas Finn, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Monk upon Reform. Phineas Finn went to Ireland immediately after his return from Salisbury, having said nothing further to Violet Effingham, and having heard nothing further from her than what is recorded in the last chapter, he felt very keenly that his position was unsatisfactory, and brooded over it all the autumn and early winter, but he could form no plan for improving it. A dozen times he thought of writing to Miss Effingham and asking for an explicit answer. He could not, however, bring himself to write the letter, thinking that written expressions of love are always weak and vapid, and deterred also by a conviction that Violet, if driven to reply in writing, would undoubtedly reply by a refusal. 50 times he rode again in his imagination his ride in Salisbury Wood, and he told himself as often that the siren's answer to him, her "No, no, no," had been, of all possible answers, the most indefinite and provoking. The tone of her voice as she galloped away from him, the bearing of her countenance when he rejoined her, her manner to him when he saw her start from the castle in the morning, all forbade him to believe that his words to her had been taken as an offence. She had replied to him with a direct negative, simply with the word no, but she had so said it that there had hardly been any sting in the no, and he had known at the moment that whatever might be the result of his suit, he needed not regard Violet Effingham as his enemy. But the doubt made his sojourn in Ireland very wearisome to him, and there were other matters which tended also to his discomfort, though he was not left even at this period of his life without a continuation of success which seemed to be very wonderful. At first I will say a word of his discomfort. He had not a line from Lord Chiltern in answer to the letter which he had written to his lordship. From Lady Laura he did hear frequently. Lady Laura wrote to him exactly as though she had never warned him away from Loughlinter, and as though there had been no occasion for such warning. She sent him letters filled chiefly with politics, saying something also of the guests at Loughlinter, something of the game, and just a word or two here and there of her husband. The letters were very good letters, and he preserved them carefully. It was manifest to him that they were intended to be good letters, and as such to be preserved. In one of these, which he received about the end of November, she told him that her brother was again in his old haunt at the Willingford Bull, and that he had sent to Portman Square for all property of his own that had been left there. But there was no word in that letter of Violet Effingham, and though Lady Laura did speak more than once of Violet, she always did so as though Violet were simply a joint acquaintance of herself and her correspondent. There was no allusion to the existence of any special regard on his part for Miss Effingham. He had thought that Violet might probably tell her friend what had occurred at Salisbury, but if she did so, Lady Laura was happy in her powers of reticence. Our hero was disturbed also, when he reached home, by finding that Mrs. Flood Jones and Miss Flood Jones had retired from Killaloe for the winter. I do not know whether he might not have been more disturbed by the presence of the young lady, for he would have found himself constrained to exhibit towards her some tenderness of manner, and any such tenderness of manner would, in his existing circumstances, have been dangerous. But he was made to understand that Mary Flood Jones had been taken away from Killaloe because it was thought that he had ill-treated the lady, and the accusation made him unhappy. In the middle of the heat of the last session he had received a letter from his sister, in which some pushing question had been asked as to his then existing feeling about poor Mary. This he had answered petulantly. Nothing more had been written to him about Miss Jones, and nothing was said to him when he reached home. He could not, however, but ask after Mary, and when he did ask, the accusation was made again in that quietly severe manner with which, perhaps, most of us have been made acquainted at some period of our lives. "I think, Phineas," said his sister, "we had better say nothing about dear Mary. She is not here at present, and probably you may not see her while you remain with us." "What's all that about?" Phineas had demanded, understanding the whole matter thoroughly. Then his sister had demurely refused to say a word further on the subject, and not a word further was said about Miss Mary Flood Jones. They were at Floodborough, living, he did not doubt, in a very desolate way, and quite willing, he did not doubt also, to abandon their desolation if he would go over there in the manner that would become him after what had passed on one or two occasions between him and the young lady. But how was he to do this with such work on his hands as he had undertaken? Now that he was in Ireland, he thought that he did love dear Mary very dearly. He felt that he had two identities, that he was, as it were, two separate persons, and that he could, without any real faithlessness, be very much in love with Violet Effingham, in his position of man of fashion and member of Parliament in England, and also warmly attached to dear little Mary Flood Jones, as an Irishman of Killaloe. He was aware, however, that there was a prejudice against such fullness of heart, and therefore resolved sternly that it was his duty to be constant to Miss Effingham. How was it possible that he should marry dear Mary, he with such extensive jobs of work on his hands? It was not possible. He must abandon all thought of making dear Mary his own. No doubt they had been right to remove her. But still, as he took his solitary walks along the Shannon, and up on the hills that overhung the lake above the town, he was somewhat ashamed of himself, and dreamed of giving up Parliament and leaving Violet to some noble suitor, to Lord Chiltern, if she would take him, and of going to Floodborough with an honest proposal that he should be allowed to press Mary to his heart. Miss Effingham would probably reject him at last, whereas Mary, dear Mary, would come to his heart without a scruple of doubt. Dear Mary! In these days of dreaming, he told himself that, after all, dear Mary was his real love. But, of course, such days were days of dreaming only. He had letters in his pocket from Lady Laura Kennedy, which made it impossible for him to think in earnest of giving up Parliament. And then there came a wonderful piece of luck in his way. There lived, or had lived, in the town of Galway, a very eccentric old lady, one Miss Marian Persa, who was the aunt of Mrs. Finn, the mother of our hero. With this lady Dr. Finn had quarrelled persistently ever since his marriage, because the lady had expressed her wish to interfere in the management of his family, offering to purchase such right by favourable arrangements in reference to her will. This the doctor had resented, and there had been quarrels. Miss Persa was not a very rich old lady, but she thought a good deal of her own money, and now she died, leaving £3,000 to her nephew Phineas Finn. Another sum of about equal amount she bequeathed to a Roman Catholic seminary, and thus was her worldly wealth divided. She couldn't have done better with it, said the old doctor, and as far as we are concerned, the windfall is the most pleasant as being wholly unexpected. In these days the doctor was undoubtedly gratified by his son's success in life, and never said much about the law. Phineas, in truth, did do some work during the autumn, reading blue books, reading law books, reading perhaps a novel or two at the same time, but shutting himself up very carefully as he studied, so that his sisters were made to understand that for a certain 4 hours in the day not a sound was to be allowed to disturb him. On the receipt of his legacy, he at once offered to repay his father all the money that had been advanced him over and above his original allowance, but this the doctor refused to take. "It comes to the same thing, Phineas," he said. "What you have of your share now you can't have hereafter. As regards my present income, it has only made me work a little longer than I had intended, and I believe that the later in life a man works, the more likely he is to live." Phineas, therefore, when he returned to London, had his £3,000 in his pocket. He owed some £500, and the remainder he would, of course, invest. There had been some talk of an autumnal session, but Mr. Mildmay's decision had at last been against it. Who cannot understand that such would be the decision of any minister to whom was left the slightest fraction of free will in the matter? Why should any minister court the danger of unnecessary attack, submit himself to unnecessary work, and incur the odium of summoning all his friends from their rest, in the midst of the doubts as to the new and old ministry, when the political needle was vacillating so tremulously on its pivot, pointing now to one set of men as the coming government, and then to another? Vague suggestions as to an autumn session might be useful, and they were thrown out in all good faith. Mr. Mildmay, when he spoke on the subject to the Duke, was earnest in thinking that the question of reform should not be postponed even for 6 months. "Don't pledge yourself," said the Duke, and Mr. Mildmay did not pledge himself. Afterwards, when Mr. Mildmay found that he was once more assuredly Prime Minister, he changed his mind, and felt himself to be under a fresh obligation to the Duke. Lord de Terrier had altogether failed, and the country might very well wait till February. The country did wait till February, somewhat to the disappointment of Phineas Finn, who had become tired of blue books at Killaloe. The difference between his English life and his life at home was so great that it was hardly possible that he should not become weary of the latter. He did become weary of it, but strove gallantly to hide his weariness from his father and mother. At this time the world was talking much about reform, though Mr. Mildmay had become placidly patient. The feeling was growing, and Mr. Turnbull, with his friends, was doing all he could to make it grow fast. There was a certain amount of excitement on the subject, but the excitement had grown downwards, from the leaders to the people, from the self-instituted leaders of popular politics down, by means of the press, to the ranks of working men, instead of growing upwards, from the dissatisfaction of the masses, till it expressed itself by this mouthpiece and that, chosen by the people themselves. There was no strong throb through the country, making men feel that safety was to be had by reform, and could not be had without reform. But there was an understanding that the press and the orators were too strong to be ignored, and that some new measure of reform must be conceded to them. The sooner the concession was made, the less it might be necessary to concede, and all men of all parties were agreed on this point. That reform was in itself odious to many of those who spoke of it freely, who offered themselves willingly to be its promoters, was acknowledged. It was not only odious to Lord de Terrier and to most of those who worked with him, but was equally so to many of Mr. Mildmay's most constant supporters. The Duke had no wish for reform. Indeed, it is hard to suppose that such a Duke can wish for any change in a state of things that must seem to him to be so salutary. Workmen were getting full wages, farmers were paying their rent, capitalists by the dozen were creating capitalists by the hundreds. Nothing was wrong in the country but the over-dominant spirit of speculative commerce, and there was nothing in reform to check that. Why should the Duke want reform? As for such men as Lord Brentford, Sir Harry Coldfoot, Lord Plinlimmon, and Mr. Legge Wilson, it was known to all men that they advocated reform as we all of us advocate doctors. Some amount of doctoring is necessary for us. We may hardly hope to avoid it, but let us have as little of the doctor as possible. Mr. Turnbull and the cheap press and the rising spirit of the loudest among the people made it manifest that something must be conceded. Let us be generous in our concession. That was now the doctrine of many, perhaps of most of the leading politicians of the day. Let us be generous. Let us at any rate seem to be generous. Let us give with an open hand, but still with a hand which, though open, shall not bestow too much. The coach must be allowed to run down the hill. Indeed, unless the coach goes on running, no journey will be made. But let us have the drag on both the hind wheels. And we must remember that coaches running downhill without drags are apt to come to serious misfortune. But there were men, even in the cabinet, who had other ideas of public service than that of dragging the wheels of the coach. Mr. Gresham was in earnest. Plantagenet Palliser was in earnest. That exceedingly intelligent young nobleman, Lord Cantrip, was in earnest. Mr. Mildmay threw, perhaps, as much of earnestness into the matter as was compatible with his age and his full appreciation of the manner in which the present cry for reform had been aroused. He was thoroughly honest, thoroughly patriotic, and thoroughly ambitious that he should be written of hereafter as one who in the end of a long life had worked sedulously for the welfare of the people. But he disbelieved in Mr. Turnbull, and in the bottom of his heart indulged an aristocratic contempt for the penny press. And there was no man in England more in earnest, more truly desirous of reform than Mr. Monk. It was his great political idea that political advantages should be extended to the people, whether the people clamored for them or did not clamor for them, even whether they desired them or did not desire them. You do not ask a child whether he would like to learn his lesson, he would say. At any rate, you do not wait till he cries for his book. When, therefore, men said to him that there was no earnestness in the cry for reform, that the cry was a false cry, got up for factious purposes by interested persons, he would reply that the thing to be done should not be done in obedience to any cry, but because it was demanded by justice and was a debt due to the people. Our hero in the autumn had written to Mr. Monk on the politics of the moment, and the following had been Mr. Monk's reply. Longroyston, October 12, 1860. My dear Finn, I am staying here with the Duke and Duchess of St. Bungay. The house is very full, and Mr. Mildmay was here last week. But as I don't shoot, and can't play billiards, and have no taste for charades, I am becoming tired of the gaieties, and shall leave them tomorrow. Of course you know that we are not to have the autumn session. I think that Mr. Mildmay is right. Could we have been sure of passing our measure, it would have been very well. But we could not have been sure, and failure with our bill in a session convened for the express purpose of passing it would have injured the cause greatly. We could hardly have gone on with it again in the spring. Indeed, we must have resigned. And though I may truly say that I would as lief have a good measure from Lord de Terrier as from Mr. Mildmay, and that I am indifferent to my own present personal position, still I think that we should endeavour to keep our seats as long as we honestly believe ourselves to be more capable of passing a good measure than are our opponents. I am astonished by the difference of opinion which exists about reform, not only as to the difference in the extent and exact tendency of the measure that is needed, but that there should be such a divergence of ideas as to the grand thing to be done and the grand reason for doing it. We are all agreed that we want reform in order that the House of Commons may be returned by a larger proportion of the people than is at present employed upon that work, and that each member, when returned, should represent a somewhat more equal section of the whole constituencies of the country than our members generally do at present. All men confess that a £50 county franchise must be too high, and that a borough with less than 200 registered voters must be wrong. But it seems to me that but few among us perceive, or at any rate acknowledge, the real reasons for changing these things and reforming what is wrong without delay. One great authority told us the other day that the sole object of legislation on this subject should be to get together the best possible 658 members of Parliament. That to me would be a most repulsive idea if it were not that, by its very vagueness, it becomes inoperative. Who shall say what is best, or what characteristic constitutes excellence in a member of Parliament? If the gentleman means excellence in general wisdom, or in statecraft, or in skill in talking, or in private character, or even excellence in patriotism, then I say that he is utterly wrong, and has never touched with his intellect the true theory of representation. One only excellence may be acknowledged, and that is the excellence of likeness. As a portrait should be like the person portrayed, so should a representative house be like the people whom it represents. Not in arranging a franchise does it seem to me that we have a right to regard any other view. If a country be unfit for representative government, and it may be that there are still peoples unable to use properly that greatest of all blessings, the question as to what state policy may be best for them is a different question. But if we do have representation, let the representative assembly be like the people, whatever else may be its virtues, and whatever else its vices. Another great authority has told us that our House of Commons should be the mirror of the people. I say not its mirror, but its miniature, and let the artist be careful to put in every line of the expression of that ever-moving face. To do this is a great work, and the artist must know his trade well. In America the work has been done with so coarse a hand that nothing is shown in the picture but the broad, plain, unspeaking outline of the face. As you look from the representative to the representation, you cannot but acknowledge the likeness. But there is in that portrait more of the body than of the mind. The true portrait should represent more than the body. With us hitherto there have been snatches of the countenance of the nation which have been inimitable. A turn of the eye here, and a curl of the lip there, which have seemed to denote a power almost divine. There have been marvels on the canvas so beautiful that one approaches the work of remodeling it with awe. But not only is the picture imperfect, a thing of snatches, but with years it becomes less and still less like its original. The necessity for remodeling it is imperative, and we shall be cowards if we decline the work. But let us be specially careful to retain as much as possible of those lines which we all acknowledge to be so faithfully representative of our nation. To give to a bare numerical majority of the people that power which the numerical majority has in the United States would not be to achieve representation. The nation as it now exists would not be known by such a portrait, but neither can it now be known by that which exists. It seems to me that they who are adverse to change, looking back with an unmeasured respect on what our old parliaments have done for us, ignore the majestic growth of the English people, and forget the present in their worship of the past. They think that we must be what we were, at any rate what we were 30 years since. They have not, perhaps, gone into the houses of artisans, or if there, they have not looked into the breasts of the men. With population, vice has increased, and these politicians, with ears but no eyes, hear of drunkenness and sin and ignorance, and then they declare to themselves that this wicked, half-barbarous, idle people should be controlled and not represented. A wicked, half-barbarous, idle people may be controlled, but not a people thoughtful, educated, and industrious. We must look to it that we do not endeavor to carry our control beyond the wickedness and the barbarity, and that we be ready to submit to control from thoughtfulness and industry. I hope we shall find you helping at the good work early in the spring. Yours always, faithfully, Joshua Monk. Phineas was up in London before the end of January, but he did not find there many of those whom he wished to see. Mr. Lowe was there, and to him he showed Mr. Monk's letter, thinking that it must be convincing even to Mr. Lowe. This he did in Mrs. Lowe's drawing-room, knowing that Mrs. Lowe would also condescend to discuss politics on an occasion. He had dined with them, and they had been glad to see him, and Mrs. Lowe had been less severe than hitherto against the great sin of her husband's late pupil. She had condescended to congratulate him on becoming member for an English borough instead of an Irish one, and had asked him questions about Salisbury Castle. But nevertheless, Mr. Monk's letter was not received with that respectful admiration which Phineas thought that it deserved. Phineas, foolishly, had read it out loud, so that the attack came upon him simultaneously from the husband and from the wife. "It is just the usual claptrap," said Mr. Lowe, "only put into language somewhat more grandiloquent than usual." "Claptrap," said Phineas. "It's what I call downright radical nonsense," said Mrs. Lowe, nodding her head energetically. "Portrait, indeed! Why should we want to have a portrait of ignorance and ugliness? What we all want is to have things quiet and orderly." "Then you'd better have a paternal government at once," said Phineas. "Just so," said Mr. Lowe, "only that what you call a paternal government is not always quiet and orderly. National order I take to be submission to the law. I should not think it quiet and orderly if I were sent to Cayenne without being brought before a jury." "But such a man as you would not be sent to Cayenne," said Phineas. "My next-door neighbor might be, which would almost be as bad. Let him be sent to Cayenne if he deserves it, but let a jury say that he has deserved it. My idea of government is this, that we want to be governed by law and not by caprice, and that we must have a legislature to make our laws. If I thought that Parliament, as at present established, made the laws badly, I would desire a change, but I doubt whether we shall have them better from any change in Parliament which reform will give us." "Of course not," said Mrs. Lowe, "but we shall have a lot of beggars put on horseback, and we all know where they ride to." Then Phineas became aware that it is not easy to convince any man or any woman on a point of politics, not even though he who argues may have an eloquent letter from a philosophical cabinet minister in his pocket to assist him. End of chapter 35.